Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
High School D times D. My Emperor armor isn't too much to ask, is it? Part 1. Kuo Town, Kuo Academy. Lin Luokan was looking out the window. It was the start of the school year, and the campus was filled with many young, new faces, overflowing with the scent of youth everywhere. Class 2 to 1. The back row by the window, the hometown of kings. Lin Luokan rested his chin on his hand and sighed softly. A stream of memories that didn't belong to him flooded into his mind. Did I transmigrate? The original owner was an international student here. Looking at the familiar scene around him, Lin Luokan always felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Wait, where is this? Japan. No, that's not right. Why does it feel so familiar? Just as Lin Luokan was puzzled, a young man walked into the campus, catching his attention. Holy crap. Hyodo Issei. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. He understood now where this full sense of familiarity came from. In his past life, he was a hardcore otaku who loved watching anime. He was extremely familiar with High School DxD. This hot-blooded ecchi anime was his absolute favorite, to the point where he even went and finished reading the original light novels. The protagonist, Hyodo Issei, was a pure pervert and an idiot, but he truly made one's blood boil with excitement. Although he was stupid, his other aspects were truly admirable. Perhaps the phrase stupid to the extreme is also a form of strength, was made to describe him. This was a world where gods and demons danced wildly. Devils, angels, fallen angels, and even gods existed. Moreover, in front of these non-human beings, humans were basically cannon fodder. It could be said that this was a hellish start. Lin Luokan lightly raised his finger, and a coin shimmering with silver light danced at his fingertips. Just as he was pondering, the surrounding scene changed rapidly. A sense of weightlessness washed over him, as if he were falling from a great height. The classroom, desks, podium, teacher, and classmates, everything was moving away from him. Suddenly, the sense of weightlessness stopped, and Lin Luokan felt as if he had fallen onto a soft, fluffy cloud. His consciousness returned to his body. Lin Luokan looked around, carefully observing his surroundings. Clouds. Where is this? Why is there that full sense of familiarity again? Just as Lin Luokan was puzzled, a voice came through. It is a pleasure to meet you, the master of the heavenly Tao of this life. Lin Luokan turned his head to look, his pupils instantly dilating, and he froze on the spot. An old man with white hair appeared before him, possessing an ethereal, immortal temperament and a kind, amiable face. He stroked his white beard and revealed a kind smile. Lin Luokan certainly recognized this old man, no wonder he felt the surrounding environment was so familiar. It was Elder Shenshin, the summoner of the first-generation Emperor armor, who had branded his own consciousness into the light and shadow bloodline to teach future generations. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Luokan's heart beat violently, and he was instantly overcome with excitement. The old man waved his hand. Relax. From today on, I will teach you combat techniques, and I hope you will master the power of the five elements bloodline soon. As he spoke, he handed a silver white square box imprinted with a bagua pattern to Lin Luokan. The magic sealing box. At the same time, a stream of memories that didn't belong to him flooded into his mind, containing information about the function and details of the magic sealing box. It could seal defeated enemies, store them within the magic sealing box, and refine them to absorb their abilities or use them to strengthen oneself. Lin Luokan nodded. Perhaps because he was too excited, his fingertips gripping the magic sealing box turned slightly pale. The world of High School DxD was different from the previous reality. If one lacked power, it was very likely that even one's own life couldn't be guaranteed. In the later stages, planet busting was common, and there were even other worlds invading this one. Must say, teacher Ishibumi had quite an imagination. Lin Luokan knew that as long as he fully mastered the power of the five elements bloodline, then, he was set. Everything was set. Thinking of this, Lin Luokan's mouth curled up slightly, and then he bowed and cupped his fists. Then I will be troubling you. Elder Shenshin nodded slightly. Then let's start practicing by standing on stakes. That is, the horse stance. A stable lower body is the foundation of all martial arts. It can not only help you regulate your internal chi and blood, but also refine your spiritual power and train your control over your will. Everyone's strongest weapon is the will and intent that exists within their heart. It can be invincible. Following Elder Shenshin's requirements, Lin Luokan began the horse stance. He didn't know how much time had passed. From the initial numbness in his legs and trembling body, Lin Luokan gradually adapted to this training, and his body actually felt much more relaxed. Let's stop here for today, someone is looking for you in the outside world. Elder Shenshin's voice sounded. Lin Luokan opened his eyes, his mind returned, and he was already back in the classroom. Lin Luokan. Lin Luokan. The teacher shouted for a long time without getting a response. This couldn't help but make him a bit angry. It would be one thing if his grades were bad, but to be spacing out and slacking off during class. So, the teacher picked up the blackboard eraser and exerted force. Whoosh! The eraser flew straight out, smashing toward Lin Luokan's forehead. Slap! Without even turning his head, Lin Luokan subconsciously caught the eraser. He slowly turned his head and smiled. Teacher, actually, you don't need to be so loud when calling my name. The whole class was in an uproar. A flash of surprise crossed the teacher's eyes. Are you kidding me? This was his signature move. In his 20-plus years of teaching, he had never missed. To think it was caught today. At the same time, the bell for the end of class rang. The teacher closed the textbook and glared fiercely at Lin Luokan. Don't let it happen again. Class dismissed. After the teacher left, the classroom instantly boiled over. Matsuda, Motohama, and our protagonist, Hyodo Issei, immediately surrounded him, chirping and asking question after question around Lin Luokan. Holy crap, that was cool. You showed off again, you hateful hunk. When did you practice that? That was too cool. Look at the girls' gazes, they're all looking at you. I'm so jealous. Lin Luokan only then realized that he and Hyodo Issei's group were in the same class. Carefully searching through his memories, his mouth instantly twitched. He was currently handsome and delicate, arguably on the same level as that hunk prince, Kiba Yuto, but, because he often hung out with these three idiots, he was also listed as one of the perverted quartet. Things had come to this, and there was nothing he could do. Lin Luokan shrugged helplessly. Nothing to it, just practice makes perfect. That indifferent, breezy look immediately caused a sigh of emotion from those around him. Soon it was time to leave school. Lin Luokan's home was on the same route as Hyodo Issei's, so the two walked together. However, while walking on the road, please go out with me. A beautiful girl with long black hair ran over and confessed to Issei. Lin Luokan's eyes narrowed slightly. He, of course, knew who the visitor was. Amano Yuma. Oh no, it should be the fallen angel Rainer. Issei was stunned for a moment, then his face was filled with excitement. He turned around, looking at Lin Luokan with an extremely arrogant gaze. Luo Chen. He. I won. I got a girlfriend one step ahead of you. Lin Luokan remained silent. I hope you can still be this happy later on. However, Hyodo Issei didn't know what Lin Luokan was thinking. Seeing him not speaking, he thought he was unhappy about it. Our classmate Issei immediately patted Lin Luokan on the shoulder. Alright. I know. I'll ask Yuma-chan to introduce a beautiful girl to be your girlfriend too. Don't be so depressed, Tilda. Regarding this, Lin Luokan could only smile helplessly. I suppose you still have a bit of conscience. But well, a girlfriend who stabs you in the back, I definitely don't want that. For the past 2 days, Issei had been incredibly smug, constantly showing off his girlfriend, Amano Yuma, in front of Lin Luokan, Matsuda, and Motohama. Little did he know, danger was also fast approaching. Looking at the somewhat dim sky outside the window, Lin Luokan frowned slightly. Luo Chen. Matsuda, Motohama. I'm going on a date with my girlfriend tomorrow. This is our first date since we started going out. As expected. Lin Luokan sighed, what was meant to come would eventually come. He patted Issei on the shoulder, have a great date. Then, he walked out of the classroom. That guy, is he jealous? Hyodo Issei was confused, but he couldn't be bothered to think about it much, he was currently feeling incredibly excited. Lin Luokan walked out of the classroom, looked at the old school building opposite, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped forward, walking toward it. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Luokan approached, he felt an invisible barrier blocking his path, and there even seemed to be some kind of mental interference magic attempting to make him leave on his own. He smiled slightly. Emperor magnetic field. The barrier rippled, and then, as if it were nothing, Lin Luokan walked right through. This was an ability possessed by those with extremely high purity of the 5 elements bloodline, where the body generates a special magnetic field that allows one to be unaffected by external factors while simultaneously interfering with an enemy's abilities. Someone broke into the barrier. Rias, sitting inside the old school building, suddenly looked up and asked with some confusion, a human. Standing beside her was a tall, beautiful woman with a high ponytail cascading down. Under the hem of her school uniform skirt, her fair, rounded thighs were eye-catching. Senior Akino. She gently covered her mouth, looking quite shocked. Why would a human come here? And how did they manage not to be blocked by the barrier? As the visitor hostel. Rias narrowed her eyes. Let's go, Akino. Let's go meet this intruder together. Yes, President. Upon entering the old school building, Lin Luokan could clearly feel that something was watching him, and his every move was being observed. Probably a familiar, right? It seems have been discovered. Lin Luokan smiled slightly and decided to wait right there. He believed Rias and the others would come looking for him. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Tap, tap. Footsteps sounded, and Lin Luokan looked up. It was long, bright red hair dancing in the breeze. The person arriving was none other than Rias. And behind her, a beautiful woman with long, straight black hair slowly appeared, Akino Himahima. Who goes there? Rias's cold voice rang out. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, the famous Rias. I mean no harm, I've just come to tell you something. What? Rias was somewhat confused, but she still didn't let her guard down. Hyodo Issei is going to die tomorrow. Hyodo Issei. Rias's eyes were full of questions. Who is that? Lin Luokan chuckled and softly uttered 3 words. The Red Dragon Emperor. Rias's pupils dilated instantly, and her brows furrowed tightly. After a moment of thought, she looked at Lin Luokan. How do you expect me to believe you? Rias stared straight into Lin Luokan's eyes. It seems you know quite a lot about non-human affairs. And yet you're just a human. Lin Luokan spread his hands and shrugged. It's nothing. I just came to inform you. Also, the location is at the park in Kuo town. A fallen angel is going to kill him. What? A fallen angel? Rias's pupils constricted. I only recently sensed that a fallen angel had infiltrated Kuo town. How did you know? And how do you know she will kill the Red Dragon Emperor? And how are you so sure that the person you mentioned is the Red Dragon Emperor? Rias asked a series of questions all at once, which truly left Lin Luokan feeling a bit helpless. Rias, I said I meant no harm. As for how I'm sure. Lin Luokan smiled slightly, his pupils focused, and he unleashed his full Emperor magnetic field. A wave of inexplicable pressure made it difficult for Rias and the other to breathe, and then. Roar! A faint, almost imperceptible dragon's roar echoed, and the phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared behind Lin Luokan. I do have a bit of a connection to dragons, so naturally, I can sense the dragon power within him. With a thought from Lin Luokan, the golden dragon and the magnetic field dissipated. The scene fell silent at once. Rias frowned slightly. She was thinking. The man before her was clearly a student at Kuo Academy, yet she hadn't noticed his existence for so long, which couldn't help but surprise her. Furthermore, he had come specifically to tell her about the fallen angel infiltration and the whereabouts of the Red Dragon Emperor. Was this an act of goodwill toward the devils? Lin Luokan turned to look at Senior Akino, and his eyes lit up immediately. This beautiful lady must be Senior Akino. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Lin Luokan offered a polite smile. Era. Akino covered her mouth, looking somewhat surprised. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Luokan, and I am a wielder of a Longinus. The Longinus I possess is the Emperor Belt. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. In reality, he could perfectly well transform without the belt, but to keep up appearances, he decided to interact with them as a Longinus wielder. It would be easier for them to accept that way. Emperor Belt. Rias's pupils dilated. I apologize. I have never heard of such a Longinus. The Emperor Belt you speak of does not seem to belong to any of the 13 known Longinus. It's alright. I am an exchange student from China. This is a Longinus from China, so it's normal that you haven't seen it before. Because of this, I was able to sense the aura of the Red Dragon Emperor on Hyodo Issei. I think this should be good news for the devil side, right? Lin Luokan chuckled, a gentle smile remaining on his face the whole time. As for what to do specifically, that's up to you. Exhale. Rias let out a long breath. Up to this point, she hadn't detected any malice from Lin Luokan. The news about the Red Dragon Emperor was a major discovery, and the fact that he was willing to share such information was enough to show that Lin Luokan was relatively friendly toward the devils. Moreover, Lin Luokan had also confessed his identity as a Longinus wielder, which meant he wasn't afraid of them attacking him at all. For a Longinus wielder, the best course of action was to prioritize building a friendly relationship. After all, having one more friend was far better than having one more enemy. Rias immediately smiled and extended her hand toward him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Luokan. Although you already know me, I must introduce myself. My name is Rias Grimory, and I am the next head of the Grimory clan on the devil side. Lin Luokan nodded and extended his hand. Rias, I am also very happy to meet you. Although it's presumptuous to ask, would you be willing to join the Occult Research Club? Looking at Rias's serious expression, Lin Luokan was immediately surprised. He hadn't expected Rias to be so decisive. As expected of the princess of the Grimory clan, known as the crimson-haired ruined princess, it seemed she believed he was worth recruiting. That was why she was so decisive. That made sense. After all, Longinus wielders weren't easy to find. Joining is no problem, but reincarnating as a devil, I'll pass. I actually quite like being human. Lin Luokan smiled helplessly. He tilde Junior Luo Chen, you really know how to joke. Ah, could you please let go of my hand? Rias laughed. Only then did Lin Luokan realize he was still holding Rias's hand. Ah, sorry, senior. I forgot for a moment. My apologies. Lin Luokan quickly withdrew his hand, his face flushing a little. Are all girls' hands this soft? Lin Luokan glanced at Senior Akino, who was giggling on the side, and he couldn't keep his composure. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he wanted to find a hole to crawl into right now. But hey, following the main cast, there's always no harm in that, right? And, he. Just thinking about being in the same room as beauties like Rias, Akino, Kaneko, Asia, and so on later, why am I getting a little excited? Sorry, Issei, I'll be taking your harem for myself. And so, the Occult Research Club suddenly gained a new member, a human member who was not a devil servant. The park in the evening. This park, located a bit away from the city center, was deserted. There was no one else besides Issei and Amano Yuma. Amano Yuma let go of Issei's hand and skipped over to the side of the fountain. She revealed a cute smile and tilted her head slightly. Could you please die? Swish. Black wings sprouted from Amano Yuma's back. What is happening? Issei looked at this scene in disbelief. Amano Yuma's expression also turned cold. Playing house with you was actually quite fun, wasn't it? Amano Yuma sneered as she spoke, her voice devoid of any warmth. Tap, tap. However, right at that moment, footsteps came from the side. I'm sorry, Miss Fallen Angel, but I think I need to interrupt your intimacy. A head of bright red hair fluttered in the breeze, catching Issei's eye. Seeing the newcomer, Amano Yuma furrowed her brows. It's the young lady of the Grimory clan. Afterward, she looked toward Issei on the side. But he is a dangerous factor for us, so he must be dealt with as soon as possible. A light spear instantly pierced through Issei's body, blood splattered everywhere, and he widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief and regret. To think. Rias narrowed her eyes, and deep red power of destruction surged. Killing someone right in front of me, it seems you, Miss Fallen Angel, do not take us seriously. How pathetic, Issei. Lin Luokan slowly walked out. Issei's gaze was dull, and his consciousness was gradually fading, but he saw the figure approaching. Luo Chen. Lin Luokan glanced at him, then turned to look at Rias. Senior, I'll leave this guy to you. The Red Dragon Emperor, you know, you must cherish him well. Rias nodded and came to Issei's side. Since you are going to die anyway, why don't I save your life? Live for me. Lin Luokan smiled slightly, then turned to look at the fallen angel over there, his gaze gradually turning cold. Amano Yuma, oh no, I should call you the fallen angel Rainer, right? Vile human, do not call my name. Rainer did not take Lin Luokan seriously at all and once again condensed a light spear in her hand. The light spear shot toward Lin Luokan at high speed. Lin Luokan slowly raised his hand and swept it across his waist. Gold light flashed, and the Emperor belt appeared on his waist, with the 5 elements chips circling around a pattern representing the Yin-Yang Bagua. Emperor armor. Combine. Golden light burst forth, the gauntlet first attached to Lin Luokan's right hand, and he slapped it out. Bang! The incoming light spear instantly shattered, turning into particles and dissipating in the air. Immediately after, he approached Rainer step by step. With every step he took, a piece of armor attached to his body. You said, who is vile? Clang, clang. Lin Luokan shook his hand, and the armor made a metallic clanging sound. As the final helmet appeared, red light flickered on the armor's visor. Armor combine. A mechanical voice rang out. In an instant, a massive pressure swept through the surroundings. Sensing this powerful aura, Rainer immediately realized something was wrong. Glancing at Rias and the others on the side, she already had thoughts of retreating in her heart. Senior Akino covered her mouth as she watched this scene, her face full of surprise. Era. On the other side, Rias, who was integrating the 8 pawn pieces into Issei's body, was also too shocked to speak. Judging from the current situation, the aura emitted by Lin Luokan was simply incomparable to theirs. Lin Luokan's figure instantly disappeared from where he stood, and Rainer couldn't react in time at all. Bang! Cough! She was sent flying, spitting out blood from her mouth. Rainer immediately let out an angry roar, her black wings flapping behind her, using the force of that punch to fly into the distance, while simultaneously condensing many light spears and throwing them at Lin Luokan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the spears breaking through the air came, carrying intense heat. A flash of light crossed Lin Luokan's visor, and he raised his hand slightly. Telekinesis. The light spears were instantly enveloped by a golden light, then they changed direction, following Lin Luokan's hand. Swish, swish, swish. The light spears flew back toward Rainer. How is this possible? Rainer's eyes were filled with disbelief as her body was instantly pierced through by her own light spears, suffering heavy injuries. However, despite this, she violently flapped her wings, opened a magic circle, instantly dived into it, and disappeared from the scene. Lin Luokan narrowed his eyes. It looks like she escaped. My mastery over the power of the Emperor armor is still not proficient. Asia. Lin Luokan suddenly felt very worried about that naive nun. After all, with Rainer suffering such a heavy injury, I'm afraid. This person might take Asia's sacred gear ahead of schedule, I must save her. Creak. Lin Luokan clenched his fist, turned to look toward Rias's side, and with a thought, the armor disassembled by itself. Senior Rias, Senior Akino. How is Issei? Both of them were so shocked by Lin Luokan's combat power that they couldn't speak. Rainer was, after all, a high-ranking fallen angel. Although she hadn't reached the cadre level yet, she was still a 6-winged fallen angel, and she had been sent flying by a single punch from Lin Luokan. Hearing Lin Luokan's voice, Rias finally came back to her senses. His heart was destroyed by that fallen angel, so I had to reincarnate him as a devil, giving him a new life. That was the only way to barely save him. Rias sighed, a full 8 pawn pieces. He is indeed, as you said, the Red Dragon Emperor of this generation. Akino, on the other hand, looked at Lin Luokan with a face full of curiosity. After all, girls are naturally drawn to strength, and the power Lin Luokan displayed had already won her over in that regard. Noticing Akino's gaze, Lin Luokan turned his head and revealed a smile. Senior Akino, once a girl starts to feel curious about a boy, it means she is not far from falling for him, you know. As he said that, Lin Luokan even winked at her. Era. Junior Luo Chen is being naughty, aren't you? He tilde. Senior Akino was stunned for a moment, then revealed that signature smile of hers, seemingly not caring about Lin Luokan's teasing at all. As expected of a big sister. Lin Luokan shook his head with a helpless smile. Although he really liked these two seniors, he also knew that these kinds of things couldn't be rushed. To conquer these two big sisters, Lin Luokan still had a long way to go, not to mention Kaneko and Asia. As of now, Lin Luokan hadn't met them yet. This also made him very expectant. Would that white-haired little loli be as cute as in the original work? The next day, Lin Luokan arrived at the classroom as usual. He immediately saw Issei there, sighing and holding his head in distress. Lin Luokan smiled slightly, pretending not to know anything, and came to sit beside him. Yo, good morning, Issei. Good morning, Luo Chen. Luo Chen. Issei suddenly grabbed Lin Luokan's shoulders in excitement. Lin Luokan certainly knew why he was so agitated, but he still had to pretend he didn't know for the time being. What's wrong? Issei. You're still asking me what's wrong. Yesterday. Didn't you say I looked pathetic or something? When I was killed by my girlfriend. Issei was quite emotional, but Lin Luokan waved his hand and pushed him away. What girlfriend? Have you gone crazy wanting a relationship? How could a perverted idiot like you ever get a girlfriend? Matsuda also walked over. Whoa, is it that? I have a girlfriend, fantasy affected you that much. What's her name? Do you guys really not remember Yuma? Issei asked with a puzzled expression. However, all he received were sympathetic looks from the others. Like we said, we've never even heard of this person. Seriously, you should go see a doctor. Right, Motohama. Yeah, it'll be the same no matter how many times you ask. You never introduced a girl named Yuma to us. Lin Luokan smiled slightly without saying a word. Soon, it was time for school to end. Issei, I have something to take care of at the clubroom. Lin Luokan stood up and said to Issei. Oh, okay. Although Issei was a bit puzzled, he didn't ask any further questions, and he didn't even notice when Lin Luokan had joined a club. Compared to that, he was more distressed about the matter concerning Amano Yuma. While he was distressed, a sharp voice suddenly came from the side. Haha, this world is truly strange. I didn't expect to encounter a fool devil in such a remote place. This voice broke the peace of Issei's journey home from school. Issei looked at the man in front of him, and a chill involuntarily crept up his back. Danger. Issei instantly felt that something was wrong. I don't understand what you're talking about. Issei turned around and bolted back the way he came, sprinting with all his might. Trying to run. Who is your master? A voice came from behind, but Issei ignored it and ran forward with all his might. He could feel it, if he didn't run, he would definitely die. Passing through the deep night, Issei only focused on escaping. After running for about 10 minutes, Issei froze when he saw the scene before him. He stood there, panting heavily. The park. How could this happen? Issei felt a chill down his spine involuntarily, because in his fantasy, this was where he was killed by his girlfriend, Amano Yuma. Just as he was thinking, a few black feathers slowly drifted down. Do you think you can get away? That strange man grew black wings from his back and appeared in front of Issei again. Tell me quickly, what is your master's name? Is this pervert a serial killer? Why would such a person appear in the city? Issei was completely confused and couldn't understand at all what he was talking about. That strange sound appeared again, and light elements slowly condensed in the man's hand, taking the shape of a spear. Issei's pupils constricted, then instantly dilated. This thing again. It was this thing that killed him in his fantasy. It looks like you really are a stray. In that case, it doesn't matter if I kill you, otherwise, it would be troublesome if you get in our way. Saying this, the man prepared to make his move. The light spear pierced through Issei's flank, and blood immediately gushed out. Why do you look so pathetic every time I see you? A sigh was heard. Who's there? The man became instantly alert. Don't touch him. A woman walked past Issei. With red hair, even just seeing her back, Issei remembered that this was the woman who had appeared in his dream. Red hair, is she from the Grimoire clan? The man glared resentfully at Rias. How pathetic, Issei. A familiar voice arrived, and immediately after, a figure descended from the sky. Bang! Lin Luokan stepped on the man's back, grabbed his pitch black wings with both hands, and exerted force suddenly. Rip! Black feathers drifted everywhere, and blood splattered. Tearing the fallen angel apart with his bare hands. This scene left Rias and Akino stunned. Arg! The man screamed, who are you? Lin Luokan leapt lightly, holding a pair of black wings in his hands, and stood in front of Rias and the others. Truly disgusting. Lin Luokan frowned in disgust, then threw the wings on the ground and brushed his hands off with disdain. I am Rias Grimoire. Hello there, Mr. Fallen Angel. Rias smiled faintly as she looked at Lin Luokan. Good work, Luo Chen. Lin Luokan nodded slightly. How should we deal with this guy? It's probably better to just finish him off, right? The man's eyes widened. Who? Human. Why does a human possess this kind of power? Why is a human walking with a devil? It was no wonder he couldn't accept it. Under the guidance of Elder Shenshin, all of Lin Luokan's physical stats had skyrocketed, and he also possessed the five elements bloodline. Even without summoning his armor, dealing with a low-level fallen angel like this was still quite easy. You don't need to know, because you're about to die. Senior Rias, do it. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. Under the man's terrified gaze, a massive magic projectile attacked him. Be destroyed. Boom. Rias raised her hand slightly, and the deep red power of destruction emitted a soul-shaking surge. The power of destruction projectile instantly engulfed the fallen angel, leaving only a few pitch black feathers behind. Lu, O Chen. Issei let out a weak sound, then completely passed out. Probably due to excessive blood loss. Oh my, he fainted. This injury is indeed quite dangerous. What should we do? After dealing with the fallen angel, Rias looked at the unconscious Issei, feeling a bit worried. Lin Luokan immediately thought replenishing magic. No way. He quickly said, leave him to me. I will take him back safely. Seeing Lin Luokan's somewhat flustered appearance, although Rias was a bit puzzled, she had basically trusted this man after spending a few days together, so she nodded and let Lin Luokan take Issei away. Carrying Issei on his back all the way to the vicinity of the church. Although he wanted to save Issei, what should he do? Just as he was thinking, a figure appeared in his line of sight. Lin Luokan looked toward the source of the sound and saw a nun who had fallen to the ground. She was lying on the ground, and it looked like quite a dramatic fall. Asia. Lin Luokan was overjoyed. He quickly placed Issei on a nearby bench and jogged over. He reached out to help Asia up. Woo woo. Why did I fall? I'm sorry for causing you trouble, thank you Tilda. Her voice was incredibly gentle, making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. Phew. A gust of wind blew by, lifting the nun's veil. A cascade of blonde hair fell before Lin Luokan, shimmering under the glow of the street lamp. Lin Luokan reacted quickly, grabbing the veil before it could fly away, his gaze shifting to the girl's face. The girl's beautiful pupils left Lin Luokan somewhat dazed. Asia was indeed as cute and beautiful as in the original story. May I ask if something is the matter? She looked at Lin Luokan's face with a puzzled expression. Sorry. Lin Luokan scratched his head awkwardly and looked at Issei on the side. It's like this, my companion has sustained a very serious injury. Hearing this, Asia turned her head to look, immediately covering her mouth in surprise, and jogged over to Issei. Lin Luokan followed behind. Looking at Issei, whose side had been pierced and was still slowly bleeding, Asia gently crouched down and extended her fair hand. Under Lin Luokan's surprised gaze, her palm emitted a jade-green light. Twilight healing. This was Asia's sacred gear. As the healing power was released, the wound on Issei's thigh was visibly healing. Not long after, Asia stood up and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. It should be fine now. Thank you very much, your power. Lin Luokan offered a polite smile. This is the power of healing, you see. It is a wonderful gift bestowed upon me by God. She was still smiling, but the loneliness in her eyes was clearly captured by Lin Luokan. Thinking back on Asia's experiences, Lin Luokan wished he could immediately hack that fool Diodora into a card. No, even sealing him wasn't necessary, it would be best to just completely annihilate him. By the way, are you lost? Lin Luokan suddenly asked. I know where the church is, it's very close to here. Would you like me to take you there? Wow. Really? Thank you, Lord, for letting me meet you too. With tears in her eyes, Asia smiled at Lin Luokan. This girl was truly too endearing. Thus, Lin Luokan carried the unconscious Issei on his back and headed toward the church with the beautiful girl, Asia. After walking for a few minutes from there, an old church came into view. However, considering that Issei had already become a devil, Lin Luokan stopped at a position slightly further away from the church, watching the lights on inside the dilapidated building in the distance. The church is right ahead, do you see it? I'll be going now then. Lin Luokan offered a kind smile. That's wonderful, this is the place. Please wait a moment. She suddenly called out to stop Lin Luokan. I want to thank you for bringing me here. Lin Luokan glanced at Issei on his back and sighed helplessly. Next time. If it's meant to be, we will meet again, won't we? By the way, my name is Lin Luokan, and his name is Hyodo Issei. I haven't asked for your name yet. Although he was very worried about Asia, it was clearly inconvenient to go in while carrying Issei, and it wouldn't be good to just leave him here. What if a passing fallen angel encountered him and killed him on a whim? After Lin Luokan gave their names, Asia smiled and said, My name is Asia Argento. May I call you Asia? Lin Luokan asked with a smile. Of course. It is my honor. Then, Sister Asia, until we meet again. Thank you for healing my companion. Alright, Mr. Lin Luokan, we will definitely meet again. Asia bowed deeply to the two of them. Yes, we will definitely meet again. I must save you from Rainer. To let such a cute, beautiful girl die painfully in front of him, Lin Luokan asked himself, he couldn't do that. She really was a good girl. Lin Luokan left with Issei, while Asia watched them until they were out of her sight. The next day, after school. Yo, hello. The person standing in front of Lin Luokan was none other than the school's #1 handsome prince, Kiba Yuto. His face always wore a bright, cheerful smile, which, combined with his handsome features, had captured the hearts of countless girls. Although Lin Luokan's face was now also quite handsome, compared to this guy, there was still a bit of a gap. Lin Luokan was cute handsome, while this guy was cool handsome. Is something the matter? Lin Luokan smiled slightly. Rias Senpai sent me. I see. Lin Luokan pulled up Issei, who was nearby. Let's go, Issei, someone wants to see you. Issei looked confused, but still followed in their footsteps. At the same time, the screams of girls rang out. Listening to those Fujoshi comments, Lin Luokan just felt mentally exhausted. Sigh. Lin Luokan sighed helplessly. So why am I also being considered part of the perverts? The two followed behind Kiba, heading toward the old school building. There was a building surrounded by woods here, called the old school building, and basically no students came here now. Perhaps that was also the reason why Rias and the others used this place as their base. They slowly walked into the old school building, and without any obstruction, arrived at the second floor. As they walked, they soon arrived at their destination, and Kiba stopped in front of a certain classroom. Lin Luokan glanced at the sign hanging next to the classroom door. Occult Research Club. Although he had been to the old school building before, this was Lin Luokan's first time coming to this club. President, I have brought them. Just as Lin Luokan was thinking, Kiba spoke toward the inside. Understood, bring them in quickly. Rias's voice came from inside. Kiba pushed the door open, and Lin Luokan walked in with Issei. His gaze scanned the surroundings, and suddenly, a petite girl appeared in his line of sight. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. It was Kaneko Tuju. She had a lowly appearance and a petite figure, with clean, short white hair. Her face was expressionless as she silently ate snacks, seemingly unconcerned with everything around her. Kawaii tilde. Kaneko-chan was indeed as cute as in the original story, it was practically illegal. Seemingly noticing Lin Luokan's gaze, Kaneko slowly raised her head, locked eyes with Lin Luokan for a moment, and then nodded. This is Lin Luokan, and next to him is Hyodo Issei. Kiba introduced them like this. Hello. After uttering these two words, Kaneko silently went back to eating the snacks in front of her. She really was a woman of few words. Lin Luokan smiled helplessly, it really was just like in the original story. However, having said that, Kaneko's experiences were also very heartbreaking. But honestly, Kuroka hadn't done it on purpose, she was just trying to protect her sister. It was just that her methods were a bit extreme. Lin Luokan suddenly felt a headache coming on. How should he handle the relationship between these two Nekomata sisters? Whoosh! Just as Lin Luokan was lost in thought, the sound of running water came from the bathroom nearby. Looking closely, a female figure could be seen bathing inside, but she was obscured by the curtain, making it hard to see clearly. He. Beside him, Issei unconsciously revealed a lecherous smile. What a lewd expression. Kaneko muttered to herself. The corner of Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. He didn't even need to turn around to know who Kaneko was talking about. Thud. Lin Luokan punched Issei on the head. It hurts. Issei clutched his head with a pained expression. Whoosh. The curtain was pulled aside, and Rias, dressed in her uniform, appeared before everyone. Her wet red hair, however, was very eye-catching. Lin Luokan also felt a bit awkward and silently rubbed his nose. As soon as Rias saw Lin Luokan, she smiled. Luo Chen, Issei, you've arrived. Senior Akino also stepped out from behind her. Era tilde nice to meet you, I am Akino Himehima. Please take care of me from now on. Akino greeted the two with a polite smile. Although she already knew Lin Luokan, this was her first formal greeting to Hyodo Issei. Hello, I am Hyodo Issei. I should be the one asking you to take care of me. Hyodo Issei greeted them nervously. Now everyone is here. Student Hyodo Issei. No, Issei. We, the Occult Research Club, welcome you to join. Why yes. Issei was a bit shy. Although Lin Luokan had explained some things to him on the way, he still felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Welcome to becoming my devil servant. Have I already become a devil? What will happen next? Mom and Dad. Issei gave a helpless, bitter smile. It's just ordinary tea. Thank you. Senior Akino brewed some tea and served it to the two sitting on the sofa. Issei shyly accepted it and said thanks. Lin Luokan picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. It was sweet and smooth upon entering his mouth. This is truly good tea. Senior Akino's tea ceremony skills are truly surprising. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. Oh my tilde, thank you. A smile appeared on Senior Akino's face. It seemed she was very happy with Lin Luokan's compliment. Akino, come sit beside me. Okay. After Senior Akino sat down, everyone sat in a row around the table in front of them. Lin Luokan, Kiba, Kaneko, Issei, Akino, and Rias, everyone's gaze fell on Issei. Then I'll get straight to the point. We are all devils. Swish. Except for Lin Luokan, wings sprouted from everyone's backs. Unlike the black wings of fallen angels, theirs were similar to bat wings. This scene left Hyodo Issei dumbfounded. Watching his stunned appearance, Lin Luokan smiled slightly. By the way, I'm not a devil, okay. I'm still a human. Do you still remember Amano Yuma? Upon hearing these 4 words, Hyodo Issei couldn't help but widen his eyes. If this is a joke, please stop here. Honestly, I don't really want to talk about her. There was anger in Issei's voice, and he glared at Lin Luokan with an unfriendly expression, thinking that Lin Luokan was messing with him. She did exist, and she did indeed date you, but, as you should have seen, she is a fallen angel. She approached you for a certain purpose, for example, a sacred gear. Lin Luokan's words left Issei looking confused. Sacred gear. Yes, a sacred gear. Kiba also spoke up appropriately at this time. A sacred gear refers to the supernatural power that resides within certain humans. It is said that many famous historical figures were possessors of sacred gears and were able to leave their mark on history precisely by borrowing the power of these sacred gears. Issei, raise your hand, close your eyes, and imagine in your heart the strongest thing you can think of. Rias said seriously. Lin Luokan said playfully. You have to make the same pose as the strongest being you're imagining in your heart, okay. The corners of his mouth were already curling up. Just thinking about what was going to happen next made him want to laugh. Issei blushed and struck a pose, Kamehameha. He opened his hands and pressed them together, thrusting them forward violently, yet there was nothing in his hands. PFF'd. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I've had professional training, I generally don't laugh. Lin Luokan covered his mouth, unable to stop himself from laughing out loud. Rias and Akino cast helpless glances at him, while Issei was already bright red. Clang. Issei's left arm emitted a light, with a faint glow surrounding his left hand. When the light faded, a red object that looked like a gauntlet appeared on his left hand. The decoration on the gauntlet was quite exquisite, looking very much like a deluxe cosplay prop. Boosted gear. Lin Luokan narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully examining this sacred gear. Through its aura, he could feel an unusual fluctuation emanating from it. Although it was still in its initial form, any powerhouse with even a little bit of strength could see the powerful force hidden within it. What is this? Issei screamed in fear. That is your sacred gear. Once it has manifested, you can activate it at will in the future. Rias said at the right time. It's probably because this thing on your hand is too dangerous that they wanted to kill you to prevent future trouble. Lin Luokan also nodded and said. Then it's a fact that I was killed, so why am I still alive now? Issei asked in confusion. Didn't I tell you already? You are a devil now, it was Senior Rias who saved you. Lin Luokan said helplessly. This guy really is an idiot, he was already told before, yet he's asking again now. Oh right, that's right. I'm a devil now, Issei said blankly, finally slowly accepting reality. Then, let's reintroduce ourselves. Yuto. Hearing Senior Rias call his name, Kiba flashed his usual bright smile at Issei. I am Kiba Yuto, a second-year student like you, and your devil colleague. Please take care of me. First year. Kaneko Tuju. I am a devil. Please take care of me. I am third-year Akino Himahima, and also the vice president of the Occult Research Club. I am also a devil tilde please take care of me from now on tilde he tilde. Senior Himahima covered her mouth and chuckled. As for me, I am their master, and also a noble of the devil faction, Rias Grimory of the Grimory clan. Issei, I'll be counting on you from now on. Senior Rias also tossed her long, bright red hair and spoke with poise. Lin Luokan spread his hands. I am a human, but fortunately Senior Rias thought highly of me, and I joined the Occult Research Club a few days ago. I'm his best friend, okay. Please take care of me. I am also a sacred gear possessor, just like you. After speaking, Lin Luokan smiled and patted Issei on the shoulder. You're not human anymore, you know. I seem to have gotten into a very incredible situation. Issei had a wry expression, he really didn't know how to react. In the following days, Issei began his work as a devil, while Lin Luokan, being human, didn't have such troubles. This period passed very peacefully. Under Elder Shenshin's guidance, he was also constantly mastering the power of the five elements bloodline. Elder Shenshin also began teaching him martial arts. Lin Luokan went from only being able to take hits at the start to being able to block 2 or 3 of the old man's moves later on. His progress could be said to be very significant. One must remember that this elder was the original summoner of the Emperor armor, his strength was unfathomable. Inside the clubroom, Senior Akino suddenly appeared behind Rias, her expression solemn. It's a subjugation request from the Archduke. Stray devil. Lin Luokan's eyes narrowed slightly as he perked up a bit. Lin Luokan followed Rias, Kiba, Senior Akino, Kaneko, and the others to the vicinity of some ruins on the outskirts. Of course, they also brought Issei along. Time reached late at night. The surroundings were a dense forest, with a ruin in the distance. Although Lin Luokan wasn't a devil, with the blessing of the five elements bloodline, his vision far surpassed that of an ordinary person, allowing him to barely see in the dark. It's the smell of blood. Kaneko murmured to herself, covering her nose with a look of disgust and disdain on her face. It seemed Nekomata's sense of smell was indeed much more sensitive than a human's. After all, Lin Luokan hadn't smelled anything. The surroundings were silent, without a single sound, which instead felt very eerie. Lin Luokan glanced at Hyodo Issei. At this moment, Issei's legs were trembling slightly. It looked like if it weren't for so many companions being here, he probably would have run away immediately. Issei, this is a rare opportunity. It's time for you to witness a devil's battle. Rias stood with her hands on her hips, looking very stern. As expected, she still placed great importance on Issei. After all, Lin Luokan had told her that Issei was the Red Dragon Emperor. Although he was still very weak now, his potential could be said to be extremely powerful. Ah, really? I don't think he'll be of any use in a fight, right? Issei spoke up weakly. Yes, in terms of combat power, you're indeed not ready yet. However, just watching won't be a problem. Today, just watch us fight, okay? Oh, by the way, I'll explain the characteristics of servants to you. Hearing this, Lin Luokan recalled some things, evil pieces. King, Queen, Rook, Knight, Bishop, Pawn. Excluding the king, there were 5 types of evil pieces, each with different characteristics. For example, the bishop has a significant enhancement in magical power. The rook possesses formidable defense and attack power. While the knight possesses speed. As for the pawn, they have the promotion ability, allowing them to transform into other pieces to use their characteristics in battle. And the queen is hailed as the strongest piece, possessing the characteristics and abilities of all other pieces, combining powerful defense and attack, agile speed, and a massive amount of magical power into one. Just as Rias was educating Issei, the malice and cold-killing intent permeating the surroundings suddenly became intense. Lin Luokan swept his hand across his waist, and the emperor belt manifested. It smells so good. It looks like some good prey has arrived. An eerie voice drifted over, causing everyone to instantly sharpen their focus. Stray devil Biza, prepare for your execution. Rias declared war without the slightest fear. Ha ha hey 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 hey. A strange laughter echoed all around. The upper body of a naked woman slowly emerged from the darkness, but the woman's body was floating in midair. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched, while Issei, on the other hand, had a lecherous expression on his face. I think you're really hungry. Lin Luokan sighed helplessly, utterly impressed by this perverted idiot. Thump. Heavy footsteps followed. Then, a huge, disgusting, and hideous body appeared. Before them was a creature with a woman's upper body and a monster's lower body. It was truly hard to describe her appearance. Notably, she held a pair of long spears in her massive claws. The monster's lower body had 4 legs, each very thick and equipped with sharp claws. Leaving your master without permission and committing evil everywhere just to satisfy your own desires, 10,000 deaths would not atone for your sins. In the name of Duke Grimori, I judge you here. Be reduced to ashes. Rias's voice rang out. What are you acting so arrogant for? You're just a little girl. Before it could finish its sentence, a figure had already appeared in front of it, forming a sharp contrast with its massive body. Too much nonsense. Bang! Lin Luokan kicked out, the powerful force striking Biz's head and sending its massive body flying backward. Rias smiled slightly. Yuto. Yes, President. Kiba, who had been on standby nearby, rushed out at the president's command, his speed too fast for the naked eye to capture. Clang! The long sword in his hand unsheathed instantly, and Kiba vanished again. In the next instant, the stray devil Biz's scream rang out in the surroundings. A-A-A-A-A-A-A-R-R-R-R-G-G-G-H-H-H. Lin Luokan looked closely. The monster's hands had already been severed by Kiba, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. Emperor armor. Combine. Armor combined. Golden light erupted instantly, swallowing Lin Luokan's body. When everyone regained their senses, Lin Luokan, clad in the Emperor armor, had already appeared before them. Gently turning the right side of the belt, a golden card appeared in Lin Luokan's hand, which he tossed out lightly. His whole body leapt up instantly. Aurora sword. He pulled a golden long sword from the card and slashed down as he landed. Pucci. A deep bloody gash was instantly carved into the center of Biz's huge body, nearly cutting it in half. Biz's wails echoed throughout the area. Immediately after, a petite figure appeared beneath the monster. Ha! Kaneko jumped into the air and delivered a fierce punch to the monster's stomach. With a bang, the monster was sent flying, smashing the ruins behind it into powder. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. In the future, it's probably better not to make Kaneko unhappy. Monster strength girl. If he didn't have the armor protecting his body, Lin Luokan didn't know if he could withstand Kaneko's little punches. Era, what should I do tilde? Senior Akino smiled as she walked toward the monster that had been knocked away by Kaneko. Grr. The monster glared fiercely at Senior Akino. Seeing this, Senior Akino showed a fearless smile. Era tilde, you're still so energetic. In that case, why don't you try this move? Akino continuously summoned lightning, striking the stray devil Biza over and over again. Sadistic queen. Lin Luokan instantly felt a chill crawl up his shoulders, he had almost forgotten about this part of her. If he dated Senior Akino, would he be beaten to death? Gulp. Lin Luokan unconsciously swallowed his saliva. But it's time to end this. Turning the left side of the belt, a card representing the fire element appeared in his left hand, and he tossed it casually. The Aurora sword swept lightly across it, and the card shattered instantly, turning into countless fire elements that surged into the sword. Emperor Ceiling Slash. Roar. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a massive sword light of gold and crimson flames tore through the air. Everywhere it passed, the air was instantly ignited, making a sizzling, burning sound and forming a blazing trail of fire. Boom. A huge explosion rang out. As the flames gradually dissipated, the monster's presence had vanished, leaving only a card spinning quietly on the spot. Lin Luokan walked forward and took the card in his hand. The card, imprinted with Biz's image, was held between his fingertips. As he placed it in front of the belt, the card instantly turned into particles and was absorbed into it. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What's going on? He slashed a stray devil into a card with one sword. Tonight's operation thus came to a close. Lin Luokan deactivated his armor and couldn't help but yawn. After all, he was just a human and still needed to sleep, unlike devils who were more energetic at night. However, he still maintained his gentlemanly posture and walked Senior Akino home. During this time, he had already built a good relationship with this senior, and they had become quite familiar with each other. Of course, this also made Rias a bit unhappy, but Lin Luokan didn't mind. After all, in his past life, his favorite was this long black-haired big sister. Naturally, he chose to conquer her first tilde. As for Kaneko, she seemed to live with Rias, and Issei and Kiba would see them home. Luo Chen is surprisingly a gentleman, isn't he? Especially after being so decisive during the battle. Senior Akino and Lin Luokan were walking along a small path at night, and she looked at him with a smile. Lin Luokan gave a shy smile. Because you're beautiful, senior. Wanting to walk a beauty home is something every guy would do, right? Beautiful, am I? Senior Akino's expression turned somewhat dejected. Hey, Luo Chen, what do you think about fallen angels? She suddenly asked. Lin Luokan looked at her serious expression, recalling her past. Her father was a fallen angel and her mother was a shrine maiden. This was a forbidden love, and naturally, it had dire consequences. Akino's mother was killed by enemies of her father, but Barakiel, Akino's father, being a fallen angel Kadri, could not return home in time to save his wife. Because of this, Akino developed feelings of hatred toward her father. She believed that it was because her father did not return in time that led to her mother's death. She also hated the fallen angel bloodline within her. It was while she was wallowing in despair that Rias picked her up and turned her into a devil. Lin Luokan needed to think carefully about this question. He glanced at a bench by the side of the road and pulled Senior Akino over to sit down. Senior Akino, did you know? What? Akino was taken aback. I actually really like the color black, Lin Luokan said softly. Because black is beautiful, and it is very mysterious and profound. When people are feeling down or repressed, they might be more inclined to choose black environments or wear black clothing. This color seems to be able to carry and express the heavy emotions in their hearts. Lin Luokan gave Akino a gentle smile. So, Senior Akino, do you like black? Black. Senior Akino stood frozen, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Being clever and sharp, she immediately understood the meaning behind Lin Luokan's words, but she wasn't ready to face all of this yet. Lin Luokan also realized this and immediately said softly. Senior, you don't need to rush to answer this question. When you've thought it through and understood it, it's fine to tell me then. Looking at Lin Luokan's gentle smile, Akino felt a wavering in her heart. She closed her eyes in pain for a moment, then opened them again. Staring straight into Lin Luokan's eyes, she softly uttered 3 words, thank you. Luo Chen, could I borrow your shoulder for a moment? Before Lin Luokan could speak, a faint scent reached his nose, and Akino gently rested her head on Lin Luokan's shoulder. Shish, don't say anything. Let me lean on you, just for a moment. Lin Luokan remained silent, quietly keeping her company. Her body was trembling slightly. Suddenly, Lin Luokan felt his clothes dampening. Akino was sobbing silently. This made Lin Luokan feel deeply heartbroken, but he didn't know how to comfort her. He didn't know how much time had passed, nor did he know when he had fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes, he saw Senior Akino leaning against his chest, looking at him with large, watery eyes. Good morning Luo Chen. Lin Luokan rubbed his nose. Morning, Senior Akino. Akino stood up and smiled as she usually did. Thank you for your shoulder. I feel much more at ease. Well then, shall we meet at the clubroom later? Luo Chen. Without waiting for Lin Luokan to answer, her red lips lightly touched his forehead, and then she opened a magic circle and vanished from the scene instantly. Lin Luokan stood frozen, feeling the lingering warmth on his forehead. He immediately smiled. Does this count as a preliminary conquest? It looks like Senior Akino has opened her heart to me. With a happy mood, Lin Luokan returned home. Of course, he couldn't avoid a scolding from his cheap parents, after all, he hadn't returned all night. However, compared to his previous life as an orphan, this kind of family warmth made him feel even warmer. Lin Luokan rubbed his shoulder, feeling a bit sore. After all, Senior Akino had been leaning on it all night, restricting blood flow, but it was all worth it. A few days passed in a flash. During this time, while Issei was doing devil work, he accidentally ran into that stray priest, freed. Asia was also taken away by him. President, I want to save that girl named Asia. That's impossible. How are you going to save her? You are a devil, and she is a servant of the fallen angels. We cannot coexist peacefully with them. If you want to save her, it means becoming enemies with the fallen angels, and in that case, we will all be dragged into it too. Rias scolded Issei loudly, which was rare. Lin Luokan frowned and let out a long sigh. As expected, everything was still developing according to the original story. Rainer was probably already impatient, and the injuries Lin Luokan had inflicted upon her might have already been healed by Asia using the smile of the Virgin. Lin Luokan was walking down the street, and just as he was about to come to the park to rest, a flash of gold caught his eye. Asia. Mr. Luo Chen. Lin Luokan immediately smiled. Talk about someone handing you a pillow just when you're sleepy, how could it be such a coincidence? Rainer. Hey. He brought Asia all the way to a fast food restaurant, watching the blonde beauty standing in front of the counter, looking at a loss. What would you like to order? The clerk was also bewildered by Asia. Asia had originally claimed confidently that she could do it, so Lin Luokan just watched from the side. In the end, it was Lin Luokan who spoke up. 1 burger, 1 order of fries, and 1 orange juice, please. All right. Asia immediately felt discouraged. Woo-woo, how embarrassing. Lin Luokan smiled. It's okay, there's always a first time for everything. Carrying the tray, he found a random seat and sat down, but Lin Luokan noticed that Asia hadn't moved. He then realized that this beautiful girl had never eaten this kind of thing before. Haha, princess, shall I teach you how to eat it? This thing is the wrapper, tear it open, and then. Lin Luokan took a bite of his own burger to demonstrate for Asia. So you can eat food like this. It's so surprising. Asia looked shocked, and then, imitating Lin Luokan, she took a bite of the burger. She looked very cute. Lin Luokan thoughtfully helped her insert the straw and then taught her how to drink the orange juice to avoid choking. This also made Lin Luokan feel deeply heartbroken. She hadn't even eaten a burger before. What kind of life had she been living? So, Lin Luokan took Asia out to play for the whole day. They watched a movie, went to an amusement park, and even played video games. Lin Luokan also won a cute plushie for her, something that looked like a Raichu, similar to that electric mouse from next door. Thank you, Mr. Luo Chen. I will cherish this doll very much. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. If you like it, I'll bring you out to play more often in the future. I'll introduce Issei and the others to you, too. Time quickly reached dusk. Lin Luokan pulled Asia along to a bench in the park to sit and rest. It's truly happy. So this world is really wonderful. Asia seemed to be lamenting something. Hey, Asia. What is it, Mr. Luo Chen? We are friends now, right? Friends, would you be willing to be my friend, Mr. Luo Chen? Asia was suddenly a bit emotional, with tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Asia, didn't we spend the whole day playing together today? We've been friends for a while now. Lin Luokan smiled gently. Hearing this, Asia nodded through tears and laughter, which was heartbreaking to see. Lin Luokan gently wiped away her tears. By the way, Asia, that group of fallen angels aren't good people. You'd better stay away from them. Those guys are probably coveting the power you possess. Lin Luokan suddenly said with a serious expression. He. To think it's you again, brat. I was careless last time, which is why you caught me off guard. This time, with no companions by your side, you won't be so lucky. An abrupt voice came, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Rainer. Lin Luokan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer. You really dare to show your face. Have you forgotten the pain now that the scar has healed? Lady Rainer. Asia exclaimed in shock. So, Miss Fallen Angel, what brings you here this time? Is there something you need? Luo Chen asked, knowing the answer full well. Lowly human brat. Don't you dare speak to me so casually. Rainer seemed to recall the scene from before and immediately roared at Lin Luokan. That nun, Asia, is my property. Give her back to me immediately. Asia, give up, you can't run away. No. I don't want to. I don't want to go back to that church, it's a place of murder. Stop talking such nonsense, Asia. Our plan cannot proceed without your sacred gear. Hurry up and come back with me. I went to a lot of trouble to find you, so don't cause me any more problems, alright? Rainer approached step by step, frightening Asia into hiding behind Lin Luokan. Lin Luokan stood in front of Asia, his gaze cold as he looked at Rainer opposite him. Are you deaf, Rainer? She already said she doesn't want to. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You want to strip Asia of her sacred gear, don't you? Lin Luokan's words caused Rainer to frown immediately. How did he know? That humming sound rang out again as a light spear condensed in Rainer's hand once more. Brat, you don't have your companions by your side this time. I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Asia immediately panicked. Lady Rainer. Please, let Mr. Luo Chen go. I'm willing to go with you. Asia. Lin Luokan looked at the blonde girl before him. Mr. Luo Chen, thank you for spending the whole day playing with me today. I was really happy. She looked at Lin Luokan with a face full of smiles, then began to walk toward Rainer. Wait, Asia. Lin Luokan grabbed her hand. Mr. Luo Chen, you can't beat Lady Rainer. Asia's eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke with a sob. Whether I can beat her or not, I'll only know after I try. Lin Luokan gave a gentle smile. Besides, don't you know? She's already been defeated by me. Her previous injuries were caused by me, you should be quite aware of that. Hearing this, Asia's eyes lit up again. That injury was caused by Mr. Luo Chen. Lin Luokan nodded with a smile. Yes, so you don't have to worry at all, Asia. I will protect you. Asia's tears instantly poured out. Please, save me, Mr. Luo Chen. I don't want to go back to that place ever again. Lin Luokan gently wiped away her tears. Asia looks best when she's smiling. Don't cry. If you cry and mess up your face, you won't look as pretty. Having said that, Lin Luokan pulled Asia behind him. The moment he turned around, his gaze became icy cold. Emperor armor. Combine. Clang. A golden light erupted instantly, so piercing that Rainer couldn't open her eyes. Asia felt this warm light as tears slid down her cheeks. She murmured to herself, such a warm light. Completely different from the light of a fallen angel, the light bursting from Lin Luokan's body was extremely soft and warm. Armor combined. A mechanical voice rang out. As the light dissipated, Lin Luokan, clad in the Emperor armor, stood before Asia. Your bad luck has arrived. Clank, clank. Lin Luokan clenched his fists, the armor making metallic clashing sounds. He lightly raised his arm, and light instantly converged. Boom. A beam of light blasted from Lin Luokan's palm toward Rainer. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Rainer's face twisted into a hideous expression as the light spear in her hand shot out. Boom. The aurora and the light spear collided. Even though both were of the light element, the light spear shattered instantly upon contact. Rainer's eyes widened. Her body reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the aurora beam. Quick reflexes, huh? But it's not enough. Lin Luokan's voice drifted over. Rainer felt a sense of dread. Looking up, she saw that Lin Luokan had already vanished from his spot. Where are you looking? His voice was like a vengeful spirit claiming a life, making Rainer's body tremble. Bang! A fist gathered with power slammed heavily into Rainer, instantly sending her flying. This time, I won't let you escape. Telekinesis. Lin Luokan slightly raised his hand, and the flying Rainer was instantly controlled by an inexplicable force. Aurora Sword. A card instantly left his hand. Lin Luokan drew the longsword and slashed out a blade of sword chi. Rainer felt a dire sense of danger. She immediately manipulated her light power, condensing countless light spears around her and firing them all at Lin Luokan. This trick again. How cliché. Lin Luokan swung the sword in his hand frantically, throwing out countless blades of sword chi that shattered all the incoming light spears. No. This is impossible. A mere human brat. Why would he possess this kind of power? Is that a sacred gear? How is that possible? Such a sacred gear has never appeared in the system's database. Flap. Rainer flapped her black wings, wanting to flee again. But she was grabbed by Lin Luokan with one hand, unable to move. At the same time, Issei, Rias, and the others arrived at the scene. Such a massive fluctuation of magic power could hardly fail to attract their attention, so they hurried over immediately. So you see, you have long hair but short sight. I forgot to tell you, I am a Longinus wielder. Lin Luokan snorted coldly and immediately prepared to turn his belt to give her the final blow. Perhaps sensing Lin Luokan's killing intent, Rainer no longer had her previous arrogance. When she saw Issei below, Rainer's eyes lit up. Issei-kun, save me. Her voice also changed back to Amano Yuma's cute tone. This human wants to kill me. I like you the most. I love you. So please, you must save me. Hearing this, Lin Luokan stopped his movements and quietly looked at Issei below. He also wanted to see what choice Hyodo Issei would make. Rainer played the role of Amano Yuma again, her eyes welling with tears as she pleaded bitterly with Issei. Issei clenched his fists, tears falling from the corners of his eyes as memories flooded his mind. He grit his teeth and spoke. Goodbye, my first love. Luo Chen, I've had enough, please, do it. Lin Luokan smiled. Fine. Click. The belt turned, and the woodwind eagle crystal popped out, caught by Lin Luokan with the Aurora sword. Then, a pair of thorn-like wings condensed from pure wind elements erupted from Lin Luokan's back. The edges of those wings flickered with a piercing cold light as he soared into the air. Emperor. Piercing wind thorn. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sharp, feather-like spikes shot out instantly toward Rainer, riddling her with countless holes in an instant. Boom. An explosion rang out. A card imprinted with the image of the fallen angel Rainer spun in the air. Lin Luokan caught it and then sealed it into the Emperor belt. A single black feather drifted in the air. Hyodo Issei reached out to catch it, his eyes full of loneliness. Lin Luokan slowly descended from the sky, and the Emperor armor deactivated. He patted Issei's shoulder without saying much. He knew that for any man, a first love is an indelible and very important memory. With this, the Rainer incident came to an end. As for that priest freed, by the time everyone rushed over, they had already vanished without a trace. After Asia's situation was resolved, Lin Luokan suggested that Rias should also take Asia as her familiar. So this sweet and naive girl believed Lin Luokan's words just like that and joined Rias's camp. She seemed to have forgotten that the god she believed in was a mortal enemy of devils, yet here she was, reincarnated as a devil. She even clasped her hands together. Lord, this must be the arrangement of fate. Then a dramatic scene occurred. Wa tilde. Asia crouched on the ground, clutching her head as tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Lin Luokan shook his head with a smile. Asia, you're a devil now. You can't pray anymore, okay? Otherwise, this happens. Ah, yes. However, what Lin Luokan didn't expect was that since Asia had nowhere to go, Rias suggested she stay at Lin Luokan's house. Under Senior Akino's death stare, Lin Luokan felt quite helpless and had no choice but to let Asia stay at his home. His parents were actually happy that such a cute girl had joined the household, making Lin Luokan doubt whether he was their biological son. After finally returning to his room, Lin Luokan lay on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. However, his consciousness returned to the mental space. Elder Shenshin had been waiting for a long time. You're here. Elder Shenshin looked at Lin Luokan with a smile. Senior. Lin Luokan cupped his fists in greeting. With a wave of Elder Shenshin's hand, the magic sealing box appeared in his palm. Under Lin Luokan's gaze, the elder placed his hand on the magic sealing box. A faint light glowed, and the seal demon talisman imprinted with the stray devil appeared. Elder Shenshin handed it over. This. Looking at the seal demon talisman, Lin Luokan was somewhat puzzled. However, the moment he took it, the seal demon talisman suddenly shattered, turning into countless particles that merged into Lin Luokan's body. A warm current flowed through his body. Continue the stake standing. Elder Shenshin's voice rang out. Lin Luokan nodded and immediately began training according to the requirements. Gradually, that warm current seemed to form a certain cycle, causing Lin Luokan's fatigue to vanish completely. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. Time flowed by bit, but in the mental space, the concept of time didn't seem to exist. The entire world naturally rotated around some kind of law. When Lin Luokan opened his eyes, a fist the size of a sandbag was punching toward him. Lin Luokan reacted instantly, dodging the punch by a hair's breadth. Elder Shenshin stroked his white beard and smiled with satisfaction. Next, I will teach you a type of fist technique. Southern fist, also known as Southern style, is the general term for all fist techniques popular in the South. As he spoke, Elder Shenshin struck instantly. This time, his fist was even faster than before, and even more sharp. Bang! In just one encounter, Lin Luokan was sent flying. He didn't have time to react at all. His head was buzzing, but he quickly scrambled to his feet. After all, he had been beaten plenty of times before. To become stronger, one always has to pay a price. Southern fist mainly emphasizes varied hand techniques, fast strikes, and a stable lower body. Again. Bang! Lin Luokan had lost count of how many times he had been sent flying, but the results were very obvious. He was slowly grasping a trace of the essence of Southern fist. Back in reality, when he opened his eyes again, a scene that made him gasp appeared. Why is it so soft? Lin Luokan applied a little pressure with his palm. Tilde. A soft moan suddenly came from beside him. Ache. Senior Akino. Bang. It hurts. Hiss. Lin Luokan clutched his head and slowly crawled up from under the bed. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Senior Akino lying beside him without a stitch of clothing. It nearly scared him to death, causing him to fall off the bed. Tilde good day. Luo Chen kun tilde. Senior Akino lay on the bed, her watery eyes looking at him with a face full of smiles. Good morning, Senior Akino. Oh pai. Lin Luokan immediately felt his face was wet. He reached out to touch it, it was a nosebleed. This is just too tempting. Senior Akino is practically cheating. Ala tilde Luo Chen kun looks so cute when he's surprised tilde. While Lin Luokan was thinking, Senior Akino looked at him and licked her lips, then stood up quite openly and began to put on her clothes. Wait, no. Why is she at my house? And in my bed? Lin Luokan was completely baffled. Creak. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Mr. Luo Chen, it's time to get up. Clatter. The tray in Asia's hands instantly fell to the floor. She covered her small mouth, looking at the scene in disbelief. Lin Luokan sighed and stood up. Asia, wait a moment, listen to my quib. Listen to my explanation. Mr. Luo Chen. Is Senior Akino already so close to Mr. Luo Chen? Asia looked completely crestfallen, leaving Lin Luokan bewildered. Fortunately, Asia didn't do anything unexpected, which allowed Lin Luokan to breathe a sigh of relief. But then again, ha ha hey hey hey. A lecherous smile appeared on Lin Luokan's face as he couldn't help but recall Senior Akino's perfect figure. His nosebleed started flowing again uncontrollably. After the morning's farce, Lin Luokan arrived at the park. I'm going to be the harem king, huff, huff. As soon as he reached the park, he saw Issei running while panting heavily, shouting his dream aloud. Lin Luokan shook his head with a smile. Sorry Issei, I'll take care of the cute girls on your behalf. He walked forward. Yo, morning. Seeing him, Issei stopped. Ah, you foolish handsome guy. Luo Chen, why are you here too? Lin Luokan spread his hands. Can't be helped. Senior Rias asked me to come and supervise you. By the way, where is she? Just then, a head of bright red long hair came into view. Rias walked over gracefully. Good day tilde Luo Chen Kun. Morning, Senior Rias. Lin Luokan also greeted her with a smile. Well then, warm-up is over. We're starting the formal training, Issei. President. That was just a warm-up. Issei let out a wail. Given your ability, the higher your basic physical fitness, the more power you can exert. Lin Luokan also nodded. That's right, Issei. If your physical fitness can't keep up, even a powerful Longinus class sacred gear like the boosted gear won't be of much use in your hands, right? So, Lin Luokan began to accompany Issei in his special training. However, whether it was the effect of training in the mental space, his physical condition had become exceptionally good. His body felt lighter than ever, and in the blink of an eye, he left Issei far behind without even breaking a sweat. Watching Lin Luokan sprinting ahead, Issei completely broke down. Because of the comparison, Rias became even stricter with Issei. Issei, don't slack off. Look at Luo Chen Kun, he's already 3 laps ahead of you. Rias's voice came over, and Issei let out a howl. No way. After that, I lived a rare few days of peaceful life. Issei also began his work as a devil, and so did Asia, who lived at Lin Luokan's house. From time to time, Lin Luokan would accompany Asia to help her complete her devil work. One day, after finishing work. Thank you, Luo Chen. Asia said with a smile. She was able to complete her work smoothly thanks to Lin Luokan's assistance. Lin Luokan smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, Asia. By the way, how about you take a bath first? Hearing this, Asia nodded, tidied up, and walked into the bathroom. Lin Luokan returned to his room, stretched, and lay on the bed exhaustedly. Devil work is really not easy. Zing. However, just as he was thinking, the floor of the room suddenly lit up. It was the Grimoire crest. Lin Luokan hurriedly sat up. Accompanied by a blinding red light, Rias actually appeared in his room. Senior Rias. Before he could react, Rias lunged at him and pinned him down. Luo Chen Kun, hold me. Lin Luokan was completely bewildered, but the softness of the girl and her body fragrance transmitted to him, making his imagination run wild for a moment. Take my purity quickly, the sooner the better. Hearing Rias's words, Lin Luokan suddenly snapped out of it. He had already thought of something. Phoenix, is it happening so soon? Even though the peaceful days had only lasted a few days, during this time, he had gotten along well with everyone. He would also go out for walks with Senior Akino from time to time. Well, they were called walks, but they were actually dates. Of course, he didn't neglect Asia either. As for Rias, to be honest, Lin Luokan was also a bit surprised. Perhaps it was because of Lin Luokan's great strength that Rias looked at him in a new light. Moreover, Lin Luokan had always been helping them. Therefore, Rias also developed a certain strange emotion toward Lin Luokan. Compared to Issei, she was more curious about Lin Luokan. Whenever she saw Lin Luokan and Akino laughing and talking, she would feel a bit uneasy in her heart. Carrying these emotions, and having encountered the marriage pressure from House Phoenix, Rias sought out Lin Luokan immediately. As she spoke, she prepared to take off her clothes. Wait a second, Senior Rias. No matter how you look at it, this is too fast. Just kidding. I am single-minded toward Senior Akino. But after all, it's Senior Rias being forceful. You can't blame me for this, right? A perverted smile appeared on Lin Luokan's face. Is it because I'm not as beautiful as Akino? Rias suddenly blurted out. Lin Luokan was stunned instantly. No, it's not that. Senior Rias is also very beautiful. You could be said to be any guy's dream girl. Then why are you rejecting me? As long as the deed is done, they won't have any objections. The only person around me who can do this with me is you. Yuto won't do, he's a pure knight. As for Issei, he's not mature enough. Lin Luokan suddenly felt a headache coming on. However, Rias's finger brushed across Lin Luokan's chin, making his body tremble. The only one who can hear my request and take my purity within minutes is you. Please. Luo Chen-kun. Lin Luokan felt his blood boil instantly. Strands of crimson hair fell onto his body, and the scent of red hair drifted into his nostrils. What man could hold back after seeing this? However, just as Lin Luokan intended to do something. Zing! The floor of the room lit up again, and a silver light flashed. Still a step too late. Rias sighed, and Lin Luokan also cleared his head a bit. He knew who the newcomer was. Although it was a bit of a pity, Lin Luokan also knew that if he took Rias's purity like this, he would be no different from a beast. A silver-haired maid appeared before Lin Luokan and Rias. She sighed, must you do this just to make the negotiations fail? If I don't do this, how could my father and brother possibly listen to my opinion? Rias's gaze narrowed, her eyes sharp. If the master and Lord Searsex knew you were offering your chastity to such a lowly person, they would be very heartbroken. Lowly person. Lin Luokan immediately stood up and spoke irritably. Who are you calling lowly? Boom. The Emperor magnetic field instantly expanded. A strong sense of pressure was released from Lin Luokan, but it skillfully avoided Rias and targeted only Graphia Lucifuge. Graphia Lucifuge glanced at Lin Luokan, her eyes narrowing slightly. She didn't speak, but she felt the pressure emanating from him and couldn't help but take another look at him. Hearing the maid's statement, Rias's expression suddenly became very ugly. My purity belongs to me. What's wrong with offering it to someone I acknowledge? Also, I won't allow you to insult him, Graphia. Hearing Rias's words, Lin Luokan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He really wanted to see if this legendary strongest queen was truly as powerful as the rumors said. But for Rias's sake, he decided to remain silent. Rias glanced at Lin Luokan, her eyes revealing gratitude. She knew very well that Lin Luokan's combat power was unfathomable. If he really fought with Graphia Lucifuge, it was uncertain who would win. The woman, Graphia Lucifuge, sighed while picking up Rias's top from the floor. Regardless, you are the successor head of the Grimoire clan. Please do not do such things in front of a gentleman at will. As she spoke, she draped the clothes over Rias. Then Graphia Lucifuge turned her gaze to Lin Luokan. A pleasure to meet you. I serve the Grimoire clan and am named Graphia. Please give me your guidance. Lin Luokan glanced at her, and a massive pressure surged from his body. This made Graphia Lucifuge's brow furrow as she felt the pressure double, and she unconsciously took a step back. Lin Luokan. Although Graphia Lucifuge was polite, calling him lowly upon their first meeting still made him feel displeased. With a cold-made outfit, silver hair braided into a play, and a gentle appearance, her temperament was somewhat similar to Rias's, both were of the big sister type. Since you're a beauty, forget it. Thinking this, Lin Luokan withdrew the expanded magnetic field. Only then did Graphia Lucifuge realize that cold sweat had broken out on her back at some point. Seeing Lin Luokan withdraw the pressure, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Luokan. Could this be the one? Graphia Lucifuge raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Luokan with curiosity. Yes, this is the wielder of the new Longinus, Lin Luokan, Rias introduced. Graphia Lucifuge nodded, then bowed deeply to Lin Luokan. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Lin Luokan. I apologize for my rudeness just now. She knew very well what a Longinus wielder represented. If one could be recruited, they must definitely not be antagonized. Lin Luokan gave a faint, Since the other party had apologized, there was no need to pursue it further. This also made Rias breathe a sigh of relief. Graphia, is this your own intention? Or the intention of the entire family? Or, is it my brother's intention? Rias pouted and squinted her eyes at Graphia Lucifuge. It is all of them, Graphia Lucifuge responded flatly. I see. A flash of loneliness crossed Rias's eyes. She finished dressing and looked back at Lin Luokan. Sorry, Luo Chen-kun. Let's pretend what just happened didn't happen, okay? Let's leave it at this for tonight. I've troubled you. See you at the clubroom tomorrow. After saying goodbye, Rias and Graphia Lucifuge disappeared into the light emitted by the magic circle. Lin Luokan was lost in thought. With a strange feeling in his heart, Lin Luokan arrived at the clubroom early the next morning. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt that the atmosphere was off. Looking up, he saw the silver-haired maid, Graphia Lucifuge, actually inside the clubroom, her face still wearing a cold, stern expression. Rias's complexion was not very good. Akino sat beside her, although she wore her standard smile. Those familiar with her could sense that her aura was somewhat cold. Kaneko sat in the corner. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was somewhat ominous. Asia gripped Lin Luokan's sleeve tightly. Issei and Kiba also entered the clubroom after Lin Luokan. Since everyone is here, I apologize, but I have something to say before we begin our activities. Lin Luokan narrowed his eyes, he already knew what she was going to say. Just as Rias was preparing to say something, the magic circle on the floor of the clubroom suddenly began to glow. A look of shock appeared on Issei's face. Phoenix! Kiba exclaimed. Along with the flashing of blinding light, a scorching aura rushed toward them. A male figure stood amidst the flames. He waved his hand, dispelling the surrounding fire. Hey, it really has been a long time since I last came to the human world. A man who looked very arrogant appeared. His blonde hair and roguish appearance made Lin Luokan instantly confirm that this guy was that spoiled brat. Riser Phoenix. He looked around, eventually locking his gaze onto Rias, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. My dear Rias, I have come specifically to see you. Rias squinted at the man, looking as if she were not very welcoming. However, the man completely ignored her attitude and slowly walked toward Rias. Alright Rias, let's skip the small talk. Shall we go check out the ceremony venue now? The date has been set, and some minor details should be decided sooner rather than later. As he spoke, his hand reached toward Senior Rias, yet it was grabbed by someone midair. Touching someone without the girl's consent is a very rude act. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. This action also surprised Rias, and a strange glint flashed in her eyes. Huh, who are you? Riser spoke with a displeased expression. Lin Luokan was not annoyed. Rude guy, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Upon hearing this, Riser's aura instantly turned cold, and he looked at Lin Luokan with displeasure. Rias, didn't you mention me to your servants? And to think there is actually someone who doesn't know me. Wait, he is a human. Why would a human be here? Because there was no need to mention you, so I didn't, Rias said indifferently. Mr. Lin Luokan. Just then, Graphia Lucifuge spoke up from the side. Lin Luokan turned to look at her. This is Lord Riser Phoenix, a pure-blooded devil noble, and the third son of House Phoenix. Oh tilde a turkey, Lin Luokan raised his voice strangely. No wonder he is so rude. Key. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the scene instantly froze, and even Rias felt it was a bit tricky. The expression on Riser's face instantly froze, and then he was consumed by rage. Human. Do you know who you are talking to? How dare you insult House Phoenix? A spoiled brat, and you dare to provoke the dragon's might. Lin Luokan did not show any weakness, he stepped forward, and his Emperor magnetic field instantly opened. In an instant, a massive pressure descended, catching Riser off guard. Even he felt something was wrong and had to use his full strength to resist this pressure. Flames instantly erupted from his body. Only then did he barely manage to stand against Lin Luokan. Seeing this, a flash of surprise crossed Graphia Lucifuge's eyes, and she stepped forward. Wait a moment, Mr. Lin Luokan. This Lord Riser is Miss Rias's fiancé. Lord Riser, this is Mr. Lin Luokan, a wielder of a new Longinus. She looked at Riser, her tone slightly cold. Our side, the Devils, has always held a welcoming attitude toward Longinus wielders, right? Fiancé. Before Lin Luokan could speak, Issei shouted out first. Lin Luokan sighed and withdrew the Emperor magnetic field. The Riser opposite him also breathed a slight sigh of relief. He could feel that the power within Lin Luokan was unfathomable. Just the pressure alone required his full effort to resist. What kind of existence is this guy? In the gaze Riser directed at Lin Luokan, a hint of gravity appeared unconsciously. However, Lin Luokan didn't care at all and shook off his hand. You must be polite to girls, understand? Mr. Turkey. Upon hearing this, Riser could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, because he knew that he might not be able to provoke the man in front of him. Moreover, the other party also held the identity of a Longinus wielder. Up until now, there was no sign of the Longinus being revealed, yet he was already struggling to cope with just this. Subsequently, the atmosphere eased slightly. Senior Akino was responsible for making tea. As expected of Rias's queen, your tea-making skills are truly excellent. You flatter me. Akino still maintained a polite smile, but Lin Luokan could see how she was different from usual. Rias sat on the sofa. Riser sat down beside her. Lin Luokan narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at him. Perhaps noticing his gaze, Riser's hand suddenly froze, and he ultimately compromised, not daring to make any frivolous moves toward Rias. After all, at this time, Riser's identity was still Rias's fiancé, so Lin Luokan did not say much more. However, thinking of what happened last night, Lin Luokan's mood eased slightly. After all, he had seen everything of Rias. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Asia, nearby, also noticed that Lin Luokan seemed to be smiling. Excuse me, is there something happy going on? Asia asked with an innocent face. Lin Luokan shook his head. Nothing, just remembered a few memories. No lewd fantasies allowed. Kaniko's voice suddenly came from the side, which made Lin Luokan feel a bit awkward. This girl, she really is sharp. By the way, wasn't this line meant for Issei? To think she used it on me. Just as Lin Luokan was thinking, Rias's roar came from the side. Have you had enough? Rias left the sofa, stood up, and glared at Riser. As for Riser, he remained the same, wearing a grinning expression on his face. I said I won't marry you. That's right, I've heard you say that many times before. But Rias, this won't do, right? Don't you know the situation of your family? Riser looked at her playfully, which made Lin Luokan feel somewhat displeased. He really wanted to punch that smug face of his. Creak. His fist clenched, suddenly making a sound. Riser, nearby, also noticed this and swallowed a mouthful of saliva unconsciously. However, thinking that he was, after all, Rias's fiancé, he shouldn't be able to interfere in matters between a devil couple, right? Riser couldn't help but think this way. I don't need you to lecture me. Since I am the next head of the Grimoire clan, I will decide my own husband. Everyone in the family is in such a hurry, even though they promised not to interfere with my life until I graduate from university. Rias looked very angry as she shouted, pointing at Riser. Seeing this, Lin Luokan's brow furrowed. Yes, in principle you are indeed free, but your father and your elder brother, Lord Searzex, are very worried. They worry that the Grimoire clan will end with your generation. You must know that in the previous Great War, too many pure-blooded devils died. Even though the war is over now, there is still significant friction and competition between devils, angels, and fallen angels. You should know that many pure-blooded devil families have already perished. Originally, there were exactly 72 families, but only less than half have survived until now. Therefore, as fellow pure-blooded devils, the union between high-class devil families is very necessary. You should understand this. Listening to their conversation, Lin Luokan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As someone who was neither a servant nor a devil, suddenly interfering in the affairs of pure-blooded devil families might bring trouble upon himself, but it concerned Rias's happiness after all. Although the devil side was currently very polite to him because of his strength, the high-class devils likely wouldn't stand idly by when it came to matters involving the continuation of their race. Hearing this, Issei's face was also full of anger. He couldn't accept that his kind senior and master would marry a man she didn't like. I certainly won't let the Grimoire clan end like this. Naturally, I have plans to marry. Rias's eyes flickered, and she finally spoke those words. Hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on Riser's face. I knew you were a smart woman, Rias. Then quickly, with me. Before he could finish his sentence. However, I still won't marry you, Riser. I will marry someone I actually like. I believe I still possess that much right. Riser instantly became somewhat impatient, his eyes narrowing. Rias. I am also a devil who bears the name of Phoenix. Your behavior has already crossed my bottom line. I have yielded and persuaded time and again, yet you still persist. Whoosh. Flames ignited around Riser, and a heatwave rushed toward them. Even if I have to burn all your servants to ashes, I will take you back. Killing intent and hostility spread through the room. Perhaps out of fear, Issei's body was trembling, and even Asia was the same, silently clutching the corner of Lin Luokan's clothes. She probably couldn't withstand this bone-chilling coldness, right? With an unfriendly gaze, Lin Luokan shielded Asia behind him. He expanded the Emperor magnetic field to help Asia and Issei block this aura. As the Emperor magnetic field expanded, Asia's pale face eased slightly, and she gave Lin Luokan a grateful look. Kiba and Kaneko didn't tremble, but they were already prepared to enter a combat state at any moment. Are my words just farts to you? Try it if you think you can. Lin Luokan snorted coldly and took a step forward, stepping between Riser and Rias. A faint golden light erupted from his body, suppressing Riser's flames back. Riser's flames gathered on his back, forming a shape similar to wings. It truly looked like the legendary phoenix. Rias glanced at Lin Luokan, then walked to his side, her body beginning to emit a faint red demonic power. The atmosphere in the room instantly became explosive, as if both sides were about to start fighting. Earlier, I didn't settle scores with you for the sake of you being a Longinus possessor, but do you even intend to interfere in the family affairs of devils? Human. Riser bellowed. However, Lin Luokan only sneered. HMPH. I can't be bothered to reason with you, you're not worthy of hearing it. Emperor armor. As he spoke, a flash of golden light appeared, and the Emperor belt manifested on Lin Luokan's waist as he clenched his fists. Please wait a moment. Graphia Lucifuge suddenly intervened. Mr. Lin Luokan, Lord Riser, Miss Rias. Please calm down. If you all do not stop, I cannot simply let this continue. Graphia's words were calm yet extremely authoritative, causing Rias and Riser's expressions to freeze instantly. Only Lin Luokan was completely unbothered. He looked at Graphia. Miss Graphia, I respect you as Senior Rias's sister-in-law, which is why I am so polite to you. Before this, I want to ask, are all high-class devils like this guy? Even a guy like this wants to marry Senior Rias. Regardless of whether Senior Rias is willing or not, in my view, he simply doesn't deserve her. Why should a turkey be paired with a beauty? I don't think such a logic exists in this world, Lin Luokan laughed fearlessly. Graphia's brow furrowed. Mr. Lin Luokan, please mind your words. Although you are very powerful, you cannot insult the House Phoenix like this. After all, as the representative of the Devil King, she still had to speak for the Devil side. Sorry. Just when everyone thought Lin Luokan was going to bow his head, his next sentence surprised them all. I'm not targeting him alone. I'm saying that if his family is full of people like him, then his entire family is trash. As soon as these words were spoken, Issei's mouth dropped open in surprise, a smear of a smile appeared on Rias's face, and her other servants were the same. Graphia fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Riser was even more furious, the flames behind him surging violently as if he wanted to skin Lin Luokan alive right now. Human. You have repeatedly insulted the House Phoenix. I cannot let you go. Even if Rias pleads for you, I will burn you to ashes. Let me go. Lin Luokan raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with coldness. Are you even worthy? The atmosphere became tense once again. Graphia took a deep breath, and a powerful aura erupted from her. That's enough, all of you. Boom. The powerful aura forced Riser back 2 steps, but Lin Luokan remained motionless, his eyes narrowing as he waited for Graphia's next words. The Master and Lord Searsex also knew very well that things would eventually turn out like this. Graphia sighed. Then I will speak plainly. The family has decided to adopt the final plan. Final plan. What is this about, Graphia? Rias was somewhat puzzled. Young mistress, if you must refuse, then decide the winner with Lord Riser through a rating game. Rating game. Rias's expression immediately became solemn. After all, the rating games of the Devil World hadn't yet developed to the point of being promoted globally, they were currently only used internally by devils. As for the outcome of the engagement, it will be decided by the winner of the rating game. Lin Luokan raised an eyebrow and looked directly into Graphia's eyes. Is this fair? This guy's servants are already fully collected, right? While Senior Rias only has a few people on her side. Lin Luokan walked up to Graphia and looked straight into her silver eyes. If the outcome must be decided by a rating game, then I want to join too. Otherwise, even if it means going to war with you, I will become an enemy of you, the strongest queen, for the sake of Senior Rias's happiness. Lin Luokan's words were powerful and resonant, leaving Graphia lost in thought. Rias's eyes shone with even more brilliance. Looking at Lin Luokan's figure, her lips trembled slightly. Luo Chen Kun. Mere human, what right do you have to participate in our rating game? Riser snorted, his face full of disdain. He couldn't wait to burn Lin Luokan to ashes right now. But if you want to seek death, I won't stop you. Lin Luokan remained silent and turned to look at Rias. Rias, do you wish for it? What? Do you want me to give you a hand? Lin Luokan smiled slightly. After all, this was an internal matter for the devils, and if he wanted to intervene, it was best if Rias made the request. A smile appeared on Rias's beautiful face. I couldn't ask for more. If Luo Chen is willing to help, that would be truly wonderful. In that case, Miss Graphia Lucifuge, you heard it too. I will join Rias's peerage temporarily as an outsider. In that case, even I should be able to participate in the devil's rating game, right? Looking at the smile on Lin Luokan's face, Graphia Lucifuge didn't know what to do for a moment. Haha, good. I have no objections. Since Rias intends to accept, I will naturally see it through to the end. Riser laughed loudly, looking at Lin Luokan with unkind eyes. Of course, Riser. I will let you witness my power. Rias also stood up, blocking Lin Luokan, and looked at Riser without showing any weakness. Graphia Lucifuge narrowed her eyes, thinking about something. Just then, a bright light flickered on the table. A miniature figure appeared on the table, with red hair, a handsome face, and a cloak draped over his body. It was a projection of Searsex. I have more or less understood the situation. In that case, in the name of the Mao, I allow Lin Luokan to temporarily join Rias's peerage to participate in this rating game. Lord Searsex. Everyone exclaimed. Brother. Rias covered her mouth, somewhat surprised. Searsex looked at Riser. Riser, do you have any objections? You can raise them now. Riser waved his hand. Since the Mao has said so, I don't mind. However, Rias. He turned to look at Rias. If you win, I'll let you do as you please, but if I win, you must marry me immediately. Don't worry, you won't have a chance to win. Lin Luokan said calmly. The two glared at each other, their intense gazes colliding. Searsex nodded. Then I will leave the rest to you, Graphia Lucifuge. Wouldn't that be too reckless, Lord Searsex? Graphia Lucifuge asked with some concern. Searsex smiled lightly. Isn't that what makes it interesting? Besides, Rias's peerage is indeed not yet complete. On the other hand, Riser has already participated in many rating games. Isn't that unfair to Rias? What a doting brother he is. This could also be considered a silent protest against the elders within the family. Lin Luokan smiled slightly and remained silent. He still had a very good impression of this Mao. Graphia Lucifuge bowed slightly. I understand, Lord Searsex. Subsequently, the projection disappeared, and the scene fell into silence again. Graphia Lucifuge looked at Lin Luokan. Mr. Lin Luokan, I will ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to participate in this rating game as a member of Rias's peerage? Of course. I promised Rias that I would set her free, and besides. Lin Luokan looked at Rias. Watching a beauty marry a turkey with my own eyes. Hey, sorry, I can't do that. You. Riser was burning with rage and pointed his finger at Lin Luokan, but then seemed to remember something, glared at Lin Luokan viciously, and put his hand down. We'll see. In the rating game, I will burn you to ashes. Riser was absolutely furious that Lin Luokan kept calling him a turkey. It was one thing to insult him, but Lin Luokan didn't even respect their family. Hearing Lin Luokan's words, Rias felt exceptionally reassured for some reason, and a strange emotion toward Lin Luokan arose in her heart. Beside them, Akino, Asia, and the others looked at Lin Luokan's back, their mouths slightly pouting, but they didn't say anything more. After all, the most important thing right now is not to let Rias be handed over to Riser. After Graphia Lucifuge received the answer, she said, I understand. Then, I will act as a witness and be responsible for refereeing this game. Any questions? None. Sure. Rias and Riser nodded one after another. Then Graphia Lucifuge bowed slightly. Then, I will be responsible for notifying the lords of both families. Riser looked at the people behind Rias and immediately started mocking them. I say, Rias, your servants can't just be these few, right? Rias raised her eyebrows slightly. So what? Ha 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 ha. Riser immediately held his forehead and laughed. There's nothing to compare here, right? Snap. Riser snapped his fingers, and a magic circle appeared behind him. Immediately after, one figure after another stepped out from the magic circle. Let me show you my lovely servants as well. Lin Luokan scanned the area slightly. There were 15 servants in total, plus Riser himself as the king, making 16 people in total. Just like in the original story, they were all girls. At the same time, Issei, who was behind Lin Luokan, suddenly trembled, and tears flowed from his eyes uncontrollably. Lin Luokan noticed this, immediately held his forehead and smiled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. Rias, who was beside him, felt the same. Hey, Rias, why is that servant of yours wailing? Facing Riser's question, Rias held her forehead. His dream is to build a harem. I think it's probably because he was touched by seeing your servants. How disgusting. Such voices also came from the servants behind Riser. Well, but this kind of Issei is the real Issei, a pure pervert and idiot. Lin Luokan sighed and bowed gentlemanly to the girls behind Riser. Sorry, our Issei is just like this. I'm really sorry, he's a pervert. Hey, Luo Chen, whose side are you on? Issei immediately became unhappy and waved his fist in loud protest. Hearing this, Riser raised his eyebrows slightly, and then, in everyone's view, he pulled over the girl beside him, that seemed to be his queen. The two began to kiss passionately, making everyone's cheeks flush red. Lin Luokan sighed, turned his head away, and covered Asia's eyes. Wuawa. Asia's face was already flushed red. Sure enough, this kind of scene was still too stimulating for her. After the kiss, Riser looked at Issei with a playful smile. You will never achieve this goal in your life, you low-level devil. President will never marry a playboy like you. Amidst his roar, the boosted gear appeared, and Issei pointed the dragon hand at Riser. Huh, aren't you just worshipping the life of a playboy like me? Shut up. This idiot. Lin Luokan had black lines on his forehead, he no longer knew how to evaluate this idiot. After that, Riser left the clubroom with his servants. The time for the game was also set, it would take place in 10 days. On the way home, Lin Luokan held Senior Akino's hand while Asia walked beside them, though she seemed to be acting quite awkwardly. It seemed she wanted to hold hands but didn't dare to, so Lin Luokan used his other hand to pull Asia over and gave her a slight smile. Asia was startled for a moment, but then she too revealed a gentle smile. Era, since when did Asia and Luo Chen get so close? Senior Akino, seeing this, covered her mouth and chuckled. Senior Akino. Asia's cheeks flushed slightly, but she was reluctant to let go of Lin Luokan's hand, it made her feel very safe. Alright, Senior Akino, stop teasing Asia. You know she's thin-skinned, Lin Luokan said with a helpless smile. Tilde Luo Chen-kun was quite handsome today, wasn't he? I didn't expect you to be so assertive. However, Lady Graphia is hailed as the strongest queen. Luo Chen-kun, it might be better if you were a bit more polite to her next time. Akino said, looking somewhat worried. Lin Luokan nodded. I understand. In truth, he didn't want to get on Graphia's bad side either, but in that situation, for Rias's sake, he had to be firm. He could only hope Graphia wouldn't mind. After all, Graphia was a beauty, and Lin Luokan was always a gentleman toward beauties. Hey, Luo Chen. What is it, Senior Akino? I'm saying if I were like Rias and forced to marry someone I didn't like, would you come to save me? Lin Luokan looked up and saw the expectation in Akino's eyes, and he gave her a gentle smile. Does that even need to be said? Whoever dares to lay a hand on Senior Akino, I won't let them off, even if it's Issei. Issei. Achu. Issei scratched his head in confusion. Strange. I've already become a devil, can I still catch a cold? Receiving Lin Luokan's affirmative answer, a smile blossomed on Akino's exquisite face, yet her eyes brimmed with tears as a warm current surged through her heart. It had been a long time. It had been a very long time since she had been protected by someone. The last time was when she was held in her mother's arms, watching with her own eyes as her mother died to protect her. Luo Chen-kun. A touch of softness met the corner of Lin Luokan's lips, and his eyes widened. Asia, standing to the side, was so shocked she didn't know what to do and covered her mouth with her hands. Akino senpai. Mr. Luo Chen. Lin Luokan's mind instantly turned into a mess. What is this? Am I being kissed forcefully? But it seems, not bad. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Akino reluctantly pulled her lips away. A strand of glistening silver liquid stretched long between their lips. Akino smiled slightly. This is your reward. Thank you. Asia pouted on the side, seemingly a bit jealous. She plucked up her courage, her cheeks flushed red. In that case, Mr. Luo Chen. I want one too. Lin Luokan suddenly became flustered, and a cry of surprise rang out. Oh my tilde is Asia jealous. Tilde how cute. Senior Akino covered her mouth and giggled, looking at Asia with a playful gaze. Amidst the commotion, Lin Luokan finally made it home. However, to his surprise, Senior Akino was moving in as well. Thus, under the influence of magic, Lin Luokan's cheap parents accepted this fact. They were even very welcoming of Akino's arrival, and Akino did not disappoint. She was skilled in various types of cooking and housework, and she was an expert in the tea ceremony. This made the Lin parents absolutely delighted. The next day, Lin Luokan arrived at school with dark circles under his eyes. The reason was simple. Senior Akino insisted on sleeping with Lin Luokan, and Asia refused to back down. Sandwiched between the two, how could Lin Luokan have any mind to sleep? But with the two of them monitoring each other, Lin Luokan couldn't make a move. He could only look but not touch. It was practically torture. Luo Chen-kun, didn't you sleep well last night? Rias walked up, questioning the listless Lin Luokan. Hey, didn't sleep well. I didn't sleep at all. Alright, cheer up. We're heading out, okay. Rias said with a smile. Heading out? To where? We're going to the mountains to train. Upon hearing this, Lin Luokan remembered that before the raiding game, Rias needed to have her servants trained. Especially Issei. Currently, he couldn't even achieve Balance Breaker, nor had he awakened Red Dragon Emperor's gift. One could say that aside from doubling his own power, he was useless, and his power was still very weak. Even when doubled, it remained weak. Watching Issei climb the mountain with a backpack as big as a small hill, Lin Luokan smiled slightly. Issei, you have to train hard. Your sacred gear functions based on your own strength. The stronger you are, the stronger the sacred gear becomes. Shut up. Speaking of which, Luo Chen, come and help me out already. Issei shouted, panting heavily. This was ordered by Senior Rias, you know. Sorry, Issei, my hands are tied, Lin Luokan said with a slight smile. Taking a step ahead, a petite lowly girl also carrying a huge backpack walked up, overtook Issei, and continued forward. The backpack on her was even larger than Issei's. This scene made Lin Luokan's lip twitch slightly. The sheer sense of contrast. Ah! Issei yelled and then charged up the mountain, chasing after Kaniko's figure. Top 1. Ha! Clack clack clack. The crisp sound of collisions rang out as Lin Luokan and Kiba each held a wooden sword. The two swung wildly, their sword speeds almost too fast for the naked eye to see. Under Elder Shenshin's guidance, Lin Luokan's progress could be described as rapid. Although he was mostly getting beaten, he had made significant gains. To the point where, facing Kiba who specialized in swordsmanship, he could hold his own with a wooden sword. Although he was mostly on the defensive, Kiba still couldn't do anything to him. It was true that Kiba was fast, but Lin Luokan wasn't slow either. Moreover, to deal with Elder Shenshin's attacks, Lin Luokan had become most proficient in defense. Of course, what Lin Luokan was best at was still hand-to-hand combat, such as Southern Fist. Issei stood to the side, watching their duel. He was dumbfounded, his world was crumbling. He knew Lin Luokan was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong, a human body being able to compete with Kiba, who had already become a devil, without falling behind. Just moments ago, when he was training with Kiba, the wooden sword in his hand had been knocked to the ground countless times, making him grimace in pain. Top 2. Under Senior Akino's guidance, Lin Luokan lightly tapped the water. In the next second, the water in the cup instantly froze, turning into hard ice shards. Woe tilde so this is magic. Manifesting the thoughts in one's mind with demonic power, that was magic. As for demonic power, as someone with the 5 elements bloodline, his mana capacity was naturally immense. After some pointers from Akino, Lin Luokan had also gained a preliminary mastery of magic application. Issei was still suffering setbacks. Top 3. Bang. Awa. Thud. Issei traced a curve in the air and slammed hard into a tree trunk. Watching this scene, Lin Luokan's lip twitched. The one before them was Kaniko, the super strength girl. Too weak. Kaniko critiqued mercilessly. Being sent flying by a punch from a petite loli like Kaniko must have been a huge blow to Issei's psyche. Lin Luokan smiled helplessly. However, in the next second, Kaniko walked toward him. Senior Luo Chen, it's your turn. Lin Luokan. Not happy. Woohoo 5 ants. Lin Luokan exclaimed, his mouth stuffed with food. Having finally finished training, everyone was now sitting around the dining table eating dinner. The vegetables seemed to be wild greens that Kiba had picked on the mountain, The meat was wild boar that Rias had hunted, and the fish were caught by Lin Luokan himself. Looking at the table full of delicacies, while feeling a great sense of accomplishment, the hunger from training also made everyone's appetite surge. Era, hee if you like it, eat more, okay. Akino chuckled while serving Lin Luokan rice. In our Chinese way of saying it, if anyone could marry Senior Akino as their wife, it would truly be a blessing from their previous life. Hearing Lin Luokan's words, Senior Akino smiled, propped her chin on her hand, and tilted her head slightly. Era Latilda, that's a bit troubling, hee. By the way, almost all the dishes on the table were made by Senior Akino, though Asia had helped as well. The vegetable soup on the side was made by Asia. Please drink this. Asia also served Lin Luokan a bowl of the soup she had made. Asia's soup is also very delicious, you know. Lin Luokan took a sip of the soup and gave it high praise. Woo, that's great. Asia's cheeks flushed red, as if she were thinking about something. Woo wah. Luo Chen, you are so cunning. Issei, meanwhile, was crying while looking at Lin Luokan with envious eyes, his mouth never stopping, as if that would make him feel better. Kaneko said nothing and silently devoured her food, her eating speed making Lin Luokan click his tongue in amazement. Rias watched the harmonious atmosphere, took a sip of black tea, and then looked at Issei. So Issei, after a day of training, how do you feel? Issei shuddered instantly and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Honestly, I am the weakest one. That's exactly right. Rias nodded, her words leaving Issei between laughter and tears. Being so blunt made Issei somewhat sad, but that was the reality. Akino, Kaneko, and Yuto, although they don't have experience in a raiding game, their combat experience can be said to be very rich. Needless to say, Luo Chen's strength is obvious to all. Only you and Asia currently have no combat capability. But even so, Asia's twilight healing and your boosted gear cannot be ignored. The opponent definitely knows this. Therefore, I hope that you and Asia will at least possess the ability to escape. Hearing this, a look of frustration immediately appeared on Issei's face. Lin Luokan nodded in approval. Issei, you need to at least reach the balance breaker state to deal with that turkey guy. Your current ability cannot achieve that yet, right? Before that, leave him to me and Rias to handle. Balance breaker. Issei looked puzzled, and Rias's eyebrows raised slightly. Yes, but for you right now, balance breaker is still too far away. Just honestly focus on your training first, you need to at least be proficient in using the boost ability. It seems Luo Chen-kun has also studied sacred gears quite deeply. Rias smiled. After all, I am also a Longinus holder. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. As for the Emperor armor, he would just treat it as a product of the balance breaker, which would make it easier for them to understand. Then, after we finish dinner, let's go soak in the hot springs. Alright. Without waiting for anyone else to respond, Issei shouted with a lecherous look on his face. Sigh. Lin Luokan sighed, you can't peek, Issei. I won't allow you to peek at Senior Akino and the others. You're too cunning, Luo Chen. Why do you get to see them? You've already seen them, haven't you? Senior Akino and the others' bodies. So what? On this point alone, I absolutely will not allow it. The two stared at each other. Oh my, Issei, do you want to peek at us in the hot springs? Rias covered her mouth and chuckled. Or why don't we just bathe together? What do you think, Luo Chen-kun? As she spoke, a playful smile appeared on Rias's face as she looked at Lin Luokan. Issei's eyes lit up instantly. Lin Luokan slammed his fist onto Issei's head. Issei, I will absolutely not let you go over there. Handsome guy. Letting me take a peek once in a while wouldn't kill you. Quote. As he spoke, Issei clutched his head and charged at Lin Luokan. Lin Luokan grabbed his arm, whoosh bang. It hurts. Issei let out a scream as he was thrown over Lin Luokan's shoulder and slammed hard against the wall. Lin Luokan clapped his hands. Issei, if you want to peek at Rias and Senior Akino and the others, you at least have to defeat me first. Issei-kun, I'm afraid you are not Luo Chen-kun's opponent yet. Why don't you just honestly come to the men's bath with me? I'll scrub your back. Kiba's voice rang out. Shut up. Kiba. You are so annoying. Issei's angry crying sounded, causing everyone to burst into laughter. In the end, under Kaneko's death glare, Lin Luokan still headed to the men's bath. Although Rias, Akino, and Asia wouldn't mind bathing with Lin Luokan, Kaneko was not yet close enough to Lin Luokan for that. But for some reason, Kaniko's gaze would always linger on him, as if she were attracted by something. 10 days of training time flew by in a flash. During this time, Issei also practiced some kind of special technique on potatoes, which caused Lin Luokan to eat potatoes for several days. It must have been his perverted special technique dress break. Fortunately, this time he didn't ask Asia to help him. But now, Asia's heart was entirely set on Lin Luokan, so she probably wouldn't have agreed to Issei's request anyway, right? The day of the decisive battle arrived. Lin Luokan sat in his room, adjusting the energy within his body. With the blessing of the five elements bloodline, all his attributes were stronger than those of ordinary humans. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Luo Chen, are you asleep? It was Asia's voice. Lin Luokan stood up slightly and opened the door. Come in, Asia. Did something happen? Seeing her outfit, Lin Luokan hadn't seen Asia wearing her nun's habit in a long time. This made Lin Luokan's eyes light up. Asia, you really are best suited to the nun's habit. You look very pretty, you know. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. Asia's pretty face flushed red, and she seemed a bit shy. Thank you. Mr. Luo Chen, may I sit beside you? Lin Luokan was stunned for a moment, then patted the bed beside him. Of course, no problem. Please, sit here. Asia sat down quietly. Lin Luokan could clearly feel the small girl's body beside him trembling gently. Whenever I think about the terrible battle that is about to happen, I can't stop trembling, but staying by Mr. Luo Chen's side makes me feel at ease. Before that, may I hold Mr. Luo Chen's arm? Asia looked up, a look of nervousness appearing on her exquisite cheeks, and tears seemed to well up in the corners of her eyes. This made Lin Luokan feel a bit heartbroken. He reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of Asia's eyes. If you like, please feel free. Lin Luokan revealed a gentle smile. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Luo Chen. Time passed minute by minute, and before she knew it, Asia's trembling had stopped. The time reached 11:40 p.m. Everyone gathered in the clubroom. A magic circle inside the clubroom suddenly flashed with silver light, and Graphia Lucifuge's figure appeared within it. Everyone, are you ready? The rating game will officially begin in 10 minutes. Graphia Lucifuge began to explain to everyone. Once the time is up, you will all be transported to a special dimensional space for battle. There, you can fight to your heart's content, because it is a one-time space created specifically for battle, so everyone can use their full strength. Regarding this battle, Lord Searzex and the elders of both families will also be watching. Please do not forget this. Quote. Graphia Lucifuge suddenly looked at Lin Luokan. As for Mr. Lin Luokan, by Lady Rias's decision, the piece you will be representing this time is Rook. Please exert its characteristics to the fullest. Lin Luokan nodded and looked at Rias, who smiled slightly at him. Rook. Huh. It is indeed a piece very suitable for Lin Luokan to utilize. It seems Rias has also given it some careful consideration. The time is almost here. Everyone, please step into the magic circle. Under Graphia Lucifuge's instructions, everyone stood on the magic circle one after another. One more thing. Once you are teleported into the battle domain, you cannot use a magic circle to teleport out unless the game ends or you are eliminated. As her voice fell, a dazzling light lit up from beneath their feet, so bright that people couldn't keep their eyes open. When the light dissipated, Graphia Lucifuge was nowhere to be seen. Looking at the clubroom, which hadn't changed at all, Issei thought the teleportation had failed because of him. At the same time, the school's broadcast system rang out. Everyone, I am Graphia Lucifuge. The rating game between the Grimoire clan and the House Phoenix is about to begin. I will be serving as the referee for this rating game. For this battleground, after consulting with Lady Rias and Lord Riser, we have chosen Kuo Academy, the school Lady Rias attends in the human world, as a reference. An identical replica has been created in an extra-dimensional space. Lin Luokan walked to the window and looked out at the distorted sky. It seemed they had indeed been teleported to an extra-dimensional space. The current locations of both parties are their respective headquarters. Now then, everyone, let the game begin. The time limit for this match is until dawn in the human world. As Graphia Lucifuge's voice fell, the battle officially commenced. Everyone, please put on your headsets. We'll use these to communicate on the battlefield. Senior Akino took out several headsets and distributed them to everyone. So, Senior Rias, what do you plan to do? Lin Luokan smiled slightly, looking at Rias who was sitting on the sofa. Meanwhile, Senior Akino had actually started brewing tea. Seeing this, Lin Luokan simply sat on the sofa as well, quietly waiting for Rias's instructions. A raiding game requires making full use of geographical advantages. Normally, the respective headquarters are castles or fortresses, usually separated by mountains, forests, or oceans and lakes. To think this battle was set at the school. Rias thought for a moment. Yuto. Yes, President. Kiba took out a map and spread it on the table. It was a floor plan of the school. Everyone began to discuss based on the floor plan. In short, Yuto and Kaneko, go to the forest first to set traps. As for Akino, please set up illusions and mist around the forest. For the opening, let's arrange it like this for now. And what about me, Senior Rias? Luo Chen. Rias looked at his handsome face and smiled slightly. Could I trouble you to roam the battlefield and provide support everywhere? Wouldn't it be better if I just went and dealt with that turkey guy directly? Upon hearing this, Rias covered her mouth in surprise and laughed helplessly. Luo Chen, while that would be great, if the opponent's servants are all gathered around Riser, I think even you would find it difficult to handle. It's better if we stick to the plan and try to eliminate the opponent's servants first. I see. Then I will follow Senior Rias's orders. Lin Luokan nodded. In truth, with his abilities, it wasn't impossible to deal with so many servants. However, playing the pig to eat the tiger seemed quite interesting too. The corners of Lin Luokan's mouth curled up slightly. He hadn't asked Asia to bring holy water, but with the water of the 5 elements, those tiny flames of his shouldn't be able to cause much of a stir. Rias later partially released the seal on Issei, which increased his power significantly. Lin Luokan had already set out and was currently roaming through the academy's forest. Soon, he heard movement. Sharia, Marian, Barent, 3 pawns have infiltrated. Swish, swish, swish. Magic circles emerged, and countless bolts of demonic power shot toward the 3, kicking up clouds of dust. They dodged easily. A trap. It's not all that, is it? This could only fool a child. These rookies are so cute. Lin Luokan smiled slightly, his finger lightly touching his headset. Senior Rias, the opposition seems to be getting impatient. I've discovered 3 pawns have infiltrated our territory. Shall I clear them out? Rias's voice came through the headset. In that case, I'll leave it to you, Luo Chen. Copy that. Smiling, Lin Luokan pushed aside the dense bushes in front of him and walked straight out. Who's there? Sharia, a dark-skinned hottie wearing revealing clothes that were little more than a ribbon, shouted the question. The 3 of them turned their heads in unison. Good day, members of Phoenix's peerage. Lin Luokan bowed slightly, greeting them like a gentleman. It's a pity, but your rating game ends here. I'll try to be as gentle as possible. Looking at the smile on Lin Luokan's face, Sharia licked her lips and placed a hand on her chin. You're actually my type. I didn't want it to be like this, but I have a question. Do you really think you can beat us in a 3-on-1 situation? Hearing this, Lin Luokan chuckled. Did you think I would be afraid just because there are 3 of you? Then, under their shocked gazes, he took a step forward, and his figure vanished instantly. So fast. Sharia cried out. Where is he? Barent, who was dressed in a maid outfit, frowned. My lady, are you looking for me? Lin Luokan's gentle voice sounded from behind Barent, causing her pupils to shrink. Bang! Lin Luokan sent her flying with a whip kick. Sharia and Marian reacted instantly, attacking Lin Luokan. Lin Luokan didn't care, he tilted his body slightly to dodge, then raised his hands, grabbed their slender arms, and flung them to either side. Bang! They were slammed hard onto the ground. Seeing the 3 of them still trying to struggle to their feet, Lin Luokan sighed helplessly, what resilient girls. I'll leave them to you. No problem, right, Kiba? A handsome figure slowly walked out from behind Lin Luokan, a smile appearing on that dashing face. Leave it to me. Boom. At the same time, a loud explosion erupted from the direction of the gymnasium. A massive pillar of lightning fell from the sky. Once the smoke cleared, the gymnasium had disappeared. 3 pawns and 1 rook of Lord Riser Phoenix are unable to battle. Grafia Lucifuge's voice rang out. Joy appeared on the faces of Issei and Kaneko. Can everyone hear me? Akino's strike was absolutely wonderful. Our first operation was a complete success. Rias's voice sounded through the headset. However, the next lightning strike will take some time. Once Akino recovers her demonic power, we will also head to the front lines. Until then, everyone, do your best. Issei grinned and was about to pat Kaneko on the shoulder. But Kaneko dodged. Please don't touch me. Her words were full of disgust and disdain. Oh, don't worry, Kaneko. How could I use it on my own people? Even so, it's still a pervert's technique. Saying this, Kaneko walked forward on her own. Just then, boom, a sudden explosion rang out. Kaneko. Issei cried out in alarm as the aftershock blew him away too. Thick smoke instantly billowed from where Kaneko had been standing. Target destroyed. A voice drifted over. Issei struggled to look up. A figure appeared in the air, her voluminous cloak unable to hide her curvaceous body. It was a woman dressed as a magician. As expected, prey is most likely to let their guard down when they are joyful. This is also the best chance to hunt them. Even if we have to use several of our pieces as sacrifices, as long as we can take out one of you, it's enough. After all, your numbers were sparse to begin with. Eliminating one will be a huge blow, won't it? The female magician mocked Issei from the air, looking very smug. However, in the next second, from the billowing smoke, a golden figure slowly emerged, the visor flashing with a bright red light. It seems you've celebrated too early. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. His back was to the others as he slowly turned around, cradling a girl in his arms. The Emperor armor slowly revealed itself to everyone. Lin Luokan was holding a petite, silver-haired girl in his arms. It was Kaneko. Luo Chen. Issei made a sound of surprise. Sorry, am I late? Lin Luokan smiled slightly. The silver-haired loli in his arms had flushed cheeks. Senior Luo Chen, please put me down first. Hearing this, Lin Luokan finally realized and put Kaneko down. Sorry, the situation was urgent just now, so I was a bit rude, Kaneko. Just a moment ago, at the instant of the explosion, Lin Luokan had suddenly appeared and swept her into his arms. He had used his body to forcefully withstand Yubeluna's explosion magic, but fortunately, it was blocked by the Emperor armor, and Lin Luokan did not suffer any injuries. The armor protects its master. Kaneko looked at the golden figure in front of her, her heart pounding since just a moment ago. Senior Luo Chen is so cool. Kaneko turned her head away with a blushing face. No, I should be the one thanking you for saving me, senior. Lin Luokan smiled. No matter when, I will definitely come to save you. Kaneko turned her head away, remaining silent, her small cheeks already flushed. Oh my, I really didn't expect that someone could survive the explosion. Yubeluna in the air made a sound of surprise. Are you that human boy that Lord Riser specifically mentioned? What a pity. Lord Riser said he wanted to deal with you personally, so I guess I'll spare you for now. As she spoke, she raised her hand and pointed toward Issei, who was standing in the empty space ahead. Lin Luokan's pupils dilated instantly. Issei. Dodge quickly. It was too late. Boom. An explosion rang out. Amidst the flames and smoke, Lin Luokan clearly saw Issei's body slowly fall, turning into particles and gradually dissipating. I haven't even been able to help the president yet. This was the last sentence he left behind. It seemed he was truly regretful and really wanted to fight until the very last moment. One pawn of Lady Rias Grimori, eliminated. The broadcast sound came through, which confirmed to Lin Luokan that Issei had truly been eliminated. Lin Luokan was a bit annoyed that they had eliminated Issei right in front of him. But he couldn't help Issei. Kaneko was still by his side. If he left and Yubeluna attacked Kaneko again, that would be trouble. Lin Luokan slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Originally, I am always very gentlemanly towards girls, but your actions have really made me very angry. And, I don't like looking up at others. Get down here. Telekinesis. Lin Luokan raised his hand directly, and a golden light emerged from Yubeluna's neck, instantly restraining her. What is this power? Yubeluna's face showed terror as she struggled desperately, trying to break free from the restraint, but it was to no avail. Bang! As Lin Luokan flicked his hand, she was slammed hard onto the ground from the air, kicking up clouds of dust. Cough! A sweet taste surged up from her throat. Yubeluna felt extreme pain all over her body and had already suffered heavy injuries, but she still struggled, trying to stand up. This is a warning. Use the tears of the phoenix quickly, I'll give you a chance to have a fair fight with Senior Akino. Lin Luokan's figure appeared in front of her, looking down at her from above. A flash of light crossed his bright red mask, causing Yubeluna to tremble involuntarily. She was afraid. After doing all this, Lin Luokan also deactivated his armor. It seems Luo Chen has already found me an opponent. What do you think? Miss Bomb Queen. Senior Akino appeared behind Lin Luokan at some unknown time, wearing a smile. I don't really like that nickname, Thunder Priestess, do I? I've wanted to spar with you for a long time. As she spoke, Ubeluna took out an exquisite glass bottle from her bosom, which contained a drop of crystalline liquid. It looked like the tears of the phoenix. Lin Luokan glanced at it but did not stop her. If he solved her like this, it would be too boring. Moreover, he believed Senior Akino could deal with this person. The reason he took action was, on one hand, to avenge Issei, and on the other, to help Akino exhaust the troublesome healing item in the opponent's hand ahead of time. Tears of the Phoenix can instantly heal any physical injuries, but cannot restore consumed stamina, and it is also helpless against curses. Then, this rating game should also enter its climax. Lin Luokan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kaneko beside him. Kaneko, are you coming with me, or staying here to help Senior Akino? I'll go with you, Senior. Kaneko glanced at Akino in the air. I believe in Senior Akino's power. She will definitely be able to defeat the opponent's queen. Alright, then let's go together. 3 pawns of Lord Riser Phoenix, unable to fight. As the broadcast sound rang out, Lin Luokan knew that this was Kiba having dealt with those 3 guys. Lin Luokan looked at Akino in the air. Senior, you must come back safely. Akino's face revealed a smile. That goes without saying. I'll leave Rias to you. Luo Chen. Received. Lin Luokan immediately took Kaneko and sprinted across the playground, running toward Riser's base camp. At the same time, Kiba also appeared and came to their side. Senior Yuto, Senior Issei has been defeated. Kaneko spoke to him with some dejection. I heard. He must be very regretful. He had trained so hard, and he was full of motivation this time. Kiba took a deep breath. Precisely because of that, we must win. That goes without saying, Kiba. Lin Luokan and he smiled at each other, and Kaneko was also full of motivation on the side, the previous dejection swept away. Presumably, the opponent's remaining servants will also rush here. Let's finish this quickly, Lin Luokan. Don't go soft just because you see girls. Lin Luokan smiled helplessly. Do you take me for Issei? Can't move my feet when I see a girl. At the same time, a high-pitched female voice interrupted their conversation. I am Carlamine, the knight serving Lord Riser. Opposing knight, let us have a fair and square fight. A woman wearing armor suddenly appeared in front of Lin Luokan and the others. Seeing this, Kiba nodded to Lin Luokan and Kaneko. Lin Luokan, leave her to me. Since the opponent has declared war, as a knight, I must also accept the challenge fairly and squarely. Afterward, Kiba walked up fearlessly. I am the knight of Lady Rias Grimori, Kiba Yuto. Lin Luokan and Kaneko also announced their names. Lin Luokan, acting rook for Senior Rias. I am Kaneko Tuju, also a rook for Rias Ne-sama. At the same time, another woman appeared. She was wearing a half mask and had her arms crossed. You seem to have a lot of free time. Meanwhile, a girl who looked like a young lady, dressed in something similar to a Western princess gown, with drill-like curly twin tails, also walked out. Geez, 2 guys with nothing but swords in their heads, it's really unbearable. It's rare to find a handsome-looking man, and it turns out he's just a sword fanatic too. Suddenly, her gaze landed on Lin Luokan. Although not as handsome as the knight over there, he is still decent looking. Are you that human that my brother keeps grumbling about? To dare to insult Phoenix, you've got some guts, don't you? There are bigger things you haven't seen yet. Lin Luokan smiled. How could he not know who this Tsunere princess in front of him was? Rebel Phoenix. Riser's younger sister, she was also a very cute Tsunere girl. Moreover, in the later stages, she became the strategist for Issei's team. Unlike Issei's King's Road, she walked the path of hegemony. In the original work, she very well complemented Issei's indecisive personality. Issei would also pull her back when she used overly ruthless plans. In principle, the 2 of them progressed together. And Lin Luokan followed the heavenly Tao. Looking at the Tsunere girl in front of him, he also became interested. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
High School D times D. My Emperor armor isn't too much to ask, is it? Part 2. Lin Luokan instinctively moved to shield Kaneko behind him, but she shook her head at him. She then walked to the front and took a stance. Luo Chen Senpei, I want to fight too. Lin Luokan was stunned for a moment, then nodded at her. I won't fight you Tilda Isabella, why don't you play with them? Revel suddenly spoke up, and as she waved her hand, the woman wearing a half mask behind her stepped forward. Come on, since we have nothing to do, let's have a match. Lin Luokan smiled slightly, you want a 2-on-1. Just you. He looked at Kaneko again, Kaneko, can I leave her to you? No problem, Luo Chen Senpei. Kaneko took a stance and charged at Isabella first. The two clashed instantly, engaging in a fierce, physical battle. As expected of Kaneko, she fully utilized the characteristics of the Rook. As for Lin Luokan, although he did not have his armor merged, it seemed that the devils had used some kind of technology to allow him to utilize the power and defense of a Rook in this arena. Perhaps it was similar to the technology used in the later international tournaments, applied here in advance. Thinking of this, Lin Luokan slowly walked toward Revel on the other side. Revel was suddenly taken aback. Hey, I'm not participating in your battle, I'm only responsible for observing. What do you want to do? Didn't you say I was very bold? There are even bolder things you haven't seen yet. Lin Luokan smiled slightly, but in Revel's eyes, she immediately felt uneasy. If you come any closer, I'm going to scream. Don't think I'm easy to bully. Lin Luokan shrugged indifferently, go ahead and scream. Even if you scream until your throat breaks, no one will come to save you. Under Revel's terrified gaze, Lin Luokan drew closer and closer, causing her to hurriedly unfurl her flame wings and conjure weak flames in her hands. Just as Lin Luokan was thinking of teasing Revel, on the battlefield. I am a servant of Phoenix. Phoenix, who governs life and flames. Try this move. Colomane shouted as she drew the short sword from her waist. Boom. With her and Kiba as the center, a vortex of flames instantly swept across the battlefield, and a heatwave rolled in. Lin Luokan frowned, but fortunately, with the powerful defense of the Rook, even his physical body could withstand this heatwave. Kiba, who was opposite Colomane, smiled slightly. Are you trying to eliminate us this way? Sorry. Cease. Kiba swung his longsword, and the massive flame vortex was instantly absorbed. Within a few seconds, the battlefield returned to normal. The two knights began to clash again. Lin Luokan smiled and turned his gaze back to Kaneko. It had to be said that Kaneko was truly strong in hand-to-hand combat, she had Isabella retreating step by step. Despite her petite frame, she possessed such immense strength. Meanwhile, the rest of Riser's servants arrived on the battlefield, shielding Revel behind them and glaring at Lin Luokan. 2 pawns, 1 bishop, 1 knight, looks like the rest of Riser's servants have all arrived, huh? Lin Luokan looked at them with a grin, showing no fear on his face. Asia's voice suddenly rang out in his earpiece. Mr. Luo Chen, can you hear me? Asia. The president and I are currently on the roof of the new school building. Our opponent, Riser, has requested a one-on-one duel, and the president has readily accepted. I see. Rias Senpei wants to duel Riser one-on-one. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. That was just like Rias, very proud, she would not allow herself to always be protected from behind. But it was precisely this that made her so endearing. He looked up at the nearby rooftop. Sure enough, there were 3 figures confronting each other. The one standing at the very back must be Asia, with Rias standing in front of her. He tilde. Revel covered her mouth and chuckled, looking very smug. My brother is really something. Perhaps it's because Rias-sama is unexpectedly combative that he got excited. But if we keep fighting, we will still be the ones to win. I think it's just brother showing pity for his future wife, right? Otherwise, if things go on like this, you would have lost before they could even confront each other. Hearing this, Lin Luokan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems Miss Revel is very confident about this battle. Needless to say, Revel seemed to think that Lin Luokan could not defeat the many servants in front of her, and thus was very arrogant. Crimson-haired Ruin Princess, Priestess of Thunder, Sword Birth, as well as the boosted gear and your new Longinus, these are all names that make people's hair stand on end when they hear them, but your opponent is the Phoenix. No matter how powerful the strength you possess, you will be helpless when facing an immortal opponent tilde. Lin Luokan sneered, there is no such thing as a perfect creature in this world. Upon hearing this, Revel scoffed. Are you referring to beating an opponent countless times until they have a mental breakdown? Or killing them in one blow with god-level power? Ridiculous, do you really think you can accomplish that? Sorry, I'm the type who never believes in superstition. Lin Luokan's face revealed an undaunted smile. HMPH. From the very beginning, Rias-sama has had no hope of winning. For you, an immortal body is just that much of a despair. Snap. Revel snapped her fingers, and the servants behind her instantly surrounded Lin Luokan. Cyrus. Yes. A girl with a greatsword strapped to her back stepped out, drew the greatsword in a flash, and pointed it directly at Lin Luokan. She is also our knight. Unlike Colomane, she doesn't stick to any chivalrous spirit. As long as the opponent is defeated, that's enough. Meow. Two girls with cat ears on their heads stepped up and took a stance against Lin Luokan. Revel continued, they were originally beastmen, and they are quite powerful in terms of taijutsu, martial arts, you know. As she spoke, the two cat-eared girls rushed forward instantly with extreme speed, and Lin Luokan raised his hand to block. Bang! The immense force caused Lin Luokan to retreat slightly. After feeling it out a bit, Lin Luokan also took a stance. Although you are girls, I never go easy on enemies. 1-on-1, I'll crush you. 2-on-1, I'll steamroll you. 3-on-1, the advantage is with me. Lin Luokan's figure flashed and instantly vanished from where he stood. Where did he go? Meow. Watch out. The girl holding the greatsword hurriedly raised it to block in front of the two cat-eared girls. Bang. A loud bang echoed as Lin Luokan's figure appeared, punching the greatsword. Crack. A sound came from the blade, causing Cyrus's pupils to dilate instantly. However, the next second. Bang. Lin Luokan delivered a whip kick, sending her and the two cat-eared girls behind her flying, and the greatsword in her hand was shattered into pieces. Revel, who was watching from the side, was instantly dumbfounded. She couldn't figure out no matter what. Why Lin Luokan, a mere human, possessed such powerful strength. Even a rook shouldn't be like this. He is simply a Superman. Revel's little face turned pale instantly. The reason was simple. With the 5 elements bloodline, combined with the guidance of Elder Shenshin, and the enhancement from refining the Seal Demon Talisman, Lin Luokan's physical fitness had skyrocketed to an unbelievable level, not to mention that he now had the Rook attribute bonus. However, even so, he could still clearly feel that he was still unable to fully unleash the power of the Emperor armor. Before they could react, Lin Luokan closed in again. This time, the three of them had absolutely no ability to resist and were directly defeated by Lin Luokan. 2 pawns and 1 knight of Riser have been eliminated. Watching their figures fade away, Revel's eyes were filled with fear. However, Lin Luokan merely glanced at her. If you don't want to fight, stay away from here. I can't guarantee I won't accidentally hurt you. As for the last bishop miss over there, do you want to fight? The last bishop beside Revel, Mi Nanfeng, immediately shrank back and glanced at Revel behind her. Miss Revel. Revel gritted her teeth. Even so, you won't be able to defeat my brother. You can't win against an immortal body. Lin Luokan ignored her, looked up at the rooftop, and started walking forward. Where are you going? Revel looked at Lin Luokan's back, momentarily stunned. Naturally, to find your brother. I want to see if this immortal body is really that impressive. Lin Luokan's calm voice drifted over. A look of worry appeared on Revel's pale face, and an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Am I actually afraid? Afraid that my brother will lose? She shook her head vigorously. No, that's impossible. My brother will absolutely not lose. With only Rias's power, it's impossible to deal with an immortal body. But the might Lin Luokan displayed just now resurfaced in her mind. It can't be. Lin Luokan arrived at the new school building and walked up the stairs step by step, his pace steady and firm. He gently pushed open the door to the rooftop. The first thing that came into view was that flash of bright red hair, dancing wantonly in the wind. Rias was panting heavily, and her uniform was somewhat tattered. Senior Rias, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Lin Luokan said, taking a deep breath. Rias and Asia's faces were filled with shock. But the moment she saw Lin Luokan, for some reason, the heavy stone that had been weighing on Rias's heart suddenly fell away. He was truly so reassuring. A smile appeared on Rias's somewhat weary face. HMPH. You've finally arrived. It seems I'll have to finish you off myself. Riser sneered, raising his finger to point at Lin Luokan. Stop joking. Riser. Rias angrily raised her hand and fired another magic bolt at Riser. Half of Riser's head was blasted to pieces by Rias, but in everyone's line of sight. His remaining parts ignited with flames, gradually outlining a silhouette, and the entire head slowly restored to its original state. Lin Luokan instinctively stood in front of the two of them, watching him quietly. Riser, now restored, casually twisted his neck, making a cracking sound. So this is the immortal body. Lin Luokan narrowed his eyes, yet Riser on the opposite side didn't care at all. Surrender, Rias. Even if you keep fighting, you're just making a fool of yourself. Searzex and the elders of our family are all watching this scene. If you surrender, I can spare this kid. However, he must kneel and kowtow to apologize to House Phoenix, otherwise. Ha ha ha. Lin Luokan suddenly laughed out loud. Kid, what are you laughing at? Riser immediately frowned. I'm saying, you really are a cringe guy. Lin Luokan tilted his head slightly. What? A girl has clearly rejected you, yet you still insist on marrying her. If that's not cringe, what is? Lin Luokan spread his hands. You being cringe is your own business, but you're being cringe toward me. Lin Luokan pointed at him. I'm going to teach you how to behave. Riser was instantly enraged, his eyes practically spitting fire, as if he wished he could devour Lin Luokan alive. Kid, I've decided. I'm going to burn you to ashes. Along with your soul. Be obliterated. I will burn you so thoroughly you won't even be able to reincarnate. HMPH, if you can do it, then try. Lin Luokan snorted coldly and swiped his palm across his waist. The Emperor belt appeared. Emperor armor. Transform. Boom. A beam of light erupted from the sun, piercing through the human world, the underworld, and even the heaven. The dazzling light was blinding. The distorted sky was suddenly shattered, and the pillar of light descended onto Lin Luokan. It was so piercing that everyone present could not look directly at it. Armor transformation. A mechanical voice sounded, and the light dissipated. What came into everyone's view was a dragon's body, eagle's arms, tiger's shoulders, mastiff's back, and rhinoceros's legs. Golden armor covered Lin Luokan's body, and the mask emitted a faint red glow. If you don't understand humility, let me teach you what humility is. Meanwhile, the underworld and heaven were thrown into an uproar. The devils, angels, and even the fallen angels who clearly saw this scene were all shocked. Is this the power of the new Longinus? Searzex murmured to himself, looking at this scene in shock. The entire underworld became lively. What is that? It's the sun. Why is the sun's light piercing through the underworld? This is big news. Who recorded it? Send me a copy. The other side, heaven, was the same. Michael looked at the dazzling light and smiled slightly. Everything is the Lord's arrangement. It seems the peace treaty is imminent. On the side of the fallen angels, a playful smile appeared on Azazel's face. A new Longinus, huh? I really want to study it properly. Forbidden heretical arts. I didn't expect you to have mastered such power. But this kind of power has a price and cannot last long. I don't believe you can defeat me in a short time. The corners of Lin Luokan's mouth under the helmet curled up slightly. Indeed, the price was too high. Every minute consumed 60 seconds of lifespan. This price was not insignificant. Lin Luokan raised his arm, and intense light gathered in his palm. Light is poison to devils. Even for you with an immortal body, it wouldn't be easy to dissolve such concentrated light, right? Boom. A beam of light instantly erupted from his palm, shooting fiercely toward Riser. How is this possible? Riser exclaimed, hurriedly dodging. The flaming wings behind him instantly bloomed, making him look like a phoenix. Meanwhile, Lin Luokan instantly closed the distance and smashed a fist at him. Seeing he couldn't dodge, Riser hurriedly raised his arms to block. Boom. With just one punch, Riser was sent flying, his body smashing hard into the wall. The arms he used to block the attack were instantly ruined, but amidst the blazing flames, Riser's arms eventually restored to their original state. Riser pushed aside the broken wall and slowly stood up in the smoke. There was no longer any arrogance in his eyes, replaced by a serious expression. Seven-colored energy erupted from his body, and his sharp magical fluctuations could be clearly felt. Lin Luokan turned his head slightly to look at Rias and Asia. Senior, Asia, just watch from the side. Take a good look at how I vent this anger for you. Lin Luokan pointed to the bagua on his Chenkin belt. To dare to lay a hand on my dear senior, surely, you are ready to accept my seal. Revel, who had rushed to the battlefield, covered her mouth. She clearly saw her brother get sent flying by a single punch. This made the unease in her heart intensify. As the little princess of House Phoenix, she had always been someone adored by all. This was her first time suffering such a setback. And it was because of an ordinary human male. For some reason, a strange emotion welled up in her heart. On the battlefield. Clang, clang. Lin Luokan walked slowly toward Riser. With every step, his armor emitted a metallic clanging sound. The sense of oppression was immense. Fool human brat. I won't hold back anymore. Huge flaming wings appeared on Riser's back. His entire body was surrounded by flames, and waves of heat swept through the entire space. Although I don't want to admit it, you're practically a monster right now. Burned to ashes in front of Rias. The hellfire generated by his wings condensed into shape. The heat wave rushed toward him. Even through the Emperor armor, Lin Luokan could feel its high temperature. What does this pittance of a flame amount to in the face of the five elements fire? Lin Luokan turned the right side of his belt, and a card appeared in his hand. With a light flick, the golden card instantly magnified in front of him. Lin Luokan reached out and slowly drew a golden longsword from it. Aurora Sword. The mechanical voice sounded once again. Before Riser could be surprised, the left side of the belt turned. A red card with the character seal appeared in front of Lin Luokan. The Aurora Sword tapped it lightly, and the card instantly shattered. The scorching power of fire surged into the blade, causing its golden surface to glow a reddish hue. Emperor Sealing Slash. Without that armor, what are you? Riser roared, his huge flaming wings flapping. The massive magical flames instantly transformed into a burning phoenix, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire as it charged toward Lin Luokan. Seeing this, Lin Luokan slashed out with his sword. Clang. Roar. The sword hummed, and accompanied by peals of dragon roars, a massive flaming dragon roared out, carrying rolling heat waves as it pounced toward the phoenix. Wherever the flaming dragon passed, the air was instantly ignited, emitting, crackle, popping sounds and forming a long wall of fire that illuminated the entire battlefield as bright as day. Boom. The two collided, creating a massive explosion, and the shockwave completely destroyed the entire new school building. Rias quickly took Asia and hid not far away, while on the other side, Rebel was protected in the arms of the last bishop, both of them being blown away by the shockwave. When the smoke cleared, a golden figure stood straight in the center of the battlefield. Looking at the opposite side, Riser had been fiercely embedded into the ground by this blow, creating a large crater. Surprisingly, he was not yet dead. His body was tattered and covered in wounds, with a deep bloodstain on his chest. However, a faint flame was burning there, seemingly trying to repair the wound. As expected, no matter how powerful his regenerative ability was, faced with such formidable power, his recovery speed would slow down. The tip of the Aurora sword rested against his throat. Lin Luokan said calmly. Checkmate, Riser. Do not bother Senior Rias again, otherwise, the next sword strike won't just be resting against your throat. Although Lin Luokan was using the five elements fire, it still carried the light elemental power inherent to the Emperor armor. This light element, concentrated to the limit, could deplete Riser's stamina and spirit in one go. Even a Phoenix, which could regenerate even after being turned to ash, could not recover instantly after losing a large amount of stamina and mental energy. A bitter expression appeared on Riser's face as he looked at Lin Luokan in terror. Wait a minute. Are you serious? This engagement is very important for the future of the Devils. It's not something a human like you can interfere with. Lin Luokan stabbed his sword into Riser's shoulder. Arg. I'm not going to wait until you make Senior Rias cry to deal with you, I believe in prevention. Lin Luokan pulled out his sword and gave it a light flick. As for the future of the Devils, what does that have to do with me? All I care about is Senior and the others. At the same time, the broadcast voice sounded again. Lord Riser's one queen, one knight, and one rook are unable to continue fighting. Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba rushed to Rias's side, looking at the large crater in the center of the battlefield, where a golden figure pointed his sword at Riser. Senior Akino covered her mouth, a happy smile appearing on her face. Era, it seems Luo Chen won. Luo Chen senpai is very cool. Kaneko muttered to herself. As expected of classmate Luo Chen. Kiba still wore his cheerful smile. Rias also slowly stood up, gazing at the back figure on the battlefield. Yes, perhaps, this is fate. As she spoke, a gentle smile appeared on Rias's face. Seeing this, Akino immediately covered her mouth, somewhat surprised. Era. Rias, you too, but Luo Chen Kun is already mine. He tilde I will absolutely not give him to you, okay. Rias looked at her with a smile. He tilde since when did Luo Chen become your thing? He is my club member, and he saved me for the sake of my happiness. Lightning seemed to be faintly intertwining in the eyes of the two older sisters. Asia also showed a happy smile, but hearing what the two older sisters said, she immediately pouted. Ah, if that's the case. I want to participate too. I was also saved by Mr. Luo Chen. Asia had actually gathered the courage to compete with the two older sisters. Kaniko looked at Lin Luokan's back, not knowing what she was thinking of. A trace of sadness flashed in the depths of her eyes, and she remained silent. Ravel trotted to in front of Riser, opened her arms, and blocked Riser with her petite body. Her face still wore an expression of stubbornness. Lin Luokan took a deep breath. If you have any objections, come find me. Also, tell your brother to stay away from Senior Rias, our group doesn't welcome him. Ravel's body trembled slightly, and she stepped back involuntarily. Just when everyone thought everything was coming to an end. Lin Luokan seemed to sense something and looked up at the sky. A sharp voice rang out, and the sky instantly shattered. Oh my, are these fooled devils actually holding a rating game here? The distorted sky shattered, and a pitch-black figure appeared in the air. 1, 2, 3, a full 5 pairs of wings. The jet-black wings were very prominent in the sky. The fallen angel wore a black robe and looked quite young. Ooh, Tilda, the daughter of the Grimoire clan, what beautiful red hair. It reminds me of your detestable brother, it's truly disgusting. He looked over at Ravel and the fallen Riser on the other side. The third son and the little princess of House Phoenix are here too, this is just wonderful Tilda. Rias's eyes narrowed, her expression very grave. Kokabeel, why would a fallen angel cadre appear here? Lin Luokan was suddenly somewhat confused. Kokabeel. Isn't this guy the culprit behind the Excalibur project? How could he appear ahead of schedule? The plot had actually deviated from the original work he was familiar with, which suddenly gave him a bad premonition. Could it be that my joining has created a butterfly effect? Lin Luokan took a deep breath and looked seriously at the figure in the sky. Looking down at the confused crowd below, Kokabeel burst into laughter. I would never do something as stupid as making peace with devils. However, if I lay a hand on Searsex's sister, it will surely provoke his rage. In that case, any peace treaty would be null and void, right? Rias looked at him with a disdainful gaze. Just you. To dare to barge into the space used by devils for a raiding game all by yourself, and with my brother and the others watching this match, you are simply courting death. A playful smile immediately appeared on Kokabeel's face. Oh. Then why don't you try contacting them? Hearing this, Rias immediately sensed something was wrong. The fact that he dared to barge in like this without stopping them from calling for reinforcements meant that Kokabeel had come prepared. Sure enough, Rias discovered that her means of contacting the outside world had completely failed, and her expression immediately turned grave. It seemed that this space had been sealed off from the outside world by some means used by Kokabeel. Lin Luokan naturally realized this as well, instinctively stepping in front of the others. Don't worry, Senior Rias. We were live streaming just now. If we suddenly lose contact, Graphia Lucifuge and the others will surely know, and reinforcements should arrive soon. Hearing this, Kokabeel in the air let out a cold laugh. Ha 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 ha. That's right, they'll probably realize something is wrong very soon, right? So, we need to hurry. To think there's also an eyesore of a Longinus wielder here, what a bonus. Azazel will surely be very happy to see you. Kokabeel sneered as he looked toward Lin Luokan. If you do this, the war between the fallen angels, and devils will break out once again. Rias's expression was grim as she stared fixedly at the figure in the air. Ha 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 ha, isn't that exactly why I came here? Only then will the fallen angels become the final winners. Kokabeel laughed wildly in the air. He summoned a chair, sat down in the air by himself, and looked at the crowd below, his face full of amusement. Fool warmonger. Rias felt a bit indignant. Alright, although it's quite boring, it can serve as entertainment. Snap. As Kokabeel snapped his fingers, a magic circle appeared, and immediately after, a massive beast stepped out from it. The behemoth was about 10 meters tall, its every movement causing the ground to shake, and the scarlet pupils on its 3 heads flickering with dangerous light. Cerberus. Rias frowned deeply, it seemed that the 3-headed hellhound before her had shocked her a little. A magical beast. Perfect for loosening up my muscles. Clang, clang. Lin Luokan shook his arms and was about to step forward, but was held back by Rias. Luo Chen, this time we will cover you. Leave this Cerberus to us, and leave Kokobile to you. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Luokan's response, Rias shouted. Akino. Yuto. Kaneko. Swish. Dark wings unfurled behind them as they charged toward Cerberus. Woo! Roar. Seeing this, Cerberus charged toward them, and its first head spewed a massive fireball that blasted toward Rias. Akino blocked in front of her and instantly froze the burning fireball. Behind her, Rias gathered a massive amount of power of destruction in her hands. Take this. Anyone who came into contact with this massive power of destruction would likely be completely annihilated. Boom. Seeing this, Cerberus did not show weakness, and its second and third heads also spewed flames. For a moment, the massive power of destruction and the hellfire clashed, neither able to overcome the other. However, Cerberus's first head opened up again. If it spat out another fireball, Rias might not necessarily be able to block it in her current state. Just then, a petite figure leapt into the air. Hey! Bang! Kaneko delivered a fierce punch toward Cerberus's first head, the immense force knocking its head to the other side. Akino raised her arm high. Here's a reward, okay. Rumble. Golden lightning appeared in the sky, falling as Akino pointed her finger. Boom. Cerberus was instantly enveloped by a massive pillar of lightning, and at the same time, Rias blasted a burst of power of destruction at Cerberus's abdomen. However, this massive monster was not destroyed, though it appeared to have suffered heavy damage. Roar, roar, roar. Meanwhile, another Cerberus appeared and lunged toward Riser and his sister. Ah! Don't come over here. Rebelle raised her arms in resistance, but the weak flames in her hands posed no threat to Cerberus at all. A flash of golden light streaked by. PFF'd. One of Cerberus's heads was cleanly severed, blood spurting from its neck, and it immediately let out a pained howl. Rebelle opened her eyes slightly and discovered that standing in front of her was a golden figure. It was Lin Luokan. You, why did you save us? To you, my brother and I should be enemies. Lin Luokan turned his head away, annoyed. I can't stand seeing girls cry. Does that reason satisfy you? Besides, my rage is only directed at your brother, it doesn't have much to do with you. If I have to say, it's just that your arrogant attitude annoyed me a little. Rebelle stared blankly at this scene. Finally, she slowly lowered her proud head, and eventually, she softly uttered two words, as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. Thank you. Lin Luokan smiled annoyedly. He suddenly felt like teasing this Tsunere twin-tail girl. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Rebelle's cheeks flushed red instantly, and she shouted at Lin Luokan, forget it if you didn't hear me clearly. This young lady only says it once. Lin Luokan shook his head with a smile and didn't dwell on it, slowly raising the Aurora sword in his hand. Tonight's dinner is dog meat, huh? I just wonder if the meat of a dog from hell will be stinky. Clang. Lin Luokan struck instantly. A flash of human-like emotion flickered in the eyes of the Cerberus before him, it seemed to be fearful. However, Lin Luokan didn't care about that, he punched its remaining two heads, knocking its massive body back step by step. Sharp giant claws swiped at him. Lin Luokan raised his hand and swung his sword, instantly severing one of its claws, and its massive body collapsed with a crash. At this moment, in Cerberus's eyes, Lin Luokan was the real devil. It had completely lost the strength and will to resist, and it struggled to get up on its remaining three legs, wanting to escape. Want to escape. Too late. Lin Luokan raised his hand and swung his sword, several sword-like blades flinging toward Cerberus, instantly decapitating it again, leaving it with only one giant head. Just as it was about to step into the magic circle, Lin Luokan slightly raised his hand. Telekinesis. Golden light instantly bound it, as if someone had grabbed its neck and was slowly lifting it from the ground. Lin Luokan put away the Aurora sword, shook his wrist, and then leapt into the air. He threw a punch. Boom. Cerberus instantly shattered into fragments. After the light flickered, a card printed with the pattern of the three-headed magical beast spun in place. Lin Luokan slightly raised his hand, and the card automatically flew into his hand. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, Lin Luokan placed it in front of his Chenkin belt, and the card instantly turned into particles and was absorbed into it. This kind of thing doesn't even deserve a finishing card. After seeing the second Cerberus taken down by Lin Luokan, Rias and the others were full of fighting spirit. Rias and Akino exchanged glances and nodded. Akino. Understood, President. Lightning. Rumble. As Akino pointed her finger at the sky, she aimed at Cerberus. Roar. Cerberus also sensed the danger. After all, it had already taken a hit, so it immediately prepared to dodge. Don't even think about running. Sword birth. With Kiba's shout, countless sharp magic swords fell from the sky, pinning Cerberus firmly to the ground. Well done, Yuto. Rumble. The lightning strike descended from the sky. In terms of scale, it was much more exaggerated than the previous one. The thick pillar of lightning completely engulfed Cerberus's massive body. Cerberus's screams were drowned out by the thunder, and after everything dissipated, Cerberus's figure had vanished without a trace in the lightning. However, the attack did not end there. Rias condensed a massive ball of power of destruction in her hand. Die. You warmongering maniac. Boom. The massive ball of power of destruction blasted towards Kokobile. Ha 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 ha. Fantastic. This is what makes it interesting. Rias Grimori, your talent is no less than Searsex's. Kokobile let out a maniacal laugh. Go to hell. A massive power of destruction erupted from Rias's hand. This was the limit of the magic power she could currently unleash. Now this is interesting. Little sister of the Demon King. Searsex's younger sister. Kokobile raised his arm. The fallen angel's light power condensed in front of Kokobile. Rumble. The massive power of destruction and the concentrated light power collided, creating a huge explosion. Lin Luokan looked up slightly, only to find that after the smoke cleared, Kokobile was still standing in the air. However, it was not without effect. The black robe on this guy was tattered, and his palms were bleeding continuously. Rias was also panting heavily. It seemed the previous attack was quite a burden for her. Heavenly lightning. Without giving Kokobile a chance to catch his breath, Akino raised her hand to control a bolt of lightning and blasted it at him. Bang! But with a wave of his wings, Kokobile casually blocked the lightning. His gaze lingered on Akino for a moment, and then his brows furrowed tightly. You possess the power of Barakiel, are you going to stop me too? Senior Akino gritted her teeth instantly and roared at him. I don't know who you're talking about. Rumble. Several more bolts of lightning fell, but they were easily blocked by Kokobile. To actually reincarnate as a devil, ha 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 ha. Rias Grimori. Your servants really are a strange bunch. Hey! Kaneko suddenly appeared behind him and threw a punch at him. Naive. Swish swish swish. Countless black feathers turned into blades and shot mercilessly towards Kaneko. Kaneko's pupils dilated instantly, and it looked like she was about to be hit. Lin Luokan leapt instantly and scooped Kaneko into his arms. Clang, clang, clang. The black feathers struck the armor, sending out intense sparks. Kokobile's eyes narrowed as he looked at the golden figure. A chill inexplicably crawled up his back. Are you alright, Kaneko? Lin Luokan's gentle voice came. Kaneko's cheeks flushed slightly. Thank you, senior. Lin Luokan arrived beside Rias and the others and set Kaneko down. It's nothing, protecting cute juniors is a senior's duty. Lin Luokan gave her a gentle smile, then slowly turned his head, the red light on his visor lighting up. Fool fallen angel, daring to attack my cute junior, and daring to spout nonsense at my dear senior Akino. Are you ready to die? Clang, clang. The sound of the armor's metal clashing was like a hammer, slamming fiercely into Kokobile's heart. Fool human brat, where exactly did you come from? Kokobile's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but gasp. Lin Luokan ignored him and looked at Akino first. Senior Akino, are you all okay? Akino shook her head slightly. We are fine, just a bit exhausted from using magic power. Lin Luokan nodded. Then you should rest here, leave the rest to me. He turned his head to look at Kokobile, raised his arm slightly, and flicked his wrist gently. Clang click. If you have any tricks, bring them out. Just at this moment. Truly interesting. Everyone looked up into the air. In the dim night sky, a white flash streaked across, space was visibly shattering, and a silvery white figure appeared in everyone's sight. White full-body armor, with spheres that looked like jewels embedded all over it, even the face was covered under the armor. The pair of light wings on his back tore through the night, emitting an almost sacred radiance. Lin Luokan's eyes narrowed slightly. The newcomer was the White Dragon Emperor, Bali. White Dragon. Kokobile exclaimed. He frowned. That silvery white full-body armor, this means you have already entered the balance breaker state, even so, if you dare to get in my way. Before he could even finish his sentence, the silvery white light flashed, and Valley stepped hard on his back, grabbing Kokobile's jet black wings with both hands. A color so filthy it's disgusting, it's no different from a crow. Azazel's wings are much deeper, as mysterious as the night, you know. After saying that, he pulled hard, with a bang. Black feathers drifted everywhere. PFF'd. Blood sprayed from Kokobil's mouth. How dare you break my wings? You're a fallen angel anyway, a guy who has fallen into hell, do you still need wings? White dragon. Kokobil let out an angry roar, condensing countless light spears in his hands. My name is Albion. Divide. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded, and accompanied by the silvery white light, Kokobil's power was instantly reduced. However, before Kokobil could make a move on Valley, Linluakan's figure flashed and appeared beside Valley. The White Dragon Emperor, is it? Valley remained silent, just quietly observing Linluakan. He had never seen this golden armor, nor had he heard of such a Longinus existing. I still need to vent some anger for my seniors and juniors, so I won't trouble you with this guy. Although he wasn't sure why Valley appeared here, and the original plot had been disrupted, Linluakan was not afraid at all. With a flash, Valley didn't even see Linluakan's speed clearly. Linluakan grabbed Kokobil by the throat and lifted him up. Human brat. Buzz. A light spear condensed and stabbed fiercely at Linluakan. Clang. Sparks flew from the shield on the Emperor armor's chest, but Linluakan was unaffected and threw him aside with force. Bang. Kokobil was smashed hard onto the ground, having already suffered heavy damage. The corners of Valley's mouth raised slightly, and he slowly raised his arm. Divide. Linluakan instantly felt an inexplicable force trying to suppress him, and he immediately turned his head to look. What are you trying to do? Emperor Magnetic Field. Boom. A force instantly erupted from Linluakan's body, forcibly breaking through Valley's divide power. Even so, Valley had absorbed a portion of Linluakan's power. Under Valley's visor, a look of surprise appeared on his cold face. I didn't expect to meet a powerhouse like you here, it seems I can play a little longer. Linluakan's brows furrowed slightly. This fool battle maniac, but does he think I'll be afraid just because of this? What exactly did you come here to do? Linluakan's eyes were unkind as he stared intently at Valley before him. Azazel told me to drag that guy Kokobil back even if I had to use force. It seems it's because what he did was too excessive. I originally thought this would be a boring errand, but to think I could encounter an existence like you, things have suddenly become interesting. Valley's words were full of playfulness, as if he had encountered something very delightful. Luo Chen. Senior Akino shouted in worry. Don't come over. This guy is dangerous. Linluakan quickly waved his hand, stopping Akino and the others who wanted to come and help. He then turned his head to look at Valley. What's your name? Valley. Do you want to fight? Although Azazel is in a bit of a hurry, it wouldn't be unacceptable to be delayed for a bit because of you. As soon as the words fell, Linluakan's fist appeared in front of Valley. Valley's pupils constricted, and he quickly raised his hands to block. Bang! A massive force struck, shattering a portion of the armor on his arm and sending him flying backward. But soon, a flash of white light occurred, and the shattered armor repaired itself. Heh, truly decisive. Valley smiled slightly, not caring at all that his armor had been shattered. This one is a reward for your sneak attack just now. Linluakan shook his wrist. Valley raised his arm again, divide. This again. Sorry, it's useless against me. The Emperor magnetic field opened. Any external force trying to be applied to Linluakan was nothing more than a pipe dream. Linluakan's offensive did not weaken in the slightest as he charged fiercely toward Valley. A flicker of confusion flashed in Valley's eyes, but there was no time to think as he also threw a punch at Linluakan. Bang! Sparks erupted violently from the chest armor in front of Linluakan, but he also smashed a fist into Valley's chest. This time, he dented the White Dragon Emperor's armor, shattering the chest plate and causing a deep blue jewel to fall out. Linluakan couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent, truth be told. He was worthy of being the White Dragon Emperor. Of course, this was also because Linluakan was relatively weak. If Elder Shenshin had come instead, Valley would probably have been taken down in one move. The road to becoming stronger was still very long. Currently, Linluakan, with the support of the Emperor armor, could reach a level close to that of a Demon King, and Valley was also at this level. However, his invincible divide was perfectly countered by Linluakan's Emperor magnetic field, which was why he was at a disadvantage. Cough. Valley slowly stood up, the armor on his chest smashed into fragments. Albion. Yeah, he muttered to himself, and then a flash of light appeared on his body. The armor repaired itself once again, and the deep blue light wings behind his back flickered. Lin Luokan also looked up at him, and the two locked eyes. Valley smiled. Awesome. I didn't expect there to be an existence like you among humans. It seems the days ahead won't be boring. You battle maniac. Lin Luokan said flatly. Thanks for the compliment. Valley smiled slightly. For me, only by fighting with the strong and constantly becoming stronger do these days have meaning. While the two were fighting, Kokobeel crawled out of the deep pit, covered in blood and looking utterly disheveled. He suddenly caught sight of Riser and the other person nearby and rushed over. He slapped Revel aside, grabbed Riser by the neck, and aimed his light spear at him. Ah! A scream suddenly came from the side, and Lin Luokan and Valley turned their heads to look at the same time. Revel. Lin Luokan narrowed his eyes and looked over, discovering that Kokobeel was holding Riser hostage. Don't move. Kokobeel roared. Riser had already been severely injured, and the faint flames on his body couldn't even heal the damage to his spirit, leaving him completely unable to resist Kokobeel. All of you, step aside. Let me go. Otherwise, I'll kill this kid. He is the third son of House Phoenix. You wouldn't want him to get hurt, would you? Kokobeel was now like a trapped beast, his eyes full of terror. A white dragon emperor, plus a Longinus wielder, he was no match for them at all. At this moment, he realized the reality and only wanted to escape. His face no longer held the arrogance from before. Lin Luokan glanced at Valley on the side, seeing him with his arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. Lin Luokan also sneered. He raised his finger and pointed at Kokobeel. You caught him, why should we step aside? A look of astonishment immediately appeared in Kokobeel's eyes. Is this plot right? Shouldn't they be concerned about the hostage and let me go? Since you want to play, let's see whose blade is faster. He turned his belt and flicked his hand gently. Aurora soared. Lin Luokan's movements were fluid and continuous. Just as he was about to turn the left side of his belt. No. Don't. Revel suddenly rushed up, hugging Lin Luokan's arm, her face already filled with tears. Please, save my brother. My brother just went a bit too far, but he's not a bad person. I promise, in the future, I absolutely won't let my brother come to disturb Lady Rias again. Please, save my brother. This Tsunere girl was actually kneeling in front of Lin Luokan, hugging his arm and begging bitterly for her brother. For a moment, Lin Luokan was somewhat stunned. To him, Riser wasn't exactly a good person either, and toward enemies, he naturally wouldn't be polite or soft-hearted. However, the girl before him had actually set aside her pride to beg him like this. As a gentleman, he didn't know how to act for a moment. Watching this scene, Valley shook his head on the side, then instantly raised his hand at Kokobeel. Divide. What? Kokobeel instantly felt his body go limp, his power draining away. Now is the time. Lin Luokan also seized the opportunity and raised his arm. Telekinesis. Golden light instantly restrained Kokobeel, choking his neck fiercely, and the light spear in his hand fell to the ground. No. Kokobeel's eyes were filled with terror, but his power had been reduced to about the level of a middle-tier fallen angel, leaving him completely unable to resist. Valley rushed over instantly and punched him fiercely in the face. No. How can this be? Valley sneered, is this some kind of old, worn-out line? Are you going to say, how is that possible? Next. Then Valley suddenly raised his leg and delivered a knee strike, directly causing him to spit blood from his mouth and finally collapse powerlessly. Seeing Kokobeel fall to the ground, unable to get up, Valley hoisted him onto his shoulder and slowly turned to look at Lin Luokan. Time is a bit tight this time, so let's have a good time fighting next time, okay? You are worth me going all out. Swish, he turned into a silver-white stream of light and instantly disappeared into the air. Lin Luokan sighed helplessly, I really don't know what will happen next because of this. The armor disassembled. Lin Luokan walked over to the others, it's finally over. Everyone, we won. Upon hearing this, looks of excitement immediately appeared on the faces of Akino, Rias, and the others. That's right. They won. With this, Senior Rias won't have to marry that guy Riser. It's a happy ending for everyone. Yeah, this is all thanks to you. As she said this, Rias leaned in close to Lin Luokan and lightly pecked him with her vermilion lips. Lin Luokan's eyes widened. Under the gaze of everyone, Rias had actually kissed Lin Luokan. This instantly left Akino and the others at a loss for what to do. Rias. Akino's eyes widened. Will Akino be jealous because of this? But this is to repay Luo Chen-kun, you know. Besides, he just defeated Kokobile and saved us, didn't he? Rias covered her mouth and giggled, not caring at all about the gazes of others. Asia was also watching Lin Luokan from the side with teary eyes. To this, Lin Luokan could only scratch his head helplessly. Ravel ran to Riser's side, and after checking that he was okay, she trotted over to Lin Luokan's side. Thank you for saving my brother. Lin Luokan waved his hand, just a passing action, you don't need to worry about it. Upon hearing this, Ravel's cheeks flushed slightly, not knowing what she was thinking about. After holding it in for a long time, she finally spoke, can I ask for your name? Lin Luokan. Lord Lin Luokan, I want to thank you on behalf of House Phoenix for saving my brother and me. Lin Luokan smiled slightly, no need to call me Lord, I'm a bit uncomfortable with that. Just call me by my name. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Luokan, no, Lord Luo Chen. Ravel's cheeks were rosy, looking somewhat shy. Lin Luokan looked at the Tsunere young lady before him and smiled helplessly. So she still didn't understand. Girls are truly hard to understand. By the time the reinforcements from the devil side arrived, it was already 10 minutes later. It seemed that because of some kind of barrier, Kokobile had sealed this place off, which was why they hadn't arrived in time. Looking at everyone before him, Lin Luokan also felt a sense of happiness. He really hoped that this kind of peaceful life could continue. Holy Sword. This kind of thing has also appeared in Lin Luokan's life. Because of the Holy Sword, our stylish Prince Kiba also became somewhat gloomy, and even once left the Grimoire peerage, just to avenge his childhood companions. And that disgusting priest Fried also appeared, but he was heavily injured by Lin Luokan and eventually escaped using some special means. In the end, the incomplete form of the Holy Sword Excalibur was destroyed by Kiba using the Holy Demonic Sword. That's right, our stylish guy also awakened his Balance Breaker Sword Birth, a heretical balance breaker that fuses the powers of the holy and the demonic. Peaceful days passed by one after another, and the day to conclude the peace treaty was finally approaching. Hi, Lin Luokan, and the Red Dragon Emperor over there. A girl with short blue hair walked into the clubroom and greeted the two of them. You. Why are you here? Issei exclaimed. Lin Luokan helplessly covered his forehead, he knew it would be like this. The girl in front of them was Zenobia, the wielder of the Holy Sword Tyrant Durandal. Having experienced the Holy Sword Project incident, she and Asia learned that the lord they believed in had already died. In despair, Zenobia chose to join the Devil Peerage and became Rias's servant. After Zenobia explained the reason to Issei, she tilted her head slightly and spoke in a cute voice. Please treat me well from now on Issei-kun Luo Chen-kun. Please don't use a cute tone on purpose, okay? Times 2. Lin Luokan and Issei said in unison. Zenobia tilted her head. By the way, Luo Chen-kun, you are really strong. Let's find time to fight again. My Durandal couldn't even cut through your armor at all. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. I refuse. Look at that, is that even human language? As for the reason, during the Holy Sword Project incident, Zenobia attacked Lin Luokan using the Holy Sword of Destruction and Durandal in a dual-wield style, but she was subdued by Lin Luokan. Therefore, Zenobia developed a bit of interest in Lin Luokan. Rias also walked up with a smile on her face. Being able to have the wielder of Durandal as a peerage member really makes one feel reliable, doesn't it? Zenobia smiled lightly, I will do my best. President Rias. Wait, President. And what's with that uniform? Issei exclaimed. Oh my, I forgot to tell you. With the help of Senior Rias, I also transferred to this academy. From now on, we are classmates, Issei-kun, Luo Chen-kun. By the way, Zenobia's gaze shifted to Asia. Under everyone's gaze, she bowed deeply to Asia. Asia Argento, I want to formally apologize to you. If it will make you feel better, it's fine even if you punch me. How could I? I won't do that, Zenobia. I am very satisfied with my current life. Asia's face showed a gentle smile as she gently helped Zenobia up. Asia. Lin Luokan watched this scene quietly from the side, and the others did the same, no one spoke. The two believers in the peerage reconciled at this moment, and that was a happy ending for everyone. Returning home, Lin Luokan lay on the bed, not wanting to move at all, and fell into a deep sleep. Dwang tilde tilde suddenly, something soft leaned against Lin Luokan's back. He slowly opened his eyes, preparing to look behind him. Senior Akino's head suddenly poked out from behind him. Lin Luokan instantly woke up and sat up abruptly. Wah! Senior Akino. Why are you here? Wait, when did you come here? Akino covered her mouth and chuckled, then leaned in. Era, it's all Luo Chen's fault. There are so many girls around you lately, we haven't been alone together for a long time, right? You even dote on Rias so much, big sister is so jealous. As she spoke, Akino reached out and hugged Lin Luokan from behind. Woohoo tilde no sensation of clothes. This means. Lin Luokan instantly showed a silly grin like a pervert. Feeling the weight, elasticity, and softness behind him, Lin Luokan felt like he was going crazy. Senior Akino rested her head on Lin Luokan's shoulder and gently bit his ear. Cute underclassman, you should remember to dote on your senior occasionally, okay tilde. That's too foul, Senior Akino. This is just too lewd. Lin Luokan thought to himself while secretly enjoying it. Ha! Senior Akino blew gently into Lin Luokan's ear, causing Lin Luokan's body to tremble slightly. He tilde so cute. By the way, Luo Chen, do you want to feel it with your own hands? Hiss. Lin Luokan's blood surged instantly, and he was almost unable to control himself. Which man could resist this? A physical reaction rose instantly, and Lin Luokan immediately turned over, pinning Akino underneath him. Senior Akino, you were the one who teased me first. He tilde Luo Chen Kun also has a rough side tilde this makes me want to have you even more tilde. As she spoke, Akino licked her lips, and Lin Luokan immediately prepared to take action. He had to let this enchantress know how formidable he was. Just at this moment. Creak! Lin Luokan-san. Why is Senior Akino here too? Woo! Asia pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Lin Luokan pinning Akino underneath him, and Akino without a stitch of clothing, she immediately covered her small mouth, and tears were about to well up in her eyes. Asia. Listen to my sophistry. PFF'd. Listen to my explanation. Lin Luokan-san is an idiot. Asia's tears gushed out. Era, it seems we can only continue next time, Luo Chen. What a pity, he tilde. Senior Akino covered her mouth and chuckled, with an expression of enjoying the chaos. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. Why does an accident always happen whenever he is about to succeed? This kind of situation always happens at Lin Luokan's house, and he has gradually gotten used to it. The Occult Research Club also welcomed a new member one day. Gasper Vladdy. That's right, it's the cute little vampire brother. As Lin Luokan pushed open the door in front of him, screams came from inside. No. What's wrong? Issei heard the scream, and the confusion on his face deepened. Rias sighed, seemingly used to it, and walked in with Akino and Lin Luokan. Oh, Gasper, you look in good spirits, that's great. Rias said with a smile. No. I just want to stay here. I don't want to go outside. Seeing the cross-dressing big shot hiding in the box, Lin Luokan immediately covered his forehead, looking very helpless. This is really troublesome, what should I do? He had to think of a way to trick him. PFFT, he had to get him out of the room. Wow. This is amazing. Another blonde beautiful girl. Issei shouted excitedly after seeing Gasper. Rias sighed. Issei, although he looks like a girl on the outside, he is a genuine boy, you know. Wait a second, President, how is this a girl no matter how you look at it? He likes to wear women's clothing. Issei screamed in surprise. I'm sorry. A scream also came from the cardboard box nearby. Lin Luokan crouched down slightly, carefully examining the cross-dressing master inside the cardboard box. Dressed like a beautiful girl, yet actually a girl with a dark. Lin Luokan smiled helplessly. No vulgar vocabulary. Kaneko walked in at some point and gently tapped Lin Luokan on the head. Oh, Kaneko, you're here too. Kaneko nodded and stood to the side. Excuse me, who are these people? Gasper pointed at Lin Luokan, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia. After Rias gave an introduction. So many people. So scary. He reacted like this, giving everyone a headache. Alright, consider it a favor to me, okay Gasper. You don't have to be sealed anymore, okay. You can be outside with us. Rias tried to use a gentle tone. I don't want to. If I go out, I'll only cause trouble for everyone. The outside world is too scary. Gasper refused with a loud cry. This guy, the president already told you to come out. Issei stepped forward and grabbed Gasper's hand. Ah! As Gasper screamed, his pupils underwent some kind of change, and everything around them seemed to freeze. Lin Luokan jolted, Emperor magnetic field automatically activated. Isolating all external forces. He turned to look at the trembling Gasper, everyone else around them was frozen in place. Gasper. Senior Luo Chen. You weren't stopped. How is that possible? Gasper looked somewhat shocked. I've caused trouble for everyone again. I knew it, I always cause trouble for Rias Nay and the others, I'm a troublesome existence. Gasper hid in the cardboard box in the corner, trembling. Lin Luokan sighed, came over to him, and crouched down. He had to find a way to trick this kid into coming out. Gasper, you're not troublesome, okay? Not troublesome at all. Look at me. I can still move, right? Gasper stopped trembling and looked up at Lin Luokan. Come with us, okay? Your seal has been lifted, and it's time to see the outside world. No. The outside is just too scary. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. This was really difficult to deal with. However, he still maintained a gentle smile. Don't say that. You are Senior Rias's important servant, you know. Because you weren't there before, we went through a bitter battle. You wouldn't want Senior Rias to be hurt by enemies one day, right? Just because you were missing. Lin Luokan looked at him earnestly. Gasper shrank his head. But someone like me who can't control my powers will only become a burden to everyone. Lin Luokan shook his head. That's not it, Gasper. Abilities are all trained. I promised Senior Rias that I would train you well so you can master your abilities as soon as possible. That way, you won't be a burden. You wouldn't want your important sister to be hurt by enemies either, right? Step 1. Open up to him. Gasper, the sacred gear you possess, Magic Eye that stops the world, is a super powerful sacred gear. Combined with your vampire talents, no one is more suited to fight as Senior Rias's servant than you. Step 2. Boost his confidence. Just think, if you encounter a powerful enemy in the future, you can freeze them with a single look without affecting your teammates. How will Senior Rias and the other servants look at you? Everyone will look at you with admiring eyes and say, wow, Gasper, you're so amazing. Lin Luokan smiled slightly at him. How about it? Do you feel especially proud? Step 3. Sell him a dream. After his words, a subtle light flickered in Gasper's eyes, much clearer and brighter than before. Then I'll try. Lin Luokan smiled with satisfaction. Success. Who doesn't know how to sell a dream? Lin Luokan patted his shoulder. That's it, Gasper. Let's do our best together. Time returned to normal, and everyone looked confused. What was that just now? Issei looked somewhat confused, looking up at Gasper and Lin Luokan in the corner. Lin Luokan stood up and came to Rias and the others. Done. Done. Issei looked confused. Rias smiled. It seems like Luo Chen-kun did something while time was stopped by Gasper, right? That's really amazing. Gasper has already promised me he will leave here with us. However, even so, this kid still had no intention of coming out of the cardboard box. Rias nodded. In terms of ability, he's probably second only to Akino, right? Although he is a half-breed, his origin is still from a vampire family with a long history. His human part also allowed him to obtain a powerful sacred gear, and he also possesses vampire abilities and is skilled in magic used by human mages. It can be said that his potential is very exaggerated. Under Rias's explanation, everyone understood what kind of existence Gasper really was. Useless vampire. Kaneko said unsparingly. Woo-woo. Kaneko is bullying me again. Gasper immediately let out a cry. Because he is a first year in high school, he should be considered relatively familiar with Kaneko. What a headache. Then I'll leave him to you, Luo Chen, Issei. After all, he's a cute junior, so leave it to me. Yes. President. Lin Luokan also integrated into the big family of the Occult Research Club. After so many events, Rias had already regarded him as a member and had invited him to join her servants more than once. But because of the Five Elements bloodline, Lin Luokan did not want to incorporate devil blood, as this might cause some kind of change that could make it impossible to summon his armor, so he refused. Anyway, in the later stages, there isn't much difference between devils and humans. Humph, then let's train him well. Zenobia put her hands on her hips, seriously examining Gasper. Ah, no. The user of Durandal is also here. Such a scary holy sword. I'm going to be destroyed. Gasper immediately wailed. Quiet, or I'll throw garlic at you, okay. Zenobia started dismantling the box irritably. Woo-ah. No garlic. Help me. Gasper's wailing made everyone laugh. Lin Luokan could only sigh. Zenobia, garlic is like poison to vampires, you know. You can't mess around. Gasper immediately looked like he had seen a savior. Woo-ah. Senior Luo Chen is indeed a good person. Lin Luokan revealed a mysterious smile. A good person, huh? Yeah. Senior Luo Chen, you're mean. Gasper wailed as he sprinted across the playground, with Zenobia chasing him while brandishing Durandal behind him. It was already evening. Lin Luokan stood to the side, watching the scene with a smile. He had decided to start training Gasper's physical stamina, so he had Zenobia, that bold woman, chase Gasper while wielding a heavy sword larger than her own body. After all, once Gasper dared to slack off, he would surely be obliterated in an instant by the holy sword. Holding that mindset, he was also running for his life. Gasper. If you slack off, you'll be sliced into pieces by Zenobia in an instant, you vampire. Lin Luokan shouted at him. No. Amidst Gasper's wails, Lin Luokan smiled playfully, then pulled a clove of garlic from behind his back and handed it to Kaneko, who was beside him. Kaneko paused for a moment, then exchanged a look with Lin Luokan. Expressionless, she actually turned her head away with a straight face. Gasper, garlic is good for your health, she said, picking up the garlic and joining the pursuit of Gasper. Kaneko is bullying me too. Watching this scene, Lin Luokan couldn't help but smile happily. It had to be said that Gasper really looked like a beautiful girl from the outside, which was very pleasing to the eye, but it was a pity that he was a crossdresser. Lin Luokan wasn't idle either. During the training, he often dove into his consciousness space to have Elder Shenshin teach him fist techniques and combat styles. He would come out from time to supervise their training. It is worth mentioning that Issei was also handed over to him for supervision by Rias. As for Rias and Akino, it seemed they often needed to return to the underworld because of the upcoming peace treaty. On a certain holiday, Akino brought Lin Luokan and Issei to a shrine. Seeing Senior Akino wearing a shrine maiden outfit, Lin Luokan smiled. The shrine maiden outfit really suits you, Senior Akino. Thanks for the compliment, tilde. Akino's face seemed very happy. She then took the liberty of linking her arm with Lin Luokan's, which made Issei, standing to the side, look full of envy. That's why all stylish guys should just die, Issei complained with tears in his eyes. The three of them walked all the way into the main hall of the shrine. Did Senior Akino live here before? Lin Luokan looked at her. Yes, the previous owner seems to have passed away, and Rias used a certain method to help me keep it. A pure white figure appeared before them, with a halo above his head and 12 pairs of golden wings behind him, shining brightly under the reflection of the sunset. Michael. So, which one is the Red Dragon Emperor, and which one is the wielder of the new Longinus? Looking at his youthful appearance, like that of a young man, Michael wore a gentle expression. It was said that he was always like this, as if he could never get angry. Hello, Archangel Michael. My name is Lin Luokan, and this beside me is the Red Dragon Emperor, Hyodo Issei. Lin Luokan spoke first. Michael nodded and smiled at the two. Hello, I am Michael, the leader of the angels. This familiar aura, it is indeed Didrag. His gaze finally rested on Lin Luokan. Coming from ancient China, this majestic aura on you, you are indeed the wielder of the new Longinus. It is truly remarkable, I have never seen an aura like yours before. You are too kind. Lin Luokan replied with a smile. Under Akino's guidance, the group arrived inside the main hall. Actually, I would like to give this to you. As for which of you should wield it, that is the question. Following the direction of his finger, a sword emitting a holy aura floated quietly in the air. This is the dragon-slaying holy sword Ascalon, the holy sword held by the famous dragon slayer, Saint George. Lin Luokan looked up, but didn't pay much attention to it. He had the Aurora sword and didn't need an additional weapon, but he wondered if dual wielding might have unexpected effects. But he still looked at Issei. Issei, this sword might be a good weapon for you. After all, you are still facing your arch-nemesis, the White Dragon Emperor. Why give this to us? Issei asked, somewhat confused. Michael thought for a moment, then spoke, you probably already know, so I will be direct. Our Creator, God has already perished in the last great war, the opposing old Mao have all fallen, the leaders of the fallen angels have all passed away, and Azazel has also stated on the surface that he does not want to start another war. I believe this is a good opportunity. Taking this chance, we can end the meaningless conflict. If we continue to have intermittent small-scale conflicts like this, the three major factions will eventually perish. Ascalon is a gift I am giving to the devil's side. Of course, I have also sent one to the fallen angel's side. Lin Luokan nodded, reached out, and grasped the sword. The blade emitted a soft hum, and then the holy aura was completely restrained. After confirming that everything was correct, Lin Luokan placed it in front of Issei. Can I really touch it? Issei was still a bit afraid. After all, for a devil to touch a holy sword, the damage was even more intense than light elements. This sword has been adjusted. As long as one has dragon power, even a devil can touch it. Michael spoke softly. Issei nodded, preparing to take the sword from Lin Luokan's hand. Ascalon suddenly burst into intense light. Issei's hand was instantly burned, and he exclaimed, quickly pulling it back. What is going on? Lin Luokan was a bit surprised and quickly called for Akino to help Issei heal. Michael was a bit confused, but seeing Ascalon burst into intense light in Lin Luokan's hands, he suddenly understood. Choosing a master, just like with St. George, this holy sword has actually automatically recognized you as its master. Michael was somewhat amused and helpless. It seems the Red Dragon Emperor is not destined to be with it. Lin Luokan raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed the holy sword had a spirit. It was even more sensitive than living creatures and could clearly feel the aura of the heavenly Tao on Lin Luokan, thus directly recognizing him as its master. This was just like Durandal, it would also choose its own wielder. Looking at the holy sword in his hand, Lin Luokan smiled helplessly. Sorry, Issei, I originally intended for it to be better if you had it. He looked at the holy sword in his hand again. Then, please take care of me, Ascalon. Clang. The blade emitted a soft hum, as if responding to Lin Luokan. Helpless, Lin Luokan had to put Ascalon away, but this just happened to make up for his lack of combat power when not summoning his armor. He could try dual wielding now. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. Although he felt a bit sorry for Issei, in reality, in the later stages, Ascalon wouldn't be of much use to Issei anyway. Well, it's about time, I should go. Saying this, Michael prepared to leave. As a white light enveloped Michael's body, he disappeared before them. Lin Luokan looked at Issei's appearance, deep in thought. Upon returning home, it seemed that Asia had gone out with Rias and the others, leaving only Lin Luokan and Akino at home. Lin Luokan pondered for a moment and felt that the time was about right. Senior Akino, may I ask a question? At the same time, Akino had just finished brewing tea and was bringing it over. No problem. But what does Luo Chen want to ask? Akino, who hadn't yet had time to change out of her shrine maiden outfit, sat beside Lin Luokan, looking at him with a smile. About Senior Akino's background, I'm a bit curious, Lin Luokan asked tentatively, but upon noticing a look of melancholy on Akino's face, he quickly waved his hands. It's fine, it doesn't matter if Senior Akino doesn't answer, I was just asking casually. No, it is also time to tell you about my past, Luo Chen. Akino slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Luokan earnestly. It's been so long, you should have heard a little bit about it by now. That's right, I am the daughter of the fallen angel Kadri, Barakiel. Lin Luokan nodded gently, listening to her quietly. My mother was originally a shrine maiden at a certain shrine. Due to some twist of fate, she saved Barakiel, and the two fell in love, which is how I came to be. Whoosh. Two wings unfolded from Akino's back, one was a devil's wing, and the other was a fallen angel's. I possess both of these filthy wings. Perhaps it was because of my disgust that I sought out Rias to be reincarnated as a devil, only for the result to be a product possessing both bloodlines simultaneously. I truly am a dirty existence. Akino's face was filled with self-mockery and melancholy. Lin Luokan, feeling a pang of heartache, grabbed her hand. Senior Akino is not dirty at all. No matter what, you are my important senior. A look of astonishment suddenly appeared on Akino's face. Lin Luokan smiled slightly. I already told Senior Akino, I really like black, no matter which kind it is, as long as it is you, Senior, I like it. I'm very sorry for making you recall unpleasant memories. I might have just been getting close to you on purpose so you wouldn't hate me. Perhaps I'm a terrible woman. Lin Luokan shook his head, that's not it. I can feel Senior Akino's heart. And even so, I still like this version of you. This has nothing to do with what bloodline you have. Upon hearing this, a tear fell involuntarily from the corner of Akino's eye, followed by a deluge of tears as if a dam had burst. I'm sorry, Senior, did I say something wrong? Lin Luokan quickly pulled out a tissue from the side and gently wiped the tears from Akino's face. Akino pulled Lin Luokan into her arms, hugging him tightly. You really are too much. Too much. I'm sorry, Senior, did I say something terrible? No, it's precisely because you are this, too much, that you attracted me. I've decided. Akino leaned her head close to Lin Luokan's ear and whispered, even if it's Rias and Asia, I will absolutely not let go. He tilde, do you want to continue what we didn't finish last time? Akino suddenly laughed, looking as though her mood had completely settled. She leaned close to Lin Luokan's ear and bit down on his earlobe. Gulp. Lin Luokan swallowed saliva unworthily, suddenly feeling parched. It wouldn't be good if Asia and the others saw us, Senior Akino. Can you call me Akino? Please call me by my name when it's just the two of us. Then, Akino. Wow. That's truly wonderful. I'm so happy, Luo Chen. Akino cried out in excitement, hugging Lin Luokan tightly. The snowy white skin at her chest was nearly bursting out, making it almost impossible for Lin Luokan to hold back. Lin Luokan immediately turned from passive to active, he couldn't care about anything else anymore. This time, it seemed unexpectedly smooth, didn't it? No one came to disturb the two of them. The maiden's coquettish cries echoed throughout the entire night. A splash of crimson appeared on the bedsheets. The next day, Lin Luokan arrived at the clubroom with two dark circles under his eyes. Senior Akino glared at Lin Luokan in annoyance. Lin Luokan gave a silly smile. He noticed that Akino seemed to be walking a bit awkwardly. It seemed yesterday was too crazy. Lin Luokan recalled the scene from yesterday and smiled helplessly. Afterward, Rias suddenly insisted on moving into his house as well. He didn't know if Akino had chatted with her about something. Ultimately, under the remodeling efforts of Rias's family, Lin Luokan's original small home turned into a villa. Now, there was no problem with housing people. But how was he supposed to explain this to his cheap parents? Moreover, every night Senior Akino would come over for a night raid. Now with Rias's presence, the three women inevitably quarreled a bit. In the end, Lin Luokan lay on the bed, caught between the three of them. As expected, happy times are always short-lived. Then, it's time for us to depart. Hearing Rias's words, everyone in the clubroom nodded. Because today was a very important day, the three factions were to conclude a peace agreement today. Pre-President. Everyone. A cardboard box was nestled in the corner of the clubroom, it was Gasper. Gasper, you must be a good boy and watch over the clubroom, okay? Rias said patiently. Oh okay. Lin Luokan suddenly remembered that if this happened, Gasper would be kidnapped, so he spoke to Rias. How about I stay behind to keep Gasper company? It looks like he'll be very lonely by himself. Luo Chen Senpei. Woo woo woo. Gasper's eyes immediately filled with tears. Rias sighed, while that may be true, Brother Sama told me I must bring you along. After all, you are also a Longinus wielder. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched, then there's nothing to be done, Gasper. I wanted to stay with you, too. Akino smiled and leaned in close to Lin Luokan. Luo Chen is really gentle. Lin Luokan scratched the back of his head and gave a silly chuckle. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of the staff conference room in the new school building. Knock, knock, knock. Rias knocked on the door. Excuse us. There was a table inside the conference room, and sitting at it were three familiar faces. Sierzek nodded at everyone, then looked toward the other two parties. This is my sister, and her servants. Then he pointed to Lin Luokan. This is the new Longinus wielder from Huasha, the sacred gear is of an unobserved type. Lin Luokan, Rias, and the others nodded at them. Azazel looked over with an amused expression. Kid, I'm very interested in you, you know. Do you want to come over to the Fallen Angels? Lin Luokan smiled slightly, the Governor General of the Fallen Angels is indeed as free-spirited as the rumors say. However, I don't really like the white dragon beside you, I have a bit of a grudge with him, so let's forget it. Upon hearing this, Azazel glanced at Valley, a devil-may-care smile appearing on his face. Haha, alright, that's truly a pity. Oh right, I'm sorry about the trouble our Kokobile caused you. Azazel spoke with a smile. Although he was apologizing, it didn't seem like he had an apologetic attitude. Lin Luokan looked up and discovered that Valley was also watching him. The corner of this guy's mouth curled up slightly. One look and you could tell he wasn't plotting anything good. Lin Luokan raised an eyebrow. As a transmigrator, he knew exactly what was going to happen next, so he grabbed Rias's and Akino's hands, one on each side. The two seemed a bit surprised, but immediately revealed happy smiles. Luo Chen, you really are something. Do you have to be so affectionate with the president even during a meeting? I'm getting a little jealous, you know. Senior Akino said with a light laugh. Akino is the same, and besides, I just happen to need some courage from Luo Chen-kun. Rias didn't give an inch either. The gazes of the two older sisters seemed to collide, faintly sparking with friction. However, ever since having intimate contact with Akino, Lin Luokan's relationship with her seemed to have grown even closer. Next, it was Rias and her group's turn to report on the previous incident, followed by the detailed discussion between the three major factions. Lin Luokan found it a bit sleepy. What was the difference between this and a meeting at work? Azazel turned his head to ask Valley. What are your thoughts on this world? I only want to fight with the strong. Valley responded just as expected. Lin Luokan shook his head helplessly. This guy really was a battle maniac. Azazel looked at Issei again. He paused for a moment. Ah, Hyodo Issei, let me simplify things to a level you can understand. Simply put, if the war continues, you won't be able to find the women you love to carry out the great cause of racial reproduction. But as long as a peace treaty is signed, you can do the things you love to do with girls every day. You can understand that, right? Issei's pupils instantly lit up, and a lecherous smile appeared on his face. Long live peace. Peace is truly the most important thing. This idiot. Lin Luokan also felt quite helpless. Azazel turned his head to look at him again. And you? As one of the people with power enough to shake the world, what is your opinion? Lin Luokan smiled, and just as he was about to say something, a familiar feeling suddenly struck him. That's right, it was the feeling of being frozen by Gasper. Emperor magnetic field. Lin Luokan immediately expanded his own magnetic field. He looked around. He discovered that, apart from the leaders of the three major factions, only Valley and Grafia Lucifuge could still move. Because Rias and Akino were by Lin Luokan's side, they were not stopped either. Issei, Kiba, and Zenobia also quickly recovered their senses, but Kiba and Zenobia were already holding Durandal and the holy demonic sword in their hands. Everyone looked around in confusion. What's going on? Issei asked in confusion. Azazel sighed. It seems there are always some people who don't want us to hold peace talks. Look. Lin Luokan went to the window and examined the scene outside. He saw countless mages wearing black robes attacking this side, but they seemed to be blocked by some kind of barrier. They're probably human mages, right? I didn't expect these guys to collude with them too. Azazel looked very helpless. Lin Luokan frowned. That's not the point, right? The point is that time has been stopped. Hearing this, Rias immediately covered her mouth and exclaimed, Gasper. Lin Luokan nodded. That's right, I'm afraid Gasper has been captured. These terrorists are using Gasper's ability to attack this meeting. Azazel nodded. Kid, the more I look at you, the more I like you. You seem to have a lot of research on sacred gears too. Ha ha ha, why don't you just join us fallen angels? Lin Luokan said nothing, which made Azazel feel bored, and he waved his hand. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. The point is that the other side captured Gasper Vladi and forcibly raised him to the level of balance breaker, but it seems he hasn't become strong enough to stop us few leaders yet. Azazel changed the subject. But if they can continue to increase the intensity, they might really be able to stop us too. That vampire's potential is truly terrifyingly high. It seemed Azazel was also quite troubled. Lin Luokan looked out the window. Regardless, we must go and rescue Gasper, right? He is my important junior. Azazel glanced at him, then at Rias and the others. We leaders can't just go out and cause a scene, otherwise we might play right into the enemy's hands. Before we investigate clearly, we'd better not act rashly. Rias ran to Sirzek's brother. Gasper is my important servant, I must rescue him. She had a serious look on her face, with a hint of anger appearing on her beautiful face. To have my servant used by terrorists, there is no greater humiliation than this. But, there are mages everywhere outside, right? Our teleportation magic has also been sealed. What do you intend to do? Searsx slightly raised his head, looking at Rias's serious face. Brother, the unused castle piece is still stored in the old school building. Hearing her words, Searsx pondered for a moment. I see. Castling, is it? But acting alone is a bit dangerous. Just at this moment, Graphia Lucifuge, who had been standing silently behind Searsx, suddenly spoke. If we borrow Searsx Sama's magic power, we should be able to teleport one more person over. Then, I will go with the president. I swear I will protect the president well. Issei suddenly stepped forward. Lin Luokan glanced at him. I'd better go. No. Luo Chen, you have more important things to do, right? You and Senior Akino should be able to help Searsx Sama and the others more by staying here. Let us go rescue Gasper. Issei interrupted Lin Luokan, his eyes full of determination, with the boosted gear already equipped on his left arm. Lin Luokan looked at Rias. Senior. Is that okay? Rias looked at Issei, then looked at Lin Luokan and nodded. No problem, I trust Issei. Lin Luokan could only sigh helplessly. Issei, then I'll leave Senior Rias to you. If you let her get hurt, I won't spare you. Of course. Best buddy, this is my responsibility. I will definitely bring the president and Gasper back safely. Issei was full of fighting spirit, making Lin Luokan have no choice but to believe him. After all, there was an even trickier guy here. Lin Luokan looked coldly at Valley on the side, who seemed to notice his gaze, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Wouldn't it be simpler to just blow away the half-breed vampires and the terrorists together? In that case, I'll do it myself. Valley smiled contemptuously. Issei roared. Lin Luokan also looked at him with hostile eyes, a holy sword appearing in his hand before anyone noticed. Ascalon. The blade exuded an ominous dragon-slaying aura that made even Issei tremble. Valley, opposite him, noticed this and snorted coldly. Come on, read the room, will you, Valley? Azazel shrugged helplessly. This is a critical moment for signing the peace treaty. Staying here doing nothing isn't my style. Heh, then go and harass the enemies outside a little. Azazel chuckled. If the White Dragon Emperor attacks, they'll surely be thrown into a panic, right? Fine. Valley spread his hands, and a pair of azure light wings emerged from behind him. Balance breaker. White Dragon Emperor balance breaker. A mechanical voice rang out. As the voice faded, pure white aura enveloped Valley. When the light dissipated, he was already wearing the White Dragon Emperor armor. So easily. Issei exclaimed, involuntarily glancing at his own left hand. Lin Luokan patted his shoulder. Don't worry, you'll definitely reach that realm too. As he spoke, Lin Luokan called out to Valley, who was preparing to leave. Wait a second. Valley turned his head in confusion. Lin Luokan sneered. In that case, I'll head out with the White Dragon Emperor. With so many enemies out there, I'm very worried about him. Lin Luokan emphasized the word worried, then looked at Akino behind him. Akino, you stay here and help the leaders, okay? Akino was stunned at first, but then a happy expression appeared on her face. However, Akino still looked at him with some concern, but she didn't stop him. Luo Chen, be careful. Lin Luokan nodded, then swept his palm across his waist, and a golden Chenkin belt immediately appeared. Emperor armor. Combine. Clang. Light radiated from Lin Luokan's body, the golden glow outlining the contours of the armor. He slowly walked to Valley's side. With every step, a piece of golden armor emerged to encase his body, until he reached Valley, the armor fully manifested. Armor combine. A mechanical voice sounded, and a flash of light swept across the bright red visor. Don't drag me down, White Dragon Emperor. Click. Lin Luokan turned the left side of his belt. Emperor Horse. Swoosh. A stream of light streaked across the sky, breaking through the spatial blockade and knocking away all the magicians in its path. A flying vehicle with a white base color, accented with golden decorative lines, looking as imposing and majestic as a giant dragon, slowly stopped outside the conference room window. Clang, clang. The armor on Lin Luokan's body emitted metallic clanking sounds. He stepped onto the windowsill, leapt up, and mounted his ride. Boom. The rear of the Emperor horse blasted out a powerful stream of energy, carrying Lin Luokan soaring into the sky. Valley frowned slightly but said nothing, following closely behind Lin Luokan. Rumble. A series of explosions rang out. Lin Luokan piloted the Emperor horse, weaving through the crowd, firing light projectiles continuously. Every sweep took out a group of magicians. The magicians noticed him too and conjured countless magic bullets to attack him, but he dodged them all. Lin Luokan maneuvered the emperor horse, rolling up and down in the air without a moment's pause. However, every time a group of magicians was wiped out, more would appear. It was endless. Then let you try this. Lin Luokan swiped his fingertips across the control panel. Emperor Cannon. Hum. Intense light gathered in the mouth of the dragon head on the emperor horse. Boom. A golden beam of light blasted instantly from the dragon's mouth. In an instant, the dazzling light bloomed, and everywhere it passed, the air hissed with sizzling, burning sound. A string of magicians were wiped out. This strike cleared away almost all the magicians in front of him. Well done. Issei exclaimed upon seeing this. As expected of Luo Chen, that's just too strong. Rias and the others were also left speechless by Lin Luokan's strike. Azazel just smiled and shook his head. Is this the power from the mysterious East? Truly worthy of being a Longinus, the wielders are getting more monstrous one after another. On the other side, Valley also gathered a massive magic projectile in his hand, instantly clearing out the magicians around him. However, the number of magicians showed no signs of decreasing, which made Lin Luokan frown slightly. Afterwards, Azazel handed the bracelet to Issei, and then he and Rias disappeared from the spot, both teleporting into the old school building. Boom. Just as they teleported away, a huge explosion occurred in the new school building. Lin Luokan, in the air, narrowed his eyes and looked at the situation below. When the smoke cleared, a magic circle appeared. Following it was a scantily clad woman. The current leaders of the three factions are actually gathered together. The descendant of the old Satan bloodline, Kateria Leviathan. You've joined the Chaos Brigade. Azazel clicked his tongue. The three leaders erected a barrier to protect everyone else, mainly to protect the few people whose time had been stopped. Oh my, isn't this Azazel? And Michael is here too. The woman from the old Satan faction named Kateria smiled. Facing Azazel's inquiry, the woman spoke indifferently. We just want to reform this world, that's all. That guy Ophis actually has such intentions. I can't believe it no matter how I hear it. Kateria smiled. She is just a tool that provides power. After destroying this world, we will take over the new world. The infinite dragon god Ophis is an incarnation that even gods fear, but her interest seems to be only in returning to the dimensional gap. Hearing this, Azazel smiled disdainfully. These lines of yours are already outdated. Usually, only the first villain to die would say such things, right? Don't you dare look down on us. Azazel. Kateria was suddenly annoyed, and magical aura erupted from her entire body. The two started fighting instantly. Lin Luokan was still in the air, continuously clearing out the countless magicians, and glanced slightly at the scene below. Kiba, Zenobia, and Senior Akino also fought their way out, starting to clear the magicians around the leaders. How many have we killed already? It's endless. What a troublesome bunch. Lin Luokan frowned and then leapt down from the emperor horse. Thud. Lin Luokan landed beside Akino and the others. Luo Chen. Akino, Kiba, Zenobia, I'm going to end this in one go. Lin Luokan took a deep breath. What? Akino and the others looked surprised and confused. Before they could react, Lin Luokan pulled Akino behind him. Please stand by my side, otherwise you might get hurt. Kiba and the other quickly wiped out the magicians in front of them and trotted over to Lin Luokan's side. Lin Luokan addressed Azazel and the other leaders. Please, leaders of the three factions, be prepared. If there's any friendly fire, don't blame me. Although Sirzex and the others were a bit puzzled about what he was going to do, they still increased the magic power maintaining their barriers. Azazel even took out something resembling a short sword, which was likely his artificial Longinus. The downfall dragon's shining spear housing the golden dragon King Fafnir. With a flash of light, Azazel also entered the balance breaker state, with a suit of dark golden armor equipping his body. Lin Luokan took a deep breath, spread his hands, and invisible energy gathered in his palms. Lin Luokan slowly raised both arms, palms facing each other. Golden energy gathered and rotated between his palms like liquid, becoming brighter and brighter. As the energy gathered, the surrounding space began to distort slightly. Lin Luokan moved his hands, drawing a pattern resembling a Taiji diagram. He compressed the golden energy between his hands, then suddenly thrust them open. Universe Aurora. Boom. The golden energy between his hands erupted instantly, forming a massive beam of golden light that shot straight into the sky. The golden beam instantly transformed into countless golden rays, scattering in all directions like fireworks. Wherever these rays touched, everything was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. If Lin Luokan hadn't deliberately protected Akino and the others nearby, they would likely have been severely injured by this massive energy. Light element is lethal poison to devils. Especially the sunlight compressed to the extreme by Lin Luokan. The searing aurora annihilated all the mages nearby, and even the magic circles that summoned them were wiped out by this single blow. On the other side, Valley was almost caught in the blast. Seeing the exaggerated aurora rushing towards him, Valley hurriedly raised his arms. Divide, 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 divide. The azure jewels on his snow-white armor flashed crazily, barely suppressing the power of the aurora. Due to the distance, Emperor magnetic field could not cover this area, so Valley's ability could still be used. The battlefield suddenly went quiet, as the source had been wiped out by Lin Luokan. Lin Luokan looked over and saw that Searsex and the others were unhurt, and he felt relieved. As expected of the Devil King and the Grand Archangel. Although their faces were full of gravity, they had managed to block this blow from Lin Luokan. However, Searsex, Michael, and the others were dumbfounded. While Grafia was still struggling to analyze the opponent's spell, Lin Luokan had cleared out both the people and the magic circles with one blow. Is this really a human? Searsex gave a wry smile, feeling somewhat dumbfounded. Grafia was even more stunned on the spot. Michael shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't been able to control the light element to help everyone neutralize the power, Searsex and the others, who were countered by light, would likely not have had an easy time, even if they had blocked it. On the other side, Kateria and Azazel were sent flying by the shockwave. Despite this, the two were still fighting. At this moment, Kateria had swallowed the snake given by Ophis, and her combat power had surged. A white shadow flashed, rushing towards Azazel. You wish. Telekinesis. Lin Luokan raised his hand in a phantom grip, and golden light instantly grabbed Valley's body. Amidst his shocked gaze, Lin Luokan threw him onto the ground. Bang! The scene was instantly filled with smoke. What happened? Everyone exclaimed. Issei and Rias also successfully rescued Gasper, looking over here with heavy expressions. What a troublesome guy. Have you been guarding against me all this time? The smoke slowly dissipated, and a white figure walked out, appearing before everyone while shimmering with silver-white light. Lin Luokan snorted coldly, I have never forgotten about the sneak attack from before. Tisk. So the traitor is you, Valley. Azazel clicked his tongue, watching him quietly. Hey, Azazel, that side seems more interesting. Valley didn't seem to care about this. Kateria also landed slowly beside Valley. It seems our plan has run aground, White Dragon Emperor. The vampire was actually rescued by them, and the teleportation magic circle was destroyed. Issei's eyes lit up, looking at Kateria in the air like a pervert. Kateria frowned, there seems to be a lewd gaze. Is that the Red Dragon Emperor? Valley sighed helplessly, that's right. Compared to that golden guy, he is just too inferior. I really didn't expect my rival to be such an existence. Don't look down on me. And who is that big sister over there? Why did Luo Chen attack Valley? Issei shouted angrily. However, no one paid attention to him. Kateria and Azazel clashed again, and Lin Luokan brought Akino and the others back to Rias's side. Issei, leave that guy to me. You need to protect everyone. After saying this, Lin Luokan summoned Ascalon and looked at Valley in the air. Lin Luokan pointed his sword at him. Want to fight? You White Dragon Emperor who likes to sneak attack. Valley smiled, then placed his hand in front of him. My name is, Valley Lucifer. The people behind Lin Luokan immediately showed expressions of surprise. You all seem surprised. That's right. I am the descendant who inherited the bloodline of the former Devil King Lucifer. My father had me with a human woman, and the reason I was able to obtain the power of the White Dragon Emperor is because I am half human. As he spoke, in addition to the azure light wings behind him, several more pairs of devil wings extended. Part devil, part human, and also a dragon. Hey, you really are a strange existence, Valley. Lin Luokan thought to himself, while the battle between Azazel and Kateria started again. However, Kateria was no match for Azazel, so she wanted to drag him into a suicide attack. Azazel swung his blade, cutting off his own arm that had been grabbed, and quickly put distance between himself and Kateria. Boom! An explosion sounded, and everyone unfolded barriers to block the incoming shockwave. Meanwhile, Gasper let out an exclamation, covered his eyes, and fell down. Valley appeared beside him at some point. This ability is a bit troublesome, better to seal it away in advance. After dealing with Kateria, he was the only one left on the scene, but he didn't seem afraid at all. Azazel also released Balance Breaker, with only one arm left, and slowly descended from the sky, looking a bit disheveled. Valley, you're the only one left. So, what do you plan to do? Don't you think destiny is very cruel? Valley suddenly spoke. What? Azazel was a bit confused. Lin Luokan didn't speak, just gripped Ascalon tightly and walked toward him step by step. Clearly both are the two heavenly dragons. On one side is a combination of power and power like me, while on the other side is pitifully weak. Even though both are inheritors of dragon power, the gap between the possessors is too huge. Valley said, pointing at Issei. I have investigated everything about you. Your parents are just ordinary humans, and you yourself have nothing outstanding. Simply put, apart from the boosted gear, you have nothing. How about this? I will go and kill your parents, making you an avenger. Issei's face instantly darkened, his body trembling slightly, and he couldn't stop emitting killing intent. This surprised Rias and the others on the side. It was the first time they had seen Hyodo Issei like this. I will definitely kill you. Anyway, your parents will only die plainly. Since that's the case, why not create some value? Valley was saying. You talk too much. Lin Luokan leapt up, and Ascalon in his hand slashed fiercely towards Valley. It's a holy sword with dragon-slaying attributes. Be careful, Valley. The light wings behind him flickered and made a sound. It was the White Dragon Emperor Albion. After all, if I get hit even once, the damage will be terrible, right? Valley smiled contemptuously and hurriedly dodged to the side. After he dodged this blow, the very next second, Lin Luokan's fist smashed towards him. Valley raised his hand to block, divide. No new tricks. Always this move. I told you, it's useless against me. Lin Luokan snorted coldly, and Emperor Magnetic Field instantly neutralized the power of divide. The fist continued to smash towards Valley without holding back any strength. You guy who only knows how to sneak attack, you are unworthy of your armor. Crack. The armor on Valley's chest was shattered by Lin Luokan's punch, and he immediately coughed up blood. How is this possible? Valley's face was filled with disbelief. On the other side, Issei, who was below, spoke again. You want to kill my parents. Why? Why must my loved ones die just to accommodate your whims? Valley. Boom. An unprecedented aura erupted from Issei. Red Dragon Emperor, Balance Breaker. Didraig responded to Issei's rage, and a powerful crimson aura erupted, enveloping his entire body. The gauntlet on his left arm shattered upon impact. The Red Dragon Emperor's armor equipped instantly. Rias exclaimed. It's actually a balance breaker. Seeing this, Valley quickly dodged Lin Luokan's attack and moved aside to regroup. A flash of pure white aura appeared, and his shattered armor restored itself. Ha 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 ha. Albion, look. Valley actually still had the mood to laugh loudly. Hyodo Issei's power is completely different now. A deep voice sounded from the light wings behind him. Sacred gears use strong conviction as a source of power. Pure rage is now directed at you. This is really troublesome, ha 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 ha, but the more so, the more excited I become. Come on. Hyodo Issei. Valley shouted, then pointed at Lin Luokan. And you, come as well. I'm already excited. Use your power to entertain me. Ha! Strong aura erupted from the thrusters on Issei's back, instantly propelling him in front of Valley, crashing into him hard. However, Valley dodged it with a light sidestep. Issei. Lin Luokan shouted. Clang. He threw the Ascalon in his hand toward Issei, and Issei caught it. Thanks, Luo Chen. Ascalon. Perhaps because of Lin Luokan's authorization, Ascalon did not burn Issei this time. Instead, at Issei's call, it merged with the gauntlet on his left hand. HMPH. A dragon-slaying sword. It's meaningless if you can't hit me. Valley snorted coldly. You should worry about yourself first. Lin Luokan instantly appeared beside him, golden light erupting from his hand. Flame punch. Boom. Powerful flames emerged from the light. Lin Luokan threw a punch, and Valley quickly raised his hand to resist. Vast blue magic power gathered in his hand, and he threw a punch at Lin Luokan as well. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and both of them retreated. Valley. Issei also rushed over with his sword at this moment, but Valley grabbed his arm with a grapple and then punched Issei. Crack! Issei's armor was instantly cracked by Valley's punch, and he spat out blood. It looked like if he were hit a few more times, his balance breaker state would likely be forcibly deactivated. Too weak. Simply too weak. How can someone like this be my rival? Valley laughed contemptuously and threw Issei away. Issei. Lin Luokan quickly caught him. How are you? Can you still fight? Issei was a bit weak. It seemed the previous attack had absorbed his power as well. Boost. As the mechanical sound rang out, Issei's halved power was restored. He took a deep breath and stood up. Sorry, Luo Chen, I let you see my pathetic state again. I'm such an idiot. Lin Luokan patted his shoulder. Don't worry about that. As long as you persist to the end, whether you're an idiot or a genius, as long as you commit to something and keep going, you will definitely succeed. I know. Best buddy. Issei regained his confidence. The battle resumed. Rumble. 3 colored streaks of light constantly collided in the air, one gold, one white, one red. Valley dodged Lin Luokan's punch and then grabbed Issei's arm. Divide. Issei instantly lost all his power and fell from the air, slamming hard into the ground. Using cheap tricks, Lin Luokan gathered light elements in his hand and fired them at Valley. However, Valley's speed was now much faster than before, and he dodged instantly. It's Issei. Valley had halved and absorbed Issei's power, he couldn't be immune to Valley's trait. Issei. Rias exclaimed, then looked worriedly at Lin Luokan in the air. Go for it, Senior Luo Chen. Gasper also shouted loudly. Are we just going to watch here? I want to go help Luo Chen. Akino looked anxious, but was stopped by Rias. You can't, Akino. My brother said that just getting close now would burn us to ashes from their aura. Akino had to stop, watching the golden figure in the air with a face full of worry. You must win. Luo Chen. Do you think he'll be afraid because of this? Lin Luokan was fearless, even though Valley had absorbed Issei's power. So what? He immediately began hand-to-hand combat with Valley. Bang, bang, bang. The two turned into 2 streaks of light, colliding continuously in the air. Their speed had soared to a terrifying level, the naked eye could barely see their battle, and they even created sonic booms. Clang! Valley's fist struck sparks on the armor on Lin Luokan's chest, but Lin Luokan didn't retreat a step. Is that all you've got? Lin Luokan sneered and grabbed Valley's neck. Then he exerted force, instantly throwing him from the air to the ground. Bang! Valley slammed into the ground, creating a large crater, and dust rose everywhere. Lin Luokan turned his belt. Aurora sword. Ding! A white gold snow mastiff crystal popped out. A finishing card with the character slash appeared in front of Lin Luokan. Valley stood up again, somewhat disheveled. Feeling the powerful energy gathering in front of him, he laughed instead. Ha 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 ha. Finally bringing out your true skills. In that case, try this. Divide. Divide, 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 divide. Half dimension. As the sound rang out frantically from the jewel, Valley reached out and compressed the surrounding space. Emperor. Thunder slash. Silver-white lightning coiled around the golden sword blade, and the sharp power belonging to the metal element completely covered the Aurora sword. Boom. Lin Luokan swung his sword. At the same time, Valley threw the compressed space and fired an unprecedented magic projectile with vast magic power at Lin Luokan. Clang. A violent explosion and the sound of a sword ringing out occurred. The magic projectile attacking Lin Luokan was forcibly split in 2 by this sword strike, along with the compressed space. Facing the incoming sword light, Valley's pupils shrank, and he raised his arm. Divide, 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 divide. The jewel on his body rang out frantically, as if it had malfunctioned. The same move again, no originality at all. Lin Luokan said coldly, his thunder slash attack undiminished, slashing fiercely at Valley. Facing the sword light coming straight at him, divide actually didn't work. Valley frowned tightly and quickly dodged. But it was already too late. Boom. Crack. The armor on Valley's body was shattered by the sword, and a deep bloody gash appeared on his chest. Cough. Valley coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. The expression on his face changed from surprise to excitement, without the slightest hint of fear. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, it's truly so interesting. You really are much more interesting than that guy. You have the qualifications for me to show you the Juggernaut drive. Issei, transfer your power to Ascalon. Hearing Lin Luokan's words, Issei nodded quickly, okay. Transfer. Luo Chen. Issei threw Ascalon toward Lin Luokan with all his might. Clang. Lin Luokan caught Ascalon, and its holy aura and dragon-slaying power were boosted by the Red Dragon Emperor's power to a terrifying level. Ascalon in his left hand, Aurora sword in his right. On one side, a holy sword with dragon-slaying properties, on the other, a sword containing intense light power. Either one was lethal for Valley. Show me what you've got, Valley. As Lin Luokan's voice fell, his figure instantly flashed in front of Valley. Valley deployed a magical barrier in front of himself that resembled a light shield. Did you forget? This sword has dragon-slaying properties. Lin Luokan swung Ascalon with all his might and slashed down fiercely. Crack! The magical barrier shattered instantly. With one strike, he slashed open Valley's breastplate, which had just been repaired. PFF'd. Valley spat out a mouthful of blood. To think such a thing could happen. Albion's voice sounded somewhat surprised. What kind of existence is he? Valley, pull back and regroup. Valley nodded upon hearing this, crossing his arms in front of him in an attempt to defend. The Aurora sword slashed down. With a flash of sword light, Valley's defense was as fragile as paper, and his gauntlets were destroyed along with it. The once brilliant White Dragon Emperor armor had actually been destroyed by Lin Luokan in 2 casual strikes. The dense light element caused Valley almost unbearable pain, and he immediately used a large amount of magical power to expel the light element from his body. Spitting blood, Valley clutched his chest and retreated repeatedly. Even though he was bleeding profusely, his face was still full of smiles. Albion, this guy in front of me is worth using the Juggernaut drive for. Stop it, Valley. Being controlled by my power isn't your intention, right? Lin Luokan snorted coldly, bring out whatever moves you have. Valley raised his arm high. I am the one who awakens, I am the law of hegemony. Lin Luokan instantly flashed in front of him, do I look like an idiot to you? Waiting for you to chant. Bang! A whip kick was thrown out fiercely. Valley's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly raised his hands to resist, but he was still kicked flying by Lin Luokan, smashing heavily into the wall. Cough. Valley spat blood, his entire armor covered in cracks from Lin Luokan's attack. He never expected that Lin Luokan would be so unsportsmanlike. Lin Luokan raised his hand and shook his index finger at him. Raising your hand isn't an apology, it's saying, little brother, you still need more training. Lin Luokan turned his head and glanced at Issei behind him, a playful smile appearing on his face beneath his helmet. Issei. What's up? Let me tell you something in a way you can understand. Issei looked at him, full of confusion. This guy's ability is to divide things around him. In other words, even your favorite opai will be divided. Issei froze in place instantly. Divide. Opai will be divided. My favorite opai. Are you kidding me? Ah. Boost 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 boost. An unprecedented aura erupted from Issei's body, and the powerful force blew everything around him away. Azazel erected a barrier, protecting everyone inside. Hey, 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 just how abnormal is this? Does the white one pursue power, and the red one pursue women? A lewd smile appeared on his face. Lin Luokan watched this scene and also started laughing, ha 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 ha, this is really, pure pervert power, huh? In his previous life, seeing this scene on the screen made his blood boil. Now, seeing it with his own eyes at the scene made Lin Luokan even more excited. I will never forgive a guy like you. I will destroy you completely until you can't regenerate. Lin Luokan immediately took on the appearance of a spectator, stepping aside and quietly watching Issei perform. At the same time, Valley stood up again. Even though he had been heavily injured by Lin Luokan, his power could still rival Issei's. The white and red streams of light intertwined again. The aftershocks of their attacks completely blew away the buildings in the area. Fortunately, this was an interdimensional space, otherwise, it might have caused unprecedented disasters for ordinary people. I am the one who awakens, I am the heavenly dragon who steals all, the law of hegemony. Valley began to chant again, but Lin Luokan suddenly sensed a presence approaching rapidly. Bright moonlight spilled down, a crack appeared in the night sky, and then the space shattered. A figure appeared before everyone. Yo, Valley. Lin Luokan saw the newcomer's face clearly. As expected, it was Sun Wukong. As a descendant of Sun Wukong, his personality was similar to Sun Wukong before he attained Buddhahood, liking a free and unrestrained life. I must complain here, The way the Monkey King is drawn in Japanese culture is really too ugly, it's simply an insult to the Monkey King's image. Lin Luokan watched this scene quietly, and Issei also exhausted his power, the Red Dragon Emperor's armor being forcibly deactivated. Sun Wukong, what are you doing here? Valley asked. Well, they said we still have a fight to pick with the Norse mythology side, come back quickly, that's all. Sun Wukong, who wore something like a headband, looked young, and carried a long staff on his shoulder, spoke to Valley with a smile. I see, is it about time? Valley nodded, but his disheveled appearance surprised Sun Wukong. Valley, you're actually in such a sorry state. What happened? Sun Wukong teased. Hey, why are you two chatting on your own? Who is this guy? Issei slowly stood up and shouted, pointing at Sun Wukong. Lin Luokan placed his hand on his shoulder to hold Issei back. This guy is Sun Wukong, a descendant of Sun Wukong. Simply put, he's Sun Wukong's descendant, a monkey demon who inherited Sun Wukong's power. Sun Wukong. Issei looked shocked. Ha 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 ha, who is this? He seems very familiar with me, but I'm different from the first generation, I don't like being bound by rules. Sun Wukong smiled casually, swept a glance at Lin Luokan, and then looked at Issei on the side. Is this the Red Dragon Emperor? Nice to meet you, huh? Ha ha. I didn't expect even him to have joined the Chaos Brigade, this world is truly hopeless, ha ha. Azazel also walked up. Lin Luokan tilted his head slightly, come to think of it, we're from the same hometown, Sun Wukong. Let me introduce myself, I come from China. Hearing this, Sun Wukong paused for a moment, then laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, isn't that the birthplace of the first generation? What a coincidence. But let's catch up another time, shall we? Hey! Sun Wukong swung the staff in his hand, spun it around, and stabbed it into the ground. A black magic circle immediately appeared under his and Valley's feet. Speaking of which, was that magic or demon arts? Don't think you can run. Issei was about to step forward, but was held back by Lin Luokan. Issei, your power has reached its limit. Leave the rest to me. After saying that, Lin Luokan stepped forward. He tilted his head slightly, raised the Aurora sword in his hand, and pointed at the two people in front. Why run? Are you too ashamed to show your faces? Lin Luokan put away Ascalon and made a grasping motion with one hand. Telekinesis. Boom. Valley and his companion were instantly suppressed by a golden pillar of light. What is this? Sun Wukong's expression turned ugly, he and Valley were bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. The teleportation magic beneath their feet was broken as a result. Valley frowned deeply, attempting to break free from the suppression, but it was completely futile, his divide had no effect on this power. Don't waste your energy, you can't escape. A flash of red light flickered across Lin Luokan's mask. Valley, if you just want to fight strong opponents, surely joining forces with the Chaos Brigade isn't your only option, right? Valley fell silent for a moment, then looked up. What are you trying to say? Why do you want to become stronger? Let me guess. Lin Luokan also put away the Aurora sword. He wanted to make Valley turn over a new leaf now. After all, this guy would become an incredibly powerful combatant later on. Facing the attacks from the X-world, Valley, as one of the Transcendents, was a necessary force. Lin Luokan didn't even know what kind of messy world X was, to the point that even Great Red was no match for it. But it didn't really matter. If he couldn't handle it, he still had the heavenly Tao to back him up. Lin Luokan wasn't particularly afraid, but he still wanted to try to handle these matters with his own strength as much as possible. Is it because of Rizvam? Lin Luokan smiled playfully. Valley's pupils dilated instantly. How do you know? Then Valley smiled. It seems you know quite a lot, don't you? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Luokan, and I am also a Longinus wielder. Lin Luokan said indifferently, then thought of a name. Ice Queen. If she knew you had become like this, how would she feel? For the sake of revenge, for the sake of pursuing power, are you going to abandon even her? Valley's expression darkened instantly. What business is that of yours? You laid a hand on my cute junior and my companions, and you're asking me what business it is of mine. Is your brain broken? Lin Luokan sneered. I really want to finish you off right now, but if I do that, the Ice Queen would probably fight me to the death. I'm always a gentleman when it comes to girls, so for her sake, I can let you off this time. Lavinia, the wielder of the Longinus, Ice Queen, grew up with Valley and is like an older sister to him. She is a complete brother con, and Valley runs away in fear whenever he sees her. Lin Luokan changed the subject. Actually, your desire to become stronger has no direct relationship with joining the Chaos Brigade, right? There are many ways to fight strong opponents, your method is the most foolish. If the Ice Queen found out, how worried would she be about you? Lin Luokan took a deep breath at this point. I'll give you a chance, bring your squad to join us and return to the right path. We will also assist you in defeating that guy named Rizvam. Otherwise. Otherwise what? Valley's faint voice rang out. No emotion could be heard in his voice, it seemed unusually calm. Lin Luokan pointed to his belt. Otherwise, I'll have to invite you and Sun Wukong next to you to come in for tea. I'll find your teammates one by one and invite them all in too. Valley's eyes narrowed. You want me to be with Hyodo Issei and the others? Do you not know that he and I are arch-enemies? We have an irreconcilable relationship. You're full of it. Lin Luokan immediately retorted. Sun Wukong looked strange. You smelled it. Lin Luokan. So this kid actually let one rip just now. He ignored Sun Wukong and continued to speak to Valley. I think Albion and Ddraig have fought enough by now, right? Hey, Ddraig, Albion, do you still remember the reason you started fighting in the first place? The light wings behind Valley fluttered, and Albion's voice rang out. This. It stammered for a long time without saying a word. How about you, Ddraig? Lin Luokan looked at Issei's gauntlet with annoyance. Regarding that Chinese kid, I really don't remember too clearly. Ddraig also said so. See, they've even forgotten the reason for fighting. Having fought for so long, they must have had enough, right? As for you and Hyodo Issei, you are both devils. Why can't the battles between devils be resolved through a rating game? Compared to assisting the Chaos Brigade in causing trouble everywhere and doing evil deeds, making the Ice Queen worried, joining us can also help you achieve your goals. Lin Luokan sighed. I think there shouldn't be any reason for you to have to join the Chaos Brigade anymore, right? Valley fell into silence. Although Sun Wukong was confused, he knew a little bit about Valley, and he actually agreed with some of what Lin Luokan said. However, as for the final decision, Sun Wukong was prepared to wait for Valley's intentions, after all, he was the leader. Watching Lin Luokan's actions, the others seemed a bit at a loss. Ha ha ha, Chinese kid, are you trying to make them turn over a new leaf? That's really bold. Azazel smiled. He had watched Valley grow up and naturally didn't want him to go down the opposite path from him. Rias and the others looked worried, while Sirzex and Michael seemed thoughtful. Valley sighed, his mind constantly replaying Lin Luokan's words, and the image of Lavinia also appeared in his mind. Thinking that if this sister were to search the world for him for this reason, it would indeed be a bit of a headache. And Lin Luokan's words were not unreasonable. Seeing Valley's expression, he seemed somewhat shaken. Lin Luokan also let go and put the two down. Valley also deactivated his balance breaker, looking at Lin Luokan with a cold expression. It looks like there's a chance. Lin Luokan smiled and simply deactivated his armor as well. Ophis. Valley suddenly spoke. Lin Luokan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. She is still in the Chaos Brigade. Those guys only treat her as a tool to obtain power. Valley continued. So, you want to save her? No, I just chat with her often, as a confidant and listener. To be honest, I also can't stand the way those guys treat her. Infinite Dragon God. An image of an emotionless little loli immediately appeared in Lin Luokan's mind. Clearly a dragon possessing infinite power, but actually an innocent and naive creature who knows nothing of the world. Her only wish was to return to the dimensional gap, but she was used by the Chaos Brigade and pushed into the position of leader. Issei, standing to the side, was confused listening to their conversation. I'm a bit worried about that guy, she seems very lonely. Valley shook his head helplessly. Lin Luokan looked at the conflicted Valley and nodded. Since that's the case, then you should think about it carefully. But don't help the Chaos Brigade do evil anymore, this is your final warning. Valley took a deep look at Lin Luokan. Yeah, thanks. Then he and Sun Wukong disappeared from the scene. Hey, Luo Chen, are you just letting those two guys go like that? Issei walked over, looking a bit confused. Lin Luokan shook his head and patted Issei on the shoulder. Actually, his nature isn't bad. Then he left Issei alone, confused in the wind. He slowly walked toward Senior Akino and the others. The three-way meeting finally came to an end. This incident further confirmed the necessity of peace talks for the three leaders. So, it's over, right? Gasper crouched on the ground, looking cautious. There won't be any more terrible things happening, it's okay. Kaneko comforted him softly from the side, her gaze subconsciously drifting toward the man sandwiched between Senior Akino, Rias, and Asia. Thank goodness. Gasper let out a long sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Luokan, Rias, and the others walked over. Rias and Lin Luokan exchanged a glance and walked over. Gasper. Seeing this, Gasper hurriedly stood up. I'm sorry, it's all because I was used by the enemy, and that's why this happened. His voice was a bit dejected, making people feel a bit of pity for him. He's clearly a trap, so why is he so cute? The corner of Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. He was truly feeling quite troubled. Kaneko walked over. No, it's because I didn't protect Gasper well enough. No, that's not it, Kaneko. Gasper quickly spoke up. Lin Luokan walked up, sighed helplessly, and then ruffled Gasper's hair. You guy, you really did cause us quite a bit of trouble, didn't you? Senior Luo Chen. However, Lin Luokan smiled at him. Those fool guys actually dared to use my cute junior, that is what truly deserves death. Gasper, you don't need to feel guilty. If anyone has to blame themselves, it should be me for not protecting you all well enough. The same goes for Kaneko. As he said this, Lin Luokan glanced at Kaneko beside him and smiled at her. Kaneko has already worked very hard. It's this senior who didn't protect Gasper well. I'm sorry. Kaneko was stunned for a moment. Senior Luo Chen. Rias pulled them into her embrace and spoke in a gentle tone. Gasper also did his best for us according to his own will. This makes me happier than anything else. I think so too. Kaneko also said softly. President, Kaneko. Tears instantly welled up in Gasper's eyes. Wah. There. Lin Luokan also kept petting Gasper's hair, comforting him continuously. Watching this warm scene, everyone couldn't help but feel gratified. Senior Akino rested her chin on her hand and tilted her head slightly. Era tilde Luo Chen really is, such a gentle boy. Asia was also moved to tears by this scene. Just a moment ago, Luo Chen had brought up the matter of prayer to Zenobia and Michael on her behalf. Michael had promised them that Asia and Zenobia would not be harmed even if they prayed. Kiba showed a bright smile. As expected of classmate Luo Chen, still so reassuring. Classmate Issei, you should learn from him, okay. Issei scratched his head awkwardly. You're too wordy, Kiba. I know. Zenobia also smiled. She looked at Lin Luokan, and there seemed to be some extra emotion in her gaze, as if she were lost in thought. Alright. That's basically how it is. From now on, I am the advisor for the Occult Research Club. From now on, you must call me Teacher Azazel, okay? Azazel sat in Rias's main seat in the Occult Research Club with a grinning face. Rias held her forehead, looking helpless. So, why exactly are you here? Lin Luokan watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of you, Azazel. After a bout of commotion, Azazel also noticed Lin Luokan on the side. Oh tilde hello there, kid from Washa. By the way, what was your name again? Lin Luokan sighed. Lin Luokan. Azazel nodded repeatedly. Oh right, kid. We really are fated to meet, ha ha ha. How about it? Let me study your sacred gear. I'll be responsible for making you stronger, ha ha ha. After all, that's my purpose for being here. Sears X asked me to teach Rias and her peerage to fully master their sacred gears and powers. What a fanatical sacred gear enthusiast. But how am I going to explain the Emperor armor to him? Lin Luokan smiled helplessly. Forget it. Having a teacher around to instruct me isn't bad. Elder Shenshin is certainly powerful, but I can't exactly enter my subconscious space in the middle of a battle to ask him what to do, right? Azazel is quite impressive as a teacher, and he can just happen to make up for this deficiency. Afterward, Lin Luokan chatted with him roughly about his own abilities, though he concealed the content regarding Elder Shenshin. Azazel marveled repeatedly. It was his first time seeing such an ability, one that combined the 5 elements, the power of light, and the power of laws all in one. He indicated that he would look up some information and then chat with Lin Luokan in more detail later. Then he looked at Gasper, who was on the side. Hey, you vampire over there. Eek. The fallen angel governor is so scary. Gasper let out a scream and hid back inside his cardboard box once again. Sigh, this kid's weakness is really obvious. The first step to getting stronger is to throw away that fool cardboard box for me. Azazel shook his head helplessly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm useless. I'm just useless trash, a failure. Sob, sob, sob. I will work hard, please don't abandon me. Gasper let out crying sounds from inside the cardboard box. Lin Luokan's mouth twitched. What a troublesome junior. I have a feeling the future will be a bit heavy. Then, what about the holy demonic sword wielder over there? How long can you maintain your balance breaker? Azazel turned his head to look at Kiba. Currently, I should be able to maintain it for about 60 minutes. Kiba thought for a moment and replied. Is that so, your training is still not enough. At the very least, you should be able to maintain it for 2 or 3 days, right? Kiba smiled helplessly. That's really harsh, but I will do my best. Issei raised his hand weakly. I can only maintain it for 10 seconds, and there are conditions. What should I do? Azazel's expression instantly froze, and he looked at Issei with a strange expression. The club office was quiet, no one spoke. What's wrong? I'm just an idiot. I know that. Issei said loudly with a blushing face. Lin Luokan patted his shoulder helplessly. Issei, 10 seconds is already very impressive. Afterward, he turned his head away, struggling to keep himself from laughing out loud. Hey, you guy. That's not how you comfort someone. Issei was instantly furious, wishing he could have a life or death battle with Lin Luokan, but Issei also knew he couldn't beat him, so he ultimately had to give up. Senior Akino glanced at Issei, then looked at Lin Luokan, who winked at her and gave a mischievous grin. Akino immediately rolled her eyes at him, then seemed to remember something and smiled. But considering Issei's feelings, Akino held it in and didn't make a sound. It seems that ever since that time, the relationship between Akino and Lin Luokan has become more and more intimate, and Lin Luokan does not shy away from calling her Akino in front of everyone. PFF'd. Zenobia was the first to laugh out loud, her face was already flushed red. So sorry, Issei. I really couldn't help it. Ha 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 ha. Thunderous laughter suddenly rang out inside the club office. Issei was so embarrassed he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Azazel glanced at Issei and finally sighed. Valley's balance breaker can be maintained for over a month. That is the gap between you and him. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.